all the fun busyness with Dan. Dan running everything up.
Yeah.
It was a fun few days up there.
You heard anything?
Pretty time was going on.
I'll leave here.
Pretty time was going
I gotta
on.
run by the school,
I guess.
and I gotta go back. I'm staying up there.
Maybe
my cousin's doing some things.
Yeah, he's gone. He's going to Big Ten to men's basketball.
Oh, for the conference.
Wow. Okay, yeah, so Tyler's gone. They've already.
Hey, what's up? Hey, how you
I don't know what they're going to do about Philly.
Good to see you.
I was going to say it's. I mean, it usually seems to be a time that it happens. But sometimes they don't.
Anybody there?
I mean, I don't.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna catch a little bit.
Table, yes.
If you got it.
Yep, it's just right here. I just totally forgot. No, it's fine. It's fine.
And you think there were a couple more that have stayed.
Oh, it's going through the, okay, good.
Yeah, I guess
You're more about feedback.
No,
that, I'm not worried about feedback. I'm okay, I guess. I'm just catching audio from the room. You know, it's he's mic, they're not, you know.
Yes,
I guess.
no, they just gonna be at that podium, that's it.
But yeah,
Yeah. Do you mind if we? Yeah, but I think those are some particular. Do you mind if we use one of those like an air room?
Yeah. Let me check and see. We may want you to use one of those.
I was just trying to get that display from the house.
Yeah, well, that's always going to be the argument, right? Why are you punishing the players? They're supposed to be eligible. And they can still play. You know, it's not like you're saying they can't play. So I guess some of them went to one. I don't know where the ones that went to one. I guess maybe Baker.
me too, but.
I think before this, this was going on. So, down the one road.
What's the, I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and I think that was after I talked to you about the Huntington thing, and he seemed not wanting to do that. Yeah. Yeah. How many chances of the rush got?
I'm waiting for the answer on that.
He just got another job though.
Yes, well, actually, that got the
Oh, really? That fast?
Yeah, well, the coach at,
That's what I always say. What about yourself, Mark?
Okay, perfect. Before we get started, the school did ask me to just tell you guys a little bit about some big news that we announced recently.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yep, just real quick, just for us in here, the school recently announced an executive MBA in sports management program. This is a program that can be completed in 12 months for the low price of $12,000 tuition total and 30 credit hours. We've got some flyers that look like this that are just by the door. So if you guys head out today and you want to take home some information, whether to share it with your audiences or share it with some people that you know, we'd really appreciate it. We thank you all again for joining us today.
Thank you, Noah. Yeah, I don't know. I've had people say there's no way they're going to take the campus. Saw him ask last night, and he said, Terry, the boarding door said, there's no way they're going to return if they do that. Just like not too much penalty. I'm like, well, there's precedent. They've done it before. Matt, Steve did it for muscle shoulder. Even back. So.
I see both sides.
That's going, if they're ineligible, that's going to increase the pressure on them, because there's only one team in your region that doesn't make a play.
You don't want to be that guy, do you?
No, that's a bad deal. I get it, I see it. But
I know the one-
I've heard, this is just rumor, they're more repentant.
Yeah, well, if you come in there like that,
They're going different, like they're almost like, y'all should have done this.
well, they definitely.
Yeah, that, I want, where there's so much water in the bridge there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
But
you
yeah,
don't
but
get Jason.
you're around Jackson.
Just a little bit. I mean, he's like,
He's interesting now. You can't help it, I like it.
yeah.
They're scared. Call him all the time. That's fair. Oh, you want to know about this kid? Yeah. Previous residents, new residents, you know, first everything.
We saw it out there in Mississippi game and Ralph was there within 5 minutes talking. He's like, yeah, you know, we're doing a cigar gate.
I tried to call her. Yeah, I didn't, I figured you just ignored it, came right up to me. Man, sorry, I had to call you back, I'm doing a cigar gate.
Do you have an SD card that you want to use?
I got 128.
She was at this press.
Yeah.
Felt comfortable with it.
Yeah.
You mean it's like,
Well, I heard like the superintendent was in there with a.
so
Y'all have a seat in there.
I need to sit over here.
Yeah, you sit over there with your name over there.
Go to the protocol that I started.
Where's Danny go? I'm right here. Oh. All right. Remind me of them, all that day. All right, Coach, you gotta get up in my. Everybody ready? Good, sound good? Tommy, you good?
We're ready.
All right. Hey, Coach, welcome back. It's been a while.
That's right.
You joined us, but first of all, introduce your guys.
Sure, got two obviously really good men, really good football players here. I'll start with offense first. Got our returning starting quarterback, Trey Garner. Obviously played last year, had a great year. Obviously, man, he makes us go on offense. Really excited to have him back. Makes my first year back being a high school coach in Fairhope a lot better with having a quarterback. Trigger man's really good young man. Love him, love the family. Excited to have him. On the other side of him is another returning starter in the secondary, Gus Faulkner, and another guy that I actually know this family pretty well. His older brother played for me in McGill too. So, but Gus is these two guys are leaders. They're great young men. They're great football players. They definitely make us a lot better being on the field. So excited to have them. I know they're going to represent us well.
Well, what's it been like being back in high school after being away in college and then at the?
Yeah, I love it. I think I was telling somebody the other day, I think the third day of spring, and I was staying down here. My family was still in Pike Road. They had not moved down yet. So I was driving to work one day, and I was talking to my wife. And she said, well, how's it going? And I think I made the comment, I can't believe I stepped away from coaching for 1 year, but even got away from high school coaching. I love the interaction with the kids. This is what I was, in my opinion, what I meant to do. I had to go see other things, and college football is a great experience. I enjoyed working for the Alabama High School Athletic Association. People were like, hey, did you hate that? I said, no, actually, it's great people. It's a good job. It just wasn't what I was, in my opinion, supposed to do. So, I knew I wanted to get back to coaching. It's been great. Fairhope's a great community. I know, when they hired me, we talked. And, I was looking to get back into coaching. I wanted to be at a place where I could raise my family, really good kids and good support. And when Fairhope checked every box. So I was really excited. And it's been great. Love the transition. It's a different work style. I mean, we're back to being a head coach where you're working 100 miles an hour, but I'd be bored if I wasn't doing it that way.
What kind of team did you inherit at Fairhope?
We got a good team. We got a good, whether or not we'll see where we end. I know this. They had some good players last year. They had 3 really talented receivers. They made a lot of plays. I know they made trades a lot easier throwing to those 3 guys. They had some linemen. They had a good team. Coach Carter did a good job. That's probably one thing too. You're not coming into a program where you feel like, man, we got to go rebuild this thing from the bottom up. Coach Carter did a good job. Kids knew how to work. They knew how to win. They knew how to be coachable. But so we're coming into a team that does have the quarterback back, which is always a help. I think I counted up. We have 4 returning starters on offense and 5 returning starters on defense. So it's not a bare cupboard. I mean, you got something to work with. And we got some really talented kids coming through. So it's a good situation where we end up this year. But I told our guys, there's not a team in our schedule we can't beat, but that goes the other way too. If we don't play well, there's not a team on our schedule that can't beat us. So, it's going to be interesting. Everybody, I can give you coach speak and say, hey, the expectations go win a state championship and all that. I don't know. We got to get into it. I want our kids to reach their potential. That is I guess a coach speak answer, but truly that's what you want. Whatever we're supposed to be, that's what I can live with myself. If we're supposed to be a 9-3 football team, a 7-5 football team, a 14-0 or whatever football team, 13-2, then that's what I'll be excited to reach that potential. But we still have so many pieces that we're trying to find out because we have 9 returning starters. We got to get into the season, and I'll have a lot better idea of who we are, where we're at. But I know this: I love the way our guys work, and we got great kids. They take coaching. They can take information on day 1 and they can apply it to day 2. And that's what I love about our guys. You're not having to just constantly repeat the same things over and over and over. So I'm excited. Where we end up, I don't know. But I know this: we'll go compete. We'll be prepared.
Coach, I see you guys starting off with a Florida team, Pace. Why that out-of-town game?
I didn't do that schedule, but I'll tell you this: Pace High School is a good football program. I inherited that schedule, which is fine. That's a good team. They're good. They have a running back committed to South Alabama. He's a really good football player. I think they went 10-2 last year. They're good. They're well coached. It's a great environment. I've tried to do my research. I think it's, to me, there's nothing more special than Alabama high school football, but the Panhandle of Florida is probably most like high school football in Alabama than any other parts of this area. So we're going to go into a good environment with a really good football team that's well coached. It should be a great game.
Coach, what did you learn from the spring outing, whatever you want to call it, against Saraland? What did you find out there, and what questions do you need to have answered here in the next couple of weeks?
There's always that first year, and I've always advised guys that work for me that went on to become head coach, I say, don't play a spring game your first year. Because there's nothing good that can come out of it. You're probably not ready for it. And if you have a bad experience, then the whole town's, man, look, this is what we got. But so me and Coach Kelly talked, I said, hey, I don't want to turn on the scoreboard, and I don't want to play a real game, but we need the competition. They're really good. We know that. Coach Kelly's done a great job. That program's one of the elite in the state. So I wanted our boys to go against that competition and see what it is. In 8 to 9 days of practice, were we ready to go compete in a competition? No. But that's okay. And we did get to see a lot of guys. We had, I will say this thing, we had 6 or 7 guys that would probably start for us, not dress and play in that game. But it was good because even guys that were behind them, we needed to see them. I mean, there's some questions. We were talking about it yesterday. There's some questions that got answered. Or at least we know where some young guys are. Because it's one thing to do it in practice, but when you go do things against another team, you get to see. So, it allowed us to kind of see where we're at against a great competition. So I was excited that we played it. Like I said, were we ready? No. But, like I said, we didn't play a real game. And that's why we did it that way.
So in the next couple of weeks, what do you need to see from your guys before y'all?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we've had a good summer, and good thing you get to do a lot in the summer now than back in the old days when I was coming up. But, so we got to really this summer we really poured into like our passing game. That's why you do the 7-on-7. So I think we advanced there. But really, we got to find some depth in some key positions. Like I said, we lost all 3 receivers from last year, so we got to continue to find who's those guys, who's those playmakers. Who can you count on when the game's on the line? And I know up front, always on the O-line and D-line, there's always questions there. So how many guys can we play? I mean, how many guys do we trust going in the game they're going to go compete at the level we need them to? And then who can you count on the O-line? So I think we have 2 returning starters from last year on the O-line, so there's 3 spots that we're trying to figure out who that is. So those are the questions that got to get answered. Because like I said, we open up with a really good opponent first game of the year at Pace. If we're not ready, we'll get exposed.
What's your memory of facing Fairhope in your previous life, and what's the community like compared to maybe what you thought it was going to be?
Well, Fairhope's obviously one of the best places to live in the Southeast. I mean, I guess that's my opinion, but I think that's the opinion of a lot of people. It's a great community. I know when we played them in years past, they were well coached. They were tough. They were tough, physical kids, and they were disciplined. They didn't beat themselves. They were going to be where they're supposed to be. You had to go earn it if you were going to beat them. And then I got kind of the privilege of going and coaching again, recruiting them when I was in college. So I recruited kids at Fairhope, and they were always tough kids. They were structured, they were disciplined. And then, when I was at Prattville and places like that, we would see them on film, sometimes with common opponents, like when we had gotten to playoffs. Same thing, kids played hard, they were disciplined. That's the same, that was my experience coming in, and it's the same when I got here. We got great kids. We don't have many discipline issues. You're not getting bogged down on your days having to deal with stuff that's not in football. And you got great support from the community. They care, and they want to win. They do, but they also have perspective. They want this to be a great experience for their kid. And to me, I think it's one of those places where it's truly high school football, the way high school football should be, in my opinion. But it's been great. In my experience, my thoughts on it, I've been proving that correct since I've been here.
Coach, have you done a test run of the cannon yet? Have your feelings changed about the cannon?
Back before, did not like the cannon. Before when we played, I remember at McGill, I was the head coach at McGill, and that was like the goal. I remember we said, hey, we're telling our defense, we do not want that cannon to fire. Do not. The only time it's going to fire when they run out of the paper to start the game. We got to experience it once in the spring game. We shot it off there. And then we did a kids camp a couple weeks ago, and I wanted them to have like a game day experience. So we brought them down to the stadium, and we fired the cannon there. So I hope I get to hear it so much that I don't even pay attention to it anymore. So, but that's a really neat tradition, and that's pretty cool that we got there.
I've heard it a bunch, and I still don't get used to it. Good luck with that. What do you think about the new 6A playoff format, where you get 6 teams in each region, and good, bad?
I get it. I think 6A is a unique deal because you only have 32 teams. You had an open week. It made perfect sense. And I think 6A is a little bit different, where you could argue, and you probably could argue this with any classification. Sometimes some regions, if we're real with ourselves, some regions there's 5 or 6 teams that could make the playoffs, and they could probably beat 90% of the other teams in the state, and that kind of was stacking itself up if you looked at the history of the same group of teams to get into the playoffs. And now, it truly was a win-win. You're getting more teams in, more opportunities for teams to play a playoff game, to host a playoff game, which is more gate revenue for everybody, right? For the football, for the band, for the cheerleaders, for everybody. Getting that high school experience. And so, and it did end naturally. The state didn't have to create anything to make this happen. There was already an open week. You can move things back, and it made for a good situation. So it is a little strange. You got 6 out of 8 teams getting in the playoffs. Like I said, we talked about earlier, if you're one of the teams that don't get in the playoffs, and that's probably tough, right? But so yeah, I'm excited. And look, there's no guarantees. We got to go earn it. We got to get there. But I like it. I think it gives more chances to play the game that we all love.
In your year at the association, what did you learn from that view of everything that you didn't know maybe, or you didn't think about much when you were in coaching?
It's kind of like when you're a kid or a teenager, you think you know, and then you become an adult and you realize, I didn't know squat, right? So that's the same thing. When you're a high school football coach, you see it from one perspective. You see it from one window or one tunnel. Then you get an association, you realize there's so many thoughts I have, and I realize it's just not the way it is. You have really good people, and those are big jobs up there. And I'll say this to defend Pete Harmon and that staff. They're understaffed. That's a big job. And football, even though in my opinion I love the sport, so I'm going to obviously think it's the best sport in the state. But football is about 20 to 30% of what that office has to deal with. So, and when you're a football coach, you think the world needs to stop for you. And that's just natural, okay? But up there, it don't. There's all types of sports, student athletes, a lot of issues. That office has to deal with so much on a daily basis that most people just don't get it. And they won't get it unless they had to go live it. So, and I was one of those. But yeah, I learned a lot that It's truly about the student athlete, and you have to make a decision when you're in that office that affects all sports and all kids, not just 6A, 7A football in the state of Alabama.
Coach, being somebody that's worked in college, worked in the AHSA, would you talk about the state of high school athletics right now? We've talked a lot over the past couple of days about NIL, transfer portal, all those things, so I'm sure you probably have a unique perspective.
Yeah, and I'll take the bait on the NIL. So, but you know, I'll say this: NIL is a blanket word, but it's not a this or that question. It's really not. Okay, NIL. I think if you're talking about God's giving somebody ability, all right, and another group of people, company that wants to use that ability to sell their product, to make profit off that person's ability, whether that's entertainment or whatever. You know, I don't know if that's the true, purest form. Hey, I've got an ability. I bless a lot of people by entertaining them or whatever. This company is going to give me a contract because they can sell their product. You know, that's what true NIL was supposed to be, right? And I think, and I don't know if I want to answer that, you know, professional versus amateur, right? But I think the issue that people have is it starts out that it's not that, it becomes pay for play. And how do you manage that? How do you control that, right? And then it's this question that I always talked about when I was in the office. Hey, what's best for the individual or what's best for the game of football? Yeah, obviously the last 5 or 6 years, the rules are great for the individual. And who am I as an individual to tell somebody they can or can't do something, right? All right. But also, I'm also have hopefully the wisdom, like, is this what's best for the game of football and the sport? Does it create fair play? I mean, because that's tough when you're sitting there, hey man, I'm trying to do things the right way. I'm training, but I know I have no chance because I'm going to get outbid by another school. And I know the college level's dealing with that one. That's a whole, you know, another rabbit hole to go down. But high school athletics, I still think it's pure. I mean, I know other parts of the world or other parts of the country, you may be getting into this and that, but that's why I want a place like Fairhope. I still think it's still pure high school athletics where it's about community, it's about representing the community. That's just my opinion. So I do think it's changing probably a little bit, but not. I'll say this: there's a lot of like worry out there. I think we did a study when I was at the association, but 91% of the kids who started at their high school, their 9th grade year, finished at their high school. So there's this notion out there that everybody's transferring, everybody's going here. 91% of the kids don't transfer. They still want to start in their community and finish in their community. You got some high-profile players. And like I said, I'm not going to go down that path. I mean, like I said, to get to what's right for the individual, right for the game. Yeah, I have a different perspective on it. But man, I coached, I was at college, and we'd have kids who would I'll say this, who wanted to stay at Tulane. Coach, I love it here. I want to be here. But this school is going to pay me 4 times the amount of money to go. And I don't want to go, but I have to go. And you can honestly look at them, and you're not mad at the player. The rules are allowing them to do that. I'm not mad at the kid. Hey, I get it, man. Somebody offers me 4 times the amount of money they're going to pay me. I'd have to strongly look at that, and I think everybody in the room would. So, but how does that fare for everybody else, and how do you I don't know, how do you monitor that? I don't know. That's a roundabout answer to a short question. Sorry, but that's the best I got.
Coach, back to Trey a little bit before we get the guys up there. You've had some good quarterbacks, obviously. When you've been coaching, how does he fit in there, and what are his strengths?
Trey is as talented as any quarterback I am, coach, and I mean that. And he can make all the throws. He's an athlete. Obviously, he's one of the best basketball players in the state. He works every day. And what I love about Trey is he is a true grinder, gym rat, whatever you want to call it. He only knows one thing. He knows I'm going to be at football on this day. When I leave football, I'm probably going to go spend all day at basketball. I'm going to travel and do this. I'm going to come back and play football. I'd say this, he reminded me a lot, different style of athlete, but I remember when I had Bubba Thompson with you, and Bubba was a big baseball guy. And I told people when I get questions from like the Major League Baseball scouts, can he handle that lifestyle? I was like, he's already doing it. He's in hotel rooms, he's traveling, he's going from here. I worry about a guy like Bubba and a guy like Trey when he's got to slow down. Can he deal with when life just slows down and he's got to just, because all he knows is to go. I know this spring he was in my office every morning about 6:30, 6:45, wanting to go through the practice script for that day or watch the practice from the day before. So I love the kid. He's got a great skill set. He can make every throw. He's going to go play college sports somewhere. I hope it's football or if he wants to play basketball, but he deserves that opportunity. And I think he's going to get that opportunity. He's very excited for him. He makes my first year. It makes me feel a lot better going into the season having a trigger man.
Okay, let's get Trey up there. Hey Trey, talk about what you just heard from the coach. How does that make you feel?
I mean, it makes me feel good. I mean, Coach Ross, he's great. He's been great all year. He's helped me so much. I mean, I feel like I've gotten so much better and, you know, grown so much since I've been with him, and just like trying to like go in the mornings and stuff. It's helped me so much. And, I mean, I did that a little bit, but not as much as I did with him, because I feel like, you know, I get in there and with him and watch film, and just I've grown so much. Even like the spring game, I felt so much more comfortable in the spring game than I did even all last year playing, because I just felt like I knew what I was doing every single play.
What particular areas do you think he's helped you grow in this year?
Well, last year I feel like we had a lot more kids that we could just throw it deep and they would just like go get it and stuff. I've had to get a lot more like accurate and like throw it like a lot more short game stuff and intermediate stuff, and even just like studying film, like watching film. I've gotten so much better watching film and don't know what I'm looking at, and like I've had to learn a lot more plays this year too, like just remember what to do and everything.
What about basketball? You had kind of a breakthrough year last year for you guys. Are you planning on playing again this year, depending on college, or what's your?
I'm playing basketball this year.
Trey, you look like you gonna grow a couple more inches. How do you do it, man? I mean, you're doing all these sports. You want to be in the gym. For the people that watch, just tell them what does it take to be a top level athlete such as yourself?
I just love doing it. That's all I've ever really done. I just love like playing sports. I love competing. I'm never going to back down an opportunity to like compete. So I just love to be in the gym. I'd rather be in the gym than really do anything else, like in the gym or at the field or something, working out. That's what I just love to do. Always what I've done.
Talk about the recruiting, your recruiting. What sort of interest have you received?
I've been talking more mid-major. Basketball's been picking up a lot more recently, but football is really good in spring and summer. It was going good in spring and summer, but trying to play the season, see how it goes after the season, middle of the season, see how it goes.
Which one would you want to play in college if you had your druthers?
I'd play either of them. Like I said, I just love to compete. I don't really care which one I play, to be honest.
Is it the mindset Coach talked about you're always on the go? Is that just if you slow down and you just had to go home after school and watch General Hospital or something? Would that be your problem?
I guess I'm just doing stuff with my little brother. You know, probably in the driveway shoot with him if I'm at home or something.
Trey, do you know what General Hospital is?
He does look more.
There's YouTube now.
Just talk about this season. What is the goal for the team, and now that Coach Ross is in, and how do you feel?
I mean, obviously we're trying to win a state championship, go as far as we can, but I just think that to have a great year, win the regional would be good, but you know, just have a great year with the team and stuff, because last year obviously I'm a senior, just hopefully have as much fun as I can this year.
In terms of your year, are you all football right now, or will you sneak in a little basketball? Where are you at?
I mean, I'll be doing both, yes. I'm not at football practice, I'll probably be doing basketball. I won't nothing like playing basketball, but shooting and stuff. I'm gonna get hurt.
Not that I know I'm gonna take his spotlight. I always people would ask me about Bubba, and I said, y'all realize he'd play a game on Friday night, okay? He was in the batting cage Saturday morning, all right? Trey's very similar. In the springtime, he would go 2 for 3 on the baseball field, and then he'd send me comments about the huddle practice film that he was not at, but he watched. Sometimes that night, said, Coach, I saw y'all put in 2 new routes. I need to know the reads on this. So guys like Trey, guys like Bubba, those guys, they're wired different. They're wired different. And you got to do both, probably to be good at both. So I didn't want to cut in.
Trey, do you know Riley at all? I mean, he was in the same situation pretty much with basketball, football type situation. Do you talk to him? Do you know?
Yes, sir. I talked to him. I know him pretty well, actually. We talked a little bit. Not as much recently because, you know, obviously he's got a lot going on, but like last year we talked a lot more for the season and stuff, and kind of got his thoughts on what he thinks after doing everything. But, yeah, I know him pretty well.
What did he tell you should do?
he told me kind of what I mean, he wanted to do basketball, and then football just came in.
Yeah.
He got to do stuff, but we'll see what happens.
So Fairhope's sort of becoming quarterback central. Then you got the starter, Jack State, you got little Phil Rivers thing and Gunner down there. And what do you think about that? It just feels like quarterbacks congregating in Fairhope.
I mean, it's awesome because, you know, when Katie comes back in town or we go to throw, when I went out to Jacksonville State this year, I just had a great connection with Katie and stuff already, you know. His little brother Trotter's on the team, so I know Trotter real well too, so it's awesome. Gunner, I've got to throw with Gunner multiple times. He's great too.
All right, thanks, Trey. Good. What's going on, guys?
Let's go.
All right, so talk a little bit about the defense. We know Caleb and Trey are offensive guys. How they're going to be defensively?
I think we have a chance to be really lethal on defense. I think, especially down the road as we grow, I think we can be a pretty good defense, pretty sound. We got a couple of returning guys, and we got a couple young guys to fill those spots. I think we'll have a lot of speed on defense, and I think we'll hit really physical and be pretty tough.
What did you think of Coach Ross when he first came in? What was his first words that you remember? Of course, you were probably playing baseball, I guess, at the time, but what was it?
He already knew my family, so we had a little connection there. He had coached my brother when they won the state championship in 2015, and so we, probably first time I met him, he was meeting my mom in the Final Four basketball, and I've liked him since the start, and I think he's a great coach, great opportunity for us, and we're blessed to have him, and I think he's really going to help us this season, and my final year of football as a high schooler, and I want to rather have anybody coaching me than him. So.
When you're at practice, kind of handicap what Trey brings to the table on the other side.
What do you mean by handicap?
Well, just what type of quarterback? What do you see from a defensive back, linebacker standpoint about him compared to what you see on Friday nights?
In practice, I always, I try to talk a little crap to Trey and try to get under his skin a little bit, but I see him being a leader over there and, commanding the offense, and love to see it, and just things like that. But I always try to just read his eyes, and, we'll be doing some live things at the end, and I'll just try to get in his head a little bit, and things like that.
Does it work, Trey? Does it get in your head?
Who's the better trash talker?
Honestly, I'd probably say him, but I don't know. He might say me.
What do you want to do? What's your goal for this year and then after high school? What do you want to do?
Just want to have a great season this year and, make it as far as we can. And obviously, a big goal would be to win the region. And, but, goals for me, I definitely want to, continue to play football and just be the best, athlete I can be and push myself every day and just try to get better. And, but yeah.
You committed to Tulane, right?
Yes, sir.
What was it about Tulane that made it special for you?
I went there and the coaching staff felt right, everything about it. I really liked the atmosphere and, just the campus. I mean, everything felt right. I love the defense coordinator, Coach Polk. He recruited me a lot. He's a young, energetic guy who I would love to play for. And they just got a new head coach. I like him a lot. And I just think it'd be a great opportunity, and it's a great fit for me. And I could definitely see myself playing there and striving there and maybe having a chance to get on the field someday. So I feel like it'd be a great fit for me.
Coach Ross give you any inside information about Tulane?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Him coaching there, it helped the connection from the start. Yeah.
Give you the best place to eat, the best places to eat.
There's too many. You couldn't live there a lifetime and eat all the spots in the world. So I told him a few.
You put on 20 pounds, correct, during the off season. Like, what was your secret? I mean, he's talking about food and whatnot, but like, what was your secret for doing that to put that weight on?
I was in the gym a lot, and I would really probably work out too much. I would probably work out over 7 times a week. Not giving my body much rest, but doing that and trying to stay, quick and have that speed and try to maintain both of those. But I would, be in the gym a lot. I went to no off season, worked out there a lot, and they, correlated things well there with, doing agility and speed work as well as, getting into the weights and putting on that muscle as well. So.
All right, Coach. Guys, appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Look forward to seeing y'all this year.
A very difficult thing for him, but he's dealing with it and moving on. And our entire school and team has tried to show him a lot of love during the last few months. Aaron Ashley is our starting junior quarterback. Aaron has been our starter for 2 years. He was thrust into that role as a freshman in 2024. Last year, he had a breakout, record-breaking season. He's also an outstanding safety on defense. For the 2025 season, he completed 87 of 173 passes for 1,611 yards, which is a new school record. He threw 20 touchdown passes this past season, which is first in school history. In the last 2 years, he has completed 138 passes for 2,064 yards. He had this past season 139 carries for 724 yards rushing, which is also a new school record for us. Overall, he scored 17 touchdowns, which is also a school record for us. Scored 120 points for the season. On defense, he intercepted 6 passes, played in an all-star football game in Gatlinburg back in December. Showed a lot of toughness throughout the season against Southern Prep. Suffered a very bad broken nose, and he came back the rest of the season and played the entire season. But both these guys we expect to be great leaders on our team this year, and excited to see what they're going to do.
Well, talk about the team this year, Coach. Overall, obviously you're in the HSAA now, in the new private school league, playing 11-man football again. How do you feel about it?
Well, I heard Lou Holtz one time talk about his schedule, and said he slept like a baby. He woke up every 2 hours and cried. But I can kind of relate to that to some degree. It's going to be a tremendous challenge stepping into AHSAA. We're appreciative of the AISA and what they did for us, but we're looking forward to get into this conference. For me, that's what I grew up in and coached in the public schools, and I've seen a lot of familiar faces and old friends, and it's been good to get reacquainted. I would say too, I feel like the move has motivated our guys. I feel like they've worked extremely hard. We've had our best summer workouts we've had in our school history as far as participation and efforts. Very pleased with what we've been able to get done this summer. We lost 7 great seniors off of last year's team, but we're excited of what we got coming up this year. Mentioned Dallion being one of our seniors, also Declan Graham being one of our anchors on our offensive and defensive line. Samuel Krause, Beast-Sniper County North started either nose guard or defensive end. We'll also see time at tight end and fullback. Among our juniors, mentioned Aaron already. Lucas Merchant is one of our best game breakers, you might say. He was our fastest player last year and will be again this year. He had 26 catches for 643 yards last year, scored 10 touchdowns. Also was our punter, averaged 30.6 yards per punt, was in on 45 tackles, had 3 interceptions. We got 3 new juniors this year, Archie Creel, Jack Lackey, Leighton Slater. Feel like these 3 will be great additions to our football team as well. Among our linemen, one of kind of an anchor of our offensive line is Ori Hewitt. Ori was a freshman starter for us at center last year. He didn't start the first game, and one of our coaches said, let's try Ori at center. And he took to it like a duck takes to water, as they say, and did a fantastic job. He blocked 77% of his assignments through the season. Other linemen, some of these are new, but have a lot of potential. Again, they're going to be young, but Adam Lowell, Austin Morris, Abram Mulladoo, Bennett Wills, Fisher Lassiter, David Butts, Hurston Jay. All these are going to be really fun football players down the road. As far as receivers and backs, Emmett Arnold is one of our top returning defensive backs and receivers. Phoenix Dixie, we're looking to have a great season for us at receiver. Colton Givens was a freshman last year, be a sophomore this year. Colton has an awful lot of ability, a lot of talent. Bryce McNelledge will be another that could see time at outside linebacker. Kyler Merchant, Jacob Dunlap. All these we're looking for big things from them this season.
What went into the decision to join the AHSAA coach and play in that?
Well, it wasn't that we looked around, we dominated the AISA, so let's see what we can do at the next level. That was not the case. The biggest, I guess, a couple of big things for us is, one, travel was one of the biggest things. Our shortest road trip during the regular season last year was to Montgomery. And so we had 2 trips to the Montgomery area, and then we had 3 other trips that were 4-hour trips there, another 4 back. And for football, that was tough enough, but you can imagine our other sports, basketball and other sports, playing on a Tuesday night or a Thursday night and having to come back to school the next day. So that was a biggie. And just the, like I said, the proximity, got so many opponents here that are, for us, you know, like traveling to Mobile, that's going to be a piece of cake compared to what we have been doing. So travel was a big factor in that. And of course, the challenge of playing in a great conference that we know the AHSAA is.
Coach, last year in your league, and I think it was a 1-year deal, competing in 8-man, right?
Yes, sir.
What's it been like, you know, retooling back to 11-man?
That's a great question. It's been an adjustment, but it hadn't been a long time ago since we were playing 11-man. So really, as far as what we did scheme-wise last year in 8-man, we were running the same schemes on offense and defense, just like on offense, removing 2 tackles, removing a slot. Defensively, basically removing a safety and removing, again, 2 of your linemen. And again, there's pros and cons to that, but I know last year, even late in the season, it was hard to get used to a field that was more narrow, so it feels more natural, I guess, really being back in 11-man than being an 8-man. But the kids made the transition, I think, pretty smoothly.
How are your numbers, Coach? Have they increased?
We've increased some. I guess in the entire program right now, I say entire program, 7 through 12, we got 29 kids. Grades 9 through 12, we got 22, which again for us is better. It's trending in the right direction, I would say.
And did y'all build a stadium? Are y'all in a stadium now?
We did, yes, sir. So again, that's tremendously exciting too. The stadium itself has been completed. They put some finishing touches on the field. The road side out last week. So praying that all that is good to go by the first game. Watch Mondays they put the scoreboard up. Excited to see that. And the goalpost went up yesterday. So there's some finishing touches, but it should be good to go for our first game. And we're going to be excited to play on campus. It's going to be a big deal.
Coach, who do you guys have right out the gate?
Great question. We played Christian Collegiate our first game in Gulfport. Never have played them before. We had tried to schedule them in the past, but schedules didn't align and all that. Our first game at our new stadium would be St. Luke's. So that's going to be a tough opponent to christen the stadium. We got St. Luke's. We'll come back the next week. We go to Cottage Hill, to Mobile Christian. Going to be very challenging both weeks there. We have an open date. We'll come back with Bayshore. They have a great program there. Playing Northside Methodist, Providence Christian, Bayside Academy. So we're going to have some very challenging opponents for sure. But like I said, I think it has served as a motivation to our kids to work harder, and I think to our coaching staff too, to work harder and study our opponents and all of that sort of thing.
Bayshore seems like it'd be a good rivalry for you.
Well, I think so. Coach Todd does a tremendous job there, and he's been very helpful to me just in terms of somebody I can bounce questions off of and this sort of thing. But yes, as far as proximity, very close, and they've done a great job with their program. They're a young program like us. They've been around a little longer than us, but they're going to be a tremendous challenge as well. So yes, I think that's going to be a natural rivalry in terms of distance and this sort of thing.
Okay, you want to get some of your guys up there?
Yes, sir.
How do you pronounce it? Is it Dalian? Tell me how you, is that right?
Dalian, yes, sir.
Okay, come, go.
Dalian Blake.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Tell us about the excitement around Snook football this year.
There's a lot of it. I know I'm excited to get back on the field. I mean, going from last year to this year, the amount of effort and energy our guys have, increased within themselves going into this year is, I'm very proud of, me personally, because I remember last year, it was me and a couple other guys, having to yell at kids just to get some energy out of them. And this year, you go into the weight room, you got on the field, and the energy is 100% the whole time. Everybody's excited this year, especially with new guys coming in. So I'm very excited to see how the season goes this year.
What's it going to be like going from, what was it like playing 8-man and then going back now to 11?
So there were pros and cons, of course. And one thing that hurt me and a couple other guys was the narrow field. Having guys that have a lot of speed, not being able to really get to the corner and hit the sideline. When you have fast guys on the field, everybody says the sideline's your best friend. And however, the sideline was not your best friend in 8-man football. But as far as it being narrow and it squeezing the defense together, there were some pockets that opened up deeper down the field. That's why our fastest guy, Lucas Merchant, had such a great year. With the defense condensed, and if they had the safety playing down, it allowed Aaron to get the ball over the top to a guy that has a lot of speed. So now, however, it didn't really work out in my favor. I just put my head down and run. So.
What about going back to 11-man? Would you rather play that, or?
I would much rather play 8-man. 11-man. Our coaches, I feel like our coaches obviously have a lot more IQ going into 11-man football. However, 8-man was obviously new to everybody there. So obviously, 11 man I think was the better decision for us. I mean, I don't really care if we're small or not. We have a bunch of guys that want to play the sport of football, and if 11 man's what it brings to, then we'll play it.
Now, I see you play on both sides of the ball.
Yes, sir.
How do you go into a game to prepare for playing, on both sides?
Well, to be honest with you, my dad was the only person who ever prepared me before every game. He just told me, he said, I don't care how many touchdowns you score, I don't care how many rushing yards you have. As long as you give me 100%, that's all it comes down to. That's all my coach was asking me. I go out, play both sides of the ball. And I mean, there were times where I was gassed, don't get me wrong. I was sick the whole Evangel game. And I probably came off maybe 4 plays. And I got back on the field and I gave it my all. That's all my coach was asking me, so.
Sorry to hear about your father. What did he die unexpectedly?
So, 3 years ago, he got diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. And I was 14 at the time, so of course any 14-year-old, it's shocking to hear. But of course my dad, in my eyes, was obviously Superman, so it really didn't bother me that much because I said, you know what, my dad's gonna beat this. And between trips between here and Daphne to the Southern Cancer Center, and then we finally we were managing it with like a little chemo pill that was actually like $44,000 to pay for, which is, it's the size of a Tylenol, and it's almost $1,200 a pill. And then once we found out that it grew, we started going to MD Anderson, and that my parents were divorced. So I called my mom one day and I said, Mom, I need some help. She came in from Mississippi, and she moved in completely, and she worked 3 days in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. She'd come home Saturday night. She'd get up Sunday morning, go to church, and then take my dad to MD Anderson. And then she would come back that Wednesday night, get up, go to work. She did that for 13 weeks straight. And it took a toll on me once I figured out that it's growing and there wasn't really much way to stop it. But once it had hit the number 5 and the number 9 rib, his kidneys, and then they said that he had 3 spots on his brain, and the doctors were like, don't worry about it, we'll figure it out. Literally the next day we got a phone call, and his next scan came in and it had turned to 47 spots. So from probably January the 13th to February the 1st, which February the 1st is the day my dad passed, it took a turn for the worst. But you can ask Coach Smith. I'd be in Bible class fighting not to fall asleep, because I would literally sit with my dad and hold him till 4:30 in the morning. I'd sleep for about an hour and a half, and I'd get up and go to school, because I live in Orange Beach, so it's not the easiest drive to Snook every morning. So I did what I could do, but at the end of the day, what I ended up doing is, I think it was at 9:37 that Sunday night on February the 1st, I asked my mom to pray a prayer of release over him, saying that it was okay for him to let go. And my dad's name was 3, and then once my mom got finished with that prayer, he took 3 breaths, and then he was gone. So it definitely took a toll on me and my family, but the only way to get through it was trusting the man upstairs. So that's what I'm doing.
I don't even know what to say. Goodness bless you. Man.
How were your teammates for you through that?
My teammates have always been there for me. Me and Aaron especially have been close because we play baseball together. He's a pitcher, I'm a catcher, so we kind of have a different relationship than other people do throughout the school. But he's always been there for me. His family's always been there, kind of surrounding me, and I've kind of always been there for him too. So we kind of have that bond on and off the field. I'll probably call him 5 to 6 times a week just to say, hey man, how's the family? And he does the same. But my teammates have always been there for me, especially my coaches. My coaches have gone above and beyond for my family. The day of my dad's funeral, the principal actually excused an absence for anybody who wanted to show up to the funeral. Every bit of my teammates were there, my coaches. Even if there's coaches that are coaching and they have stuff to do off campus, they were there too. And I actually transferred in from Orange Beach, and there was about probably 75 people from Orange Beach High School who came that my dad had coached through rec ball and stuff like that.
Fantastic, man.
Let's get Aaron up there. Thank you, man. Hey, Aaron.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Not bad myself.
What do you think about when you hear your friend's testimony there about going through all that?
He's a great guy, and like he said, I'll always have his back and he'll have mine. I'm going to be there every step of the way for him. Hopefully we get a chance to play in college together. That would be an amazing thing. It's one of my personal goals. But he's a great kid. He's going to do great things.
You excited to play 11-man football in the HSAA this year? Talk about that.
Yes, sir, I am. 8-man was a very fast pace, less guys, more. Field opened up a lot more, honestly. I mean, like you said, safety comes down. I mean, that let Lucas get over the top, just drop one in there. He'll go 65 yards. I mean, he's blazing fast. Nobody's going to catch him. But 11-man, I feel like is a more fundamentally sound game. There's a lot more schemes that go into it. There's a lot more coaching that needs to go into it, such as, the pulling guards and all the route combinations to open up the middle, such as a slant route with a wheel. I mean, that wheel is going to open up. If they're playing man, that should take away the outside linebacker to go with him. Will hit that slant right there. So there's a lot more fundamental game. You've got to use your brain a lot more. With 8-man, you could just it was just pretty much off a reaction because it feels so much shorter. I mean, it's such a faster paced game than 8-man.
And I think that 8-man probably felt like arena football.
It did. It did.
I know I watch that all the time. Your two positions, you in a peculiar position, have playing DB and quarterback. So you know how to read the defense because you play the defense. So what is your completion rate from last season?
Last season I completed 50% of my passes.
And I'm assuming you're trying to improve on that this season.
Oh yes, sir. I'm aiming for at least 65.
How exciting is it gonna have a new stadium there at the school to play on campus?
I am pumped. I'm so pumped. Me and Coach Smith, one day after one of our morning practices, we went out there. And that's when they first started laying that first roll of sod. We just went out there. We took it in. We discussed some of our future goals for that stadium. It's going to be exciting. Obviously, I get to play alongside my brother, and that's always a great thing. It's always a great feeling to play alongside with the ones you love.
What about playing? You're going to get to play some teams around here. Obviously, the drives are going to be less for the most part. You fired up about that?
No, I didn't mind the drives, to be honest with you. I didn't mind the drives at all, but I was asleep most of the rides. But the drives means I get to get home earlier, take a shower faster, get into bed quicker, and we play on some Thursdays. So with the shorter drives, it'll make Friday mornings a whole lot more easier to get up because we usually have a lot of tests on Friday. So that should make a whole big difference.
Well, Coach, I think your police escort's here to take advantage of it. So appreciate it. Appreciate you guys for coming. Appreciate it.
It's not how the name start with, it's I guess.
I'll be at one.
Yes, sir. Come check us out. Yes, sir.
I got a text. You want to play college?
Just somebody texted me and left. There was a buzz in it.
I mean, it's a hit. I don't know, he said there's some feedback.
No, it just keeps getting harder.
Yeah, that's what I'm. And I got.
Oh, yeah. We gotta try to go out there. Oh, man. My assistant coach there. I'll let y'all pick me up after I fall down. We'll get you out.
All right, Jesse, introduce your guy, your assistant coach there.
We have Mr. Samuel Van Cleve, and who's a senior this year. We also have Mr. Henry Rayner, who's a senior this year. And we have one of the most active assistant coaches in the country, Mr. Carter Todd there. He never runs out of energy. Filmer, energy, water, you just name it. My man can take care of it.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about how you feel about Bayshore, where you're at, second year coach. Is that second?
Yeah, third year of our program, second year as a coach. We are very excited. I mean, if you graded our success last year, man, I was super happy and super excited. We played a tough schedule, obviously. We had 24 guys that could play, and we played a lot of teams that had 50 players. So, I mean, we had no injuries. That was a huge success. We had more passing yards than we'd ever had in school history, which is a very short history, but that was exciting too. We had 4 seniors, so we did not have a very big senior class. We got a lot of guys coming back. Now on our roster, we've got 34 kids. So our season was so successful in my estimation that we were able to go get 10 kids that were in our school. These aren't kids from outside of our school. These were 10 kids that were inside of our school and got them to come play with us. And that's going to be how we build this. We're going to build it from the middle school. We're going to build it from our school itself. And we're going to convince kids that what we're offering in our football program is something that they're going to take with them for the rest of their life. We want them to finish as seniors and say, man, I really enjoyed that experience. That is something that I'm going to take with me for the rest of my life. And that is our main goal right now. And once we do those things, the winning on the field will be a huge success as well. I believe that when we do it the right way and we build the foundation the right way, that success will come every single year.
What do you feel like the strengths of this group might be?
Leadership, and also we've got some older young men. We've got 8 seniors this year. We also have our junior class. It is also a good sized class. Our sophomore class is a good sized class. So we have more older kids in the program. I would like to in the future get to a situation where you don't have to play freshmen. Our mentalities are probably a little bit different than other mentalities of small schools. All of our young men play both ways, and they have to play both ways. When you have such few kids, we're not going to play the same kids the entire game on offense and defense and special teams. We have to, I'm a big believer in this. Injuries are going to come when you're fatigued. And I think when you can keep kids fresh, you really avoid non-contact injuries. And that's our biggest goal, is to keep healthy and to put kids out there and to develop them in roles that they may not even see themselves in. Obviously, all of these young men are going to play both ways. But instead of one young man playing 120 snaps a game, we would really like to limit that to 75, 80 snaps a game. And we got to be creative, because the only position group that you really can't do that with is the offensive line. The offensive line really has to have some continuity there. But defense, we can swap a lot of defensive line guys out of there. We can swap some linebackers in and out of there. We can swap receivers out, running backs out. We can really rotate in those areas. The only areas that's a little tougher to rotate on the offense is going to be quarterback and offensive line. You really need some continuity with those guys. But we have a plan, and our number one plan is to be safe. And then after that, it's to build. Just keep building these young men.
You coached a lot of years. You retired from public schools. What brought you back and keep bringing you back to coach these young men?
So it's funny, when I retired from public schools, I was never going to coach football again.
I had gotten disillusioned with football, especially. I'd only coached at 6 and 7, 8 levels, some very successful teams, been part of some great organizations. The game of football has changed pretty dramatically with how parents, what their expectations are, what some young men's expectations are, what the public's expectations might be. You're putting in at the level that I was working at easily 110, 120 hours a week during the season. I was coaching everyone else's son, and I was not coaching my son. I was basically, my wife was essentially a single parent for 6 months out of the year. And that's kind of what turned me off from it. Fast forward a few years later, and God certainly has plans that my plans really don't matter in God's eyes. And He put me in a position to be a part of a program that builds with great values of really probably a throwback to what I want high school football to really be about, which is not bringing in any other kids. Does that make sense? There are no transfers at Bayshore. We have one kid that transferred in this year as a 9th grader. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We're not getting kids in to play football or any athletics for that matter. And that's what we want. We want to take Bayshore kids and develop them to be athletes, and the best athletes that they can be. And we want our program to be about brotherhood, sacrifice. We want it to be about being selfless. We want it to be about doing your best. And if that's not good enough, that's okay, because that's the way life works. And I think sometimes that as football coaches, it's hard at that 6 and 7A level, because I made so much money. If we weren't successful, I was going to be fired. And that's reasonable. I mean, that's a reasonable expectation when you make the type of money that we're making now at those levels. Well, that's not what we're about at Bayshore. We're about developing young men. We're about them taking this program with them for the rest of their life, and using the hard days to be better husbands, to be better fathers, to not say, I don't want to use the transfer portal, but I think in marriages we're using the transfer portal a little too much. Man, this is hard. Let me go and jump in the transfer portal here and see what I can find, else that's out there that might be easier. But yet you're the problem, and you're just going to run into the same problems 4, 5, 6 years down the road. I believe in this game, and I believe what it teaches young men, and I hope that we are a leader in what that should be. Like I said, I've been very, very fortunate. Been part of 2 state championship teams. It was awesome. And guess what? The next day, we were waking up thinking how we're going to do it again the next year. I think some of my biggest regrets as a coach were how I, as a young coach, treated players that could not offer maybe something on the field, if that makes sense, guys. Because I had to focus all my time on guys that could offer something on the field. Because if we didn't do well, I was going to get fired. Well, that's not the reason that I'm at Bayshore, and that's not what we're about here. I can use all the great experiences that I've had, pour into these young men, make them as successful as they can possibly be, right? And then make them feel proud of that. I mean, that's what I'm excited about with the program they're bringing. I think we're doing it a little bit differently than the way that the world is doing it right now.
Coach,
sorry, that was too long.
Coach, talk about your schedule. I see you guys on the road first to Fruitdale. Talk about, playing on the road again, about the rest of the schedule.
No, so our situation's unique. We do not have a home stadium. So we have to kind of switch up our home schedule based on Daphne is allowing us to use Tryon twice. And then we're still looking for a location for a home game. So that's exciting with the year coming up right here. So we have to do it a little bit differently. But we go to Fruitdale. We go to our furthest game, which is I'm kind of excited about, is just in Dothan. So we only have to travel one time that's more than 3 hours. Everything else is really, an hour, 15 minutes, which I cannot complain about. Last year, we had 4 trips that were all over 2 hours. And that's not as bad as some teams, but I had never experienced that in 6 and 7A football. You may have one large travel game, and the rest were, fairly reasonable on your travel dates there. But I'm really excited. We have some tough teams, and we're not going to hide away from that. We're not going to talk it down. Mobile Christian, Bayside, and Cottage Hill, much larger than we are. But that's okay. We're not afraid of that. We're not looking away from that. We're not going to talk down, as we're not going to be able to compete in those games. We do have some teams that are very similar to our size that we're very thankful for. But we're going to take the schedule that we have and we're going to embrace it. We're going to get the kids excited about playing these new teams. We're playing 2 teams now that are really less than 20 miles away from where we are. We have Bayside, which is right next to us. What a great opportunity for these kids to play against kids that maybe they played with in Park League or they know really well. And then also in Snook. I mean, what a great opportunity to have 2 teams in county that we can play, whereas last year we had 0 teams in county that would play. So, that's a great opportunity. What a great opportunity to go play Mobile Christian. Look at the history of Mobile Christian. They have done it well for so long and have been so successful. Well, that's a great opportunity for us. That's a measuring stick for our building program to see. We would love to see that sort of success with the way that we're going to approach it. So very excited about our schedule, even though we realistically have 7 away games. That's okay. We got some great new home uniforms this year. We're only going to wear it 4 times, but that's okay. But we're excited about it. We're excited about it, and we're embracing this. We're not shying away from it.
Coach, you talked about developing guys off the field. Off the field, you've been through a lot in your life. How have you used your testimony to witness with these guys?
No, absolutely. What a great opportunity, right? God put me through all of these things to share, not to keep it to myself. And what a great opportunity to come to work every day. Listen, I'm paralyzed from the chest down. I fall down all the time. I get infections all the time. Life is obviously different for me. What a way to show everyone, not with my words, but by showing up every day and having a great attitude. I'm blessed. I'm blessed more than any person on this planet because I spent 6 months in a hospital with my legs not working at all. And to kind of graduate from that, even though I walk slowly, and I like the way I walk, but it may look a little different. What a great opportunity for these young men to see me use my body in a way that glorifies God, to help them become better men, and never use it as an excuse, right? I think in today's society, we live too much in this victimhood society. I'm a victim. We are not. You go on a mission trip to Guatemala, and you'll really see what hard times are. We are blessed as more as you can ever be. Okay, we have running water. We have a car. It may not be the best car in the world, but it runs. That's kind of exciting. Gas may be expensive, but that's better than walking 10 miles. Okay, sometimes we lose sight of all the blessings that we have, and we really need to come back in touch with who we are and be thankful for the things that we have. So I want to use what's happened to me not in a negative way. There's nothing negative about it. It's positive. These are life happens, and you as adults understand that, and it happens in different varying degrees. I want these guys to understand when something negative happens, what a better way to raise your testimony than to face it with your eyes up, with coming to work every day, with doing your best, and not claim that life has done you wrong or mistreated you in some way. This is a blessing. If you've got breath in your lungs, you've got the opportunity to bring people to Christ, and what better way to do?
Coach, tell us a little bit about your guys in depth. What about your quarterback?
So I hate to point kids out because I'm a believer in a team more than anything else. So we have no, when we do our end of the year banquet, there is no offensive MVP. There is no, I don't believe in it. I believe I'm as anti that as you could possibly be. But I am proud of Samuel Van Cleve for what he has done and the work that he puts in to be better. He is our career leader in passing yards as of last year, and I think he's going to break that this year again. This young man has been doubted by previous coaches, and yet he has put his head down and put in the work. He works harder than just about anybody that we have. He always wants to know how can he do it better. He's a great teammate. He's the first to show up, one of the last ones to leave. He doesn't just come out and sometimes some of your better players will shy away from some of the harder work. I know you guys have never experienced that in other jobs either, right? This guy does all the hard work too. If we need to put sprinklers out, he puts sprinklers out. If we need the water cooler filled, he fills the water cooler. You know what I mean? And that's what I love about him. And I want to use a word for all these guys that we're teaching to be servant leaders. Servant leaders. And I want them to understand these guys are all going to be leaders when they leave here. They're all going to be much better than I ever did in life. They got great ACT scores. They have great families. They're going to go be leaders in the community. And I want them to go out and not just be leaders, but understand when you have a job and when you ask someone else to do a job for you, I want them to do the worst job. You know, Adam Weingart did one of the most amazing things I ever saw. We cleaned the field house every Sunday at Fairhope. Every Sunday. We cleaned the fair, all the coaches. Top to bottom, it looked great. He always cleaned all the bathrooms. He wanted to do the worst job first. Therefore, it made me feel, picking up trash, I'm a great trash picker upper, guys. That made me feel, man, if this guy's gonna go clean the toilets, I can do anything for him. And I think if we're servant leaders and we do the worst job, it'll make the people working around us probably think that their job's okay too. Because we all have egos, right? I don't want these gentlemen to feel like I am above doing any job out there.
What about Mr. Rayner?
Mr. Rayner is an exceptional young man. He has a twin, and unfortunately his twin looks much better than him, but that's okay. I love him. He's a phenomenal guy. So a little bit about his story from last year. I had him penciled in early on as our running back. He's a big kid. He runs downhill hard. He moves his feet. Now, he might not outrun me to the sideline, but he's going to run downhill, and he's going to run through people. And that's what you want from an offensive standpoint. I'm not looking to score every play. We have few guys. I want to keep the ball as long as I possibly can, because that's the best defense. If I can hold the ball, that is the best defense you could possibly have. So I was looking for 4 or 5 yards at a time. And I think he would be phenomenal at that. Well, unfortunately, we had an injury come up, and we had to move him to center. So I took a kid that I told was going to be a running back and move him to starting offensive line. And a lot of young men would not have taken that very well. I have had kids in the past that we asked to move from a starting linebacker spot to a starting fullback or tight end spot, and they quit. Okay, and I'm asking a kid to go from running back to be the center. Okay, and this kid not only did it, he did a phenomenal job. He never had a bad attitude. He said, "Coach, I'll do whatever it makes us better." That is the type of kids that we have, and that's the type of kids that these are. And that's all you can ask for as a coach. I mean, that's all I can ask for, is that type of young man. So this year, he is going to be a fullback, running back for us, and he's also a starting linebacker. And I'm excited that from his sacrifice that he can now go out and maybe enjoy carrying the football. Now, if he drops the football, I will keep him there, but he's going to run. He's going to be a cross-country runner. If you drop the football, you now run cross-country. Football is important.
All right, Coach, you want to get Sammy up there?
Come on, Mr. Samuel Van Cleve.
You might have to move your assistant coach over there.
That's okay.
Sammy, what's going on?
Nothing much, just playing football.
Talk about this year's team. What do you think about it?
I think we're going to be a lot better. We have a couple guys coming in on the O-line that are going to be a lot better that we got from in the school. We're a lot bigger, a lot stronger. I see a lot of guys working harder in the weight room and in practice. Our energy, we move around in practice more. We're not sluggish. We're not like walking around. We're sprinting, going everywhere.
What do you see being different this year maybe than last year as far as course goes?
We have a lot more experience. I mean, we have 8 seniors this year that all played last year, and they're all coming back. We all have season under our belts. Andrew's played linebacker. We all played all these other positions. We played like 80 reps a game, 8 snaps. We're definitely a lot more. We know the game a lot better, and so that if we know it better, we can move a lot faster.
How has Coach Todd helped you along the way the last couple of years?
He's encouraged me when I screw up. He's like, "Hey, we can't do that. You got to do better." He has high expectations for me, and that's all I want. He pushes me to be great. He holds me accountable for when I do screw up, when I do walk around.
You talk about doing the worst job. What's the worst job?
Probably just like cleaning up after practice when it's like 95 degrees out and I just want to like chug a bunch of water and just go home and just like sleep.
You play 2 positions, offense and defense. Being a quarterback, like I just asked the previous quarterback from the last school, how are you able to make the adjustment in a game going from quarterback to linebacker?
I don't know. For me, I've always loved football. So that's never been a problem for me. Coach has always told me, you're not a quarterback, you're a football player. And I finally understood that coming in. It's what can I do to best help the team? And going out there and playing 100, whether it's linebacker, quarterback, if they need me on special teams, I'm there.
Do you like the new schedule with the teams y'all are playing, the private schools in the area, or do you even care?
Oh, I like it. I like the step up in competition that we got to play. I'm excited for it.
What does it mean to be at Bayshore and be a football player and be a student at Bayshore?
Part of the reason my parents put me in Bayshore way back when was because of the Christian atmosphere. We are very religious, my family. We're all Christians, and that's why we went there. It's a faith-based learning and a faith-based team. We're all encouraging each other as a brotherhood in Christ and as on the field.
What can you say about your boy Henry here?
Oh, I love him. He keeps me accountable. We both go to linebacker drills together, and we'll do hitting drills sometimes. He'll knock the crap out of me because he's bigger than me, but he'll make me dizzy a couple times. But I love him. He's full intensity, 100%. If you go walking, he'll come in, he'll knock you upside the head and be like, "Yo, man, you can't do that."
As a quarterback, what do you want to be better at this year? What do you want to see improve?
My legs, just being able to use my legs to create plays a little bit more. I didn't really do that. I kind of stayed in the pocket. When a couple times I probably should have rolled out, used my legs to extend plays.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
He's a little modest. He was not only our leading passer, but he was our leading rusher too. So he had over 1,100 yards throwing and close to 600 yards rushing too. I know, I didn't say that.
Henry, what do you expect this year?
I expect to have, we got a younger team, but we got more people than we did last year, so I think it's going to be a good year. I know we got some new competition, but that don't matter. I mean, one of them basically has our name, so we're going to make sure to give them a fight. It's Bayside, if you're wondering. You don't know how many times I've been asked, what school do you go to? I say Bayshore, and they say, oh, Bayside? No, but cool, sure. Wearing green, but that's okay. So I'm excited for this year. We got some new guys. We got a few new seniors, so I think it's going to be a good year.
Do you know some of those guys from Bayside? I mean, is that already a rivalry?
So we also play them in wrestling. So I know a few guys that are on their team. One of them, I think he still plays football. I know he does wrestling. He beat me a few times, but I beat him once. His name's Bacon. What a great name. Yeah, I know him. He's a good friend of mine, but when we're on the field, I go at him pretty much the whole time. I mean, I don't like him when I'm on the field, but right after, I give him a handshake, Good game, man. It's okay. I like you, maybe. So yeah, there was a little bit of a rivalry, but it's going to be a lot better now.
What do you think when Coach said, well, we're moving you from running back to center?
Well, I told him, actually I didn't tell him this, but one of my friends told him that I played center at a rec league for football for Fairhope. So that kind of, I think, got him like, oh, you used to play center? All right, sick. But I was still holding the ball. I know I wasn't running back, running the touchdowns and whatnot, but I was holding the ball, so, and I still played both ways, so it was just as fun. And being on a smaller team, I've gotten to play like everywhere, and I love that about this school because I've had all the experiences. I've been the center on the line, I've been backup for like the guards and tackles, I've been on the defensive line, I've been linebacker, special teams, you name it. And it's been great, every position.
Kicker?
Not yet, but maybe, probably not.
Coming soon.
Sounds like Coach challenged you to a race. Did you hear that?
I did hear that. Yeah, we might have to run that up today, Coach.
We can do it.
So as a father of twins, I've got to go back to your comment about that. I know how competitive twins are now. Twin brother, twin sister?
Twin brother. So he's right on the team with me.
Okay, so talk about that relationship, and I can tell that you're a very, very competitive person. Would you attribute some of that to being a twin?
Oh yeah. Me and him, so he decided to play all the sports I'm playing after I decided what sports I'm going to play, just so he could beat me at them. So as of yet, he has not beat me at them. I know he plays a different position, but we both know if he tries to tag me, he's going to. So yeah, that definitely helps me out a lot. But I also have another older brother who's he just graduated college, got married, all that mushy stuff. That I really looked up to him a lot, and he tried to start the football team. I remember him like sending letters to the school. It was kind of crazy, but then they finally listened right after he left, and now me and my brother get to play football. So I'm very thankful for him. I geeked on him that hey, I actually got on the football team. You didn't, huh? But you know, yeah, me and my twin and my older brother, we played some backyard football. That's for sure.
Yeah. Same question I asked Sammy, what does it mean to be at Bayshore, to play on the team?
To play on the Bayshore team, so we started up, I've been here since we started the team, and it's been, I've been blessed to be there for that. But to be on Bayshore's team, it means that you're representing God every time you step on that field. So whenever you're thinking about freaking out, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's not going our way, we're losing like 20-0, what's going on? You're out there to represent not only yourself, but see what's on your shirt, you're representing your family, and you're ultimately representing God every time you're out there. So just be disciplined, selfless, and do it all for the glory of God.
Do you like playing offense or defense better?
It'd be a lie if I didn't tell you I love hitting people, so I'm going to say defense for that one, because tackling is my favorite thing.
So did you say you played since the program started?
Yes, sir. We had a JV team, I think, in 2022 with Coach Laz, and I played that. And then ever since then, I've been on starting since 9th grade because we're a little bit smaller. But I've loved that, that's for sure.
So where can you summarize where the program's gone since that first day you went out for the first team to where it is now?
So the first time we went out for practice, I was kind of like, all right, well, I might be the only one out here who knows what he's doing. Found out there were a few other guys that used to play backyard football too. And we were kind of figuring it out. I remember playing Orange Beach that first year, and it was really bad. We didn't know where we were going. Our footwork was terrible. We didn't know how to tackle. It was pretty bad. And now, look at us. I mean, we know how to tackle, that's for sure. We're running around, we know what we're doing. We have a playbook. That's awesome. Like, we can know what we're doing before we get on the field. Like, we used to just go out there and look over the side and be like, hey, coach, what are we doing in this play? So it's definitely grown a lot from then.
Now, you had a lot of guys that had never even played football before, right, at the first start.
That's right. We had like 3 or 4 that had played football, and 2 of them were me and my brother. So it was, we had some athletic guys, like some guys that played other sports and whatnot, but nobody really, hit somebody with some pads on.
What's your plans after high school?
So I've been telling everybody for a while now that I don't know what school exactly yet, but I'm going to do like construction science and ROTC. And football might be in there somewhere, and I know that if I do ROTC with football, it's going to take up a lot of time, but I might walk on somewhere just to put on the pads again, because I don't care if I'm like 4th string. I love football. I would not stop doing it for anything. So,
what do you think football teaches you about life?
Football, it takes you into deep waters. We go into 100. Like, who does this? Like, you're not normal if you do football. Nobody likes to go and spend their summer outside, being in 200-degree weather, where it feels like you're breathing in water. Nobody likes to do that. And you're in pads, by the way. And coach challenged you to run a contest. Nobody really likes to do that, but so when you're out there, you gotta have like some grit. And whenever tough times do come, because they will come, because in life they will come, football kind of prepares you for that. And you don't only go through those hard times, you go through them well.
Were you part of this media day that first year?
I was not, no sir.
Is this your first go around?
Yes sir. Am I doing good?
Like you better for it. Did Coach give you some media lessons yesterday or something? Tell you what not to say?
That's why I asked what you were doing.
Well, he basically told me, don't say anything stupid. Don't go up there doing a bear crawl or something. Don't dance around. Just talk. Talk about the football team, why you love football, and I can talk about that all day because I love football. I was born in 2008. That's the first year Nick Saban was the head coach of Alabama, and we've been winning for a long time. So I love football. I've been spoiled. I've been spoiled real
I don't know
bad.
if that's positive or not.
Uh-oh.
Of course, I'm looking at a picture here that says Atlanta 28, New England 3, and we know what happened after that.
Yep.
Mhm.
From Atlanta. So.
Oh yeah.
Lights went out, maybe the head is out.
All right, guys, thank you. Appreciate
Hey, thank you,
y'all.
guys.
All right, girl. Hey, Jason, let me get a picture of you guys.
Yes, sir.
Can I say one thing for the team?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He wanted to say something.
I just wanted to say, I think we're gonna have a great year this year. And I feel like how far this program has come. We just lost our kicker, and we're just working on it. And just that it don't matter what position these two play, they're always gonna give it their best. And it kind of reminds me of my big sister. Anything she did after she tore something in her shoulder, I look up to her and to both of these guys really, really well. And I just feel like they're great people to look up to.
All right, good job, buddy.
Where do you want us to be in?
Right up here.
Right up here. Come on, Coach Dunn. Can you just tell us where to go here? Yes. Is that okay right there?
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can we get that?
Now I got to see your picture.
Hey, can you send that to Mr. Benford? Hey, that's my first press conference. Hey, I'll sign something.
I'll take care of
Y'all want to cut my hat?
Hey,
Hey, thank you guys for doing this. All right. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good day. I know it's a long
Ron, I got
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Looking good. I know you saw that.
I just don't want to be in the way. Yeah, thank you. It was just in the way a lot, Sean. I think that'll Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it.
Catch them early on.
I was like, you might win.
I know.
That's right, sure.
Good to see you. Good luck to hear.
Jackson, good luck.
Yeah, you can make it be some difficult day. I've usually eaten good. We watched all.
Oh, wow.
It's good charge, that's for sure. My wife's not going home. You have an extra battery here? You have an extra battery?
No, it was great.
For some reason.
All right. Second time I did that well.
We'll have some.
What's up, Clark?
Hey, how'd that coach?
No, it's good. I like all those people and.
How you doing?
Good to see you, man. How the grand young
Don't just be there every day. I like seeing them.
Yeah, I know you're going to
Exactly. Patty is, she's found her happy spot.
She's found her niche.
She is A-okay with it, let me tell you what. Ain't got her nothing.
Great place to do it.
good stuff. They have very good stuff. Yeah, we kind of all did.
Yes, I was. At the end, I was on the third floor.
The battery, I need to.
When you're looking at the people talking.
These batteries go quick.
So I had two offices actually.
Gaining experience.
Only person there with two offices.
Gaining experience. We had
Because I was the only person who was.
OTAs with McGill too, and then we did OTAs.
So I was part of both staffs.
So that gave us two really good looks, big.
So I got
We're
into
just babies.
most of my time was
We're extremely You'll hear me talk. He's a bigger man. He's a bigger man.
Yep. Right on one side of the ball, yeah.
We get on your DSLR percentage of it. That's your DSLR. Probably get to use it, huh?
Just have to use
Yeah, the kid that talked about his father here, I got a good soundbite from him that he didn't talk about here. He said, because I asked him how he planned to honor his dad this season, he said, he's got a bunch of voice memos and voice recordings of his dad, so he's gonna listen to them.
What happened was they came back and won the game. That was the Super Bowl. And she looked like they were going to win.
Here's what Chris told me. He said, me and Chris talk all the time. I'm gonna tell you something. He said, what? I'm so practice I can't even imagine.
My stack on this whole bed.
Like all the line words, be like, this is what
You think I have to go like really bad? Or do you think it has to be like some facility?
I feel like it finally got a full stack.
Last year,
it's like basketball can be sort of basketball.
I just thought we'd be honest. I had to deal with the last 2 years. Which dogs even know all my nephews in Jonesboro.
Really?
I worked in Jonesboro the last 2 years as a reporter at the local defense out there. We cover the practical. Wow. Really? It's all like
Good to see you. How you been? You busy?
You know how it is. You never
I think it is.
Because you would tell me, let you know. It looked like it done today.
Weird. Don't they didn't let me do it as an intern. Good experience.
Yeah.
So is that your goal to be a sports reporter?
It is.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, it's taken me a little bit longer to get there. You know, I worked the last 2 years. Before I came back here, I worked the last 2 years. You gotta be a reporter, like on camera and everything. Now I'm back here, but I'm a photographer. But the only reason I came back here, first of all, was I want to be able to this area, but sports opportunities. I just want everything that's around.
This is awesome. Isn't it?
I know there was a way you could do it online.
All right, guys, we're gonna get started again. Coach Williams, welcome.
Well, good to be here. At my age, good to be seen.
Tell us about who you brought with you and then talk a little bit about the program.
Yeah, these are my guys right here. I got Moose Owens. He's our senior quarterback. And then also with us today is Lucian Styron. He's a junior offensive tackle.
Tell us a little bit about second year at Alberta. How do you feel like it's going?
The process is rolling. When we got there a year ago, you know, we didn't get there till the middle of June, so there was no off-season program, no anything. We just kind of came in on the fly and had to go right into the season. We had 28 players when we got there. Where's the state of the program right now? We have 70 players on varsity, and we have right at 140 kids playing football from the 7th grade up. And so our numbers are just absolutely fantastic.
Now, on the other side of that, you got to understand our guys on varsity, we have 6 seniors, we have 12 juniors, and we have 52 freshmen and sophomores. So I think y'all catch the drift. We're pretty young. Here's what I tell my buddies and coach. And they all, we always talking to someone. They go, "Hey, coach, Joel, how's it going over there?" I said, "It's going great. We got a ton of guys playing football." I said, "But you got to understand, when I look out in the parking lot at the end of practice, it looks like middle school carpool because 85 to 90% of our roster is not old enough to drive yet." So there you go. Hey, guys, the jokes ain't gonna get no better. Y'all might as well. Okay, as good as I can do. All right. So anyway, that's kind of the state of the program right now. Now the other big thing is if you notice the size of my guys walking in here, like a couple of people noted right off the bat. Coach Todd did, my buddy at Bayshore and all that. He said, "Good Lord," he said, "You got a couple of big dudes there." We have put on a lot of size. Our strength program, they will attest to it. Gentlemen, it's no joke, is it? It is no joke. And I mean, we started pounding the iron for real the Monday after our last game last year. And we've not stopped. And matter of fact, during the season, we will lift 3 days a week. I kind of, for the young guys, they won't really know what I'm talking about, but us old heads like me and Ben, Clark, you'll know what I'm talking about. You remember the old Nebraska days, how Tom Osborne built that program in Nebraska. What was the lifeblood of their program? The weight room. And they'll tell you that's where our program starts. And these 2 guys are examples. Moose, he's right now a 212-pound quarterback, and he's a great player. And last year he finished the season at 185. So he's gained nearly 30 pounds. Lucian, last year was a 200-pound tackle. He weighed in this morning at 250. So he's gained 50 pounds, and that goes all across our roster. It is absolutely amazing the amount of muscle and weight that we've put on our kids. We don't even look like we did a year ago. Kind of their sleeves on our shirts kind of fit tight and that kind of thing. And we fill out our uniforms and our clothes, and we look good. And so, but part of that is also our nutrition program. I got my wife, Martha, sitting out here. She's our director of football operations, and she handles all of our nutrition. And she feeds our kids every single day. The entire off season, in summer, in season, when we finish each day, whatever it is, whether it be a practice, weightlifting session, whatever, they come by the kitchen window there in the field house, and she's got all the food laid out, and she bakes a lot of protein bombs, protein bars. We're just constantly putting calories in them. So I guess the 2 biggest things when you ask about the state of our program is that we want to improve our numbers, which we've done, and improve our size. And we're going to have to play a lot of freshmen. I mean, it's just, and I know in the region we're fixing to play in, that's not going to be easy, but they're tough guys because we started working with our middle school guys the day we got there. So all they know is our way. And to be honest, our guys that are going to be freshmen look like sophomores. They don't look like they're just coming out of middle school. They look like they're a year older than that because of what we've been doing in the weight room. So that's kind of where the state of our program is at this moment.
Coach, talk about your staff and when coming in. You said coming in June, coming in very late last year. Probably not a lot of time to deal with those things. Where you standing now?
Yeah, kind of when we came in a year ago, you got to understand a lot of the building of the staff goes to your administration. And I'm fortunate I have an absolutely wonderful principal. Dr. Stan Schatz got the principal job last year, and 2 weeks later he hired me as the head coach. So we have a little bit of history together and that kind of thing. And he's been absolutely wonderful to work for. When we got there wasn't any teaching slots. I mean, we got there in the summer, we ended up getting 1. I was able to bring in a coach. But right now we're operating at a 9-man varsity staff. We've got 4 of us on offense, 4 of us on defense, and then I also have a special teams coach that handles my punters and kickers. And so we've been able to do that because of teaching openings. And so we do have an entire complete staff at this time. Matter of fact, we've even had a couple more openings pop up the last couple of days. We're going to be able to shift some people that maybe were going to be part-time, can now be full-time teachers and be on campus. And so that's been fantastic. It takes a lot of weight off of myself, a lot of weight off of Martha. When you got a whole staff, laundry is not a real problem. So we do laundry for our players each and every day. We feed them every day, so it takes a lot of operation. So now with a 9-man staff, things are a lot easier than they have been.
Coach, talk about this gauntlet of a schedule you got.
Oh, it's pretty easy. It's quite a region we've moved into. You know, and I'll voice an opinion a little bit. I'm 67 years old, so I get to, you know, it's that, you know, the move that the state made separating public and private, it's I don't think it was good. I just say, you know, because, you know, for like people like us, you know, we got the short end of the stick on that. We got 534 students, and we're playing against schools that have 1,000 students or more, you know. And so we kind of got the short end of the stick on that deal. But I mean, it is what it is. We got to play, you know. There's some great teams in this region. And so it's going to be a lot of fun on Friday nights, go challenge. And of course, schematically and those kind of things, we got to do some things different. You know, I know that we got to be able to run the football, and I know we got to be able to eat up some clock. We can't give up big plays, you know, on defense, and we got to do a super job on special teams, which they'll tell you we spend, like in the summer, we spend every Wednesday is nothing but a special teams practice. And so we're trying to do some things to level the playing field, should I say. We know we're not going to be as fast and as big sometimes as some of the teams, or as old as some of the teams we're going to play with our youth. So therefore, we've got to do some things schematically that help us.
Does that mean you changing from your style last year of offense and all that stuff?
Yeah, I pretty much change year to year. You know, I've never been married to a system where it be in college ball or high school. You know, like in college ball at Delta State, you know, when I was the OC there, we led the entire nation, all divisions in passing offense. But when I was at Samford, we ran the wishbone, you know, because the recruiting standards are a little bit different at Samford. So I've never been married to a system. And so, yes, you know, year to year, we're going to alter what we do and how we go about doing it. I've been tempo, I've been slow down. And now, am I going to tell you what we're doing today? No. but we are different, and we try to. What we try to do is, if you're a defensive coordinator on another team, we want to make sure you have to work all weekend to prepare for us, and try to be a royal pain to our opponent. Next.
What about your facilities? How you feel about things?
Facility-wise, you couldn't ask for anything else. I mean, you know, we've got over $6.5 million worth of football facilities, and none of it is older than 2 years. And so we have a fantastic, you know, locker room, field house, offices, meeting areas, really, really nice stadium. It's turfed and all that kind of thing. We have an indoor facility and weight room, and so it's fantastic facilities. So you couldn't ask for any more. Probably the only thing we battle at Alberta is we are landlocked. When you look at it from an athletic department standpoint, is there is one field. That is it on that campus. There's really one weight room there. So we have to do a lot of organization and maneuvering for all the sports to utilize what we have. It's all extremely nice, but like I say, very, very landlocked. You know, our baseball team, softball team plays about 5 miles or so, you know, from the school itself. We are building a track facility, which will be at the new middle school, which will open up in another year. So that's going to alleviate some problems. But everything, you couldn't ask for anything else better facility-wise. It's just, we're kind of cramped right there.
So who are some of the guys you look for to other than these two guys, to be big time this year?
Well, I think without getting into names to begin with, I think a lot of our success this year is going to go by our offensive line. You know, I think that's where a lot of football games are won and lost. That's where it all starts, is in the trenches. We're going to be pretty young defensively, so we've got to be able to control the football. How you control the football is be able to execute up front. Lucian and his compadres up front. We've got Roman Clark at center, William Wolf at a guard. We've got DeMarche Reed at a guard. He's a road grader. And then we got DJ Fields at the other tackle. Brantley Frank is a newcomer with us, playing tight end. He's about a 6'5" kid. Caden Cumbie at H-back. Mason Pagel, he's only going to be a freshman. He'll start at fullback, but he's one of the toughest human beings you've ever been around. And we got at A-back, we'll have a couple of guys, working there, Kobe Sawyer and McCoy Cooper. So we feel like, and out at the receiver, we're young, but Elijah Hudson can go get the football. Alex Davis will see time there. Defensively, we're a little bit older in the secondary, Back up to offense for just a second. Give you an idea how many seniors we got on offense is Moose. Okay, so all the rest of our offense is freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Okay, defensively we got a few more seniors starting over there. We got Logan Ulrich, who's a really good corner for us. Will be a senior. Jensen Sims is a senior at safety. L.J. Johnson is only a sophomore, but a really good player from the safety position. Sam Pugh is a senior. He'll start at a corner. Logan Henry and Parker Harrison are seniors at the inside linebacker position. Defensive line will be by committee a little bit. We're young there, but we're going to roll about 8 guys in and out. Having been there, we're going to be able to be a little bit more multiple defensively. Last year we kind of based out of a 3-4, and that was as far as we could get, but we can give you a lot of different looks over there. And so we got a bunch of guys that's going to play really, really hard. It's like our coaches told us, I said, we know how to practice this year. I mean, you come to our practice, you see us getting on, unit fit. One's up. 2's are coming off. It's everybody sprinting. They'll tell you, everybody's sprinting till they get across the line. The white lines, we get on and off the field, get from drill to drill. It's high energy. And so we've come a long ways. I think our practice habits are so good that I think we're going to get a lot of results out of that. We're a team that doesn't stay on the field very long. That's kind of, our practice schedule is a little bit unusual. They'll tell you we're 1 hour and 40 minutes. That's our practice. We're going to get on and off the field in 1 hour and 40 minutes. We're going to get all the reps we need to get. But I just, in this kind of heat and that kind of thing, we can't take a chance on beating our bodies down. We've got to be able to play on Friday nights. And so that's just kind of the way we do things. So it's a very quick practice. We get on and off and get our work done.
Coach, you mentioned your roster size nearly tripled. Does that mean less two-way guys this year?
We don't have. We don't really practice anybody 2 ways. We do have a little period we've done in the summer. It's called a crossover period. It's just a couple of guys. Like Lucian is one of them. Like Lucian is obviously our starting tackle on offense, but we're going to try to get about 12 to 15 snaps out of him on defense. And we got 2 or 3 guys like that we'll try to get 12 to 15 snaps out of them on the other side of the ball.
Now you mentioned the outright physical growth. Where else have you seen the program grow here in year 2?
Mentally, the mental aspect. We've become a mentally tougher football team. I felt like that was something we needed to do. Spiritually, I think we have a very spiritual football team. We're tied in very tight with the Island Church. They're with us every Wednesday year round. And Pastor Philip, Pastor Johnny, and our kids really enjoy that because we feel like we got to develop more than just a football player. We want to develop that total person from a physical, mental standpoint, from an academic standpoint, and from a spiritual standpoint. And so I've just seen our guys grow in those areas, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
What do you like about Moose from the quarterback standpoint?
If there's a reincarnation of Tim Tebow, that's him. I mean, not just from the way he plays, but now us old guys will understand this illustration, okay? Y'all remember the old E.F. Hutton commercial? Okay, what was that, financial advisor or something, wasn't it, Clark? Okay, and the old commercial said, when E.F. Hutton speaks, people listen. When Moose starts to talk in the locker room or on the field, players and coaches just hush. This will be my 46th year, 47th season. There's a story behind that one, Clark. And I've never had a guy like Moose. It's just unbelievable. The leadership qualities are incredible. You want him to stand up and give you his testimony, he'll do that in a heartbeat. You want him to stand up and motivate the guy next to him, he'll handle that. He's an incredible person. I had the fortune of working with Riley Leonard. He's the closest thing I've ever seen to Riley Leonard. So some of y'all, that perks you up right there. He's that guy. Just unbelievable leadership skills.
What about Lucian?
I like his hair. It's pretty cool. I kid, Lucian is a great player for us. He's just developed his body so much in the last year that now he physically can do things that were not possible a year ago. He is our leader up front. There is no doubt about that. But we always like him and our H-back, Caden Cumbie, they have the same hairstylist. And so every morning when they come into the locker room, I always look to see. He goes, Coach, what are you doing? I said, look and see if there's going to be a bird or something fly out of the hair, you know. And so, but Lucian, he is our leader in the offensive line, and keeps the people around him motivated. Very physical guy, very agile. The guy can move, and so now I think we're getting into the weight range where he's going to be able to play at a high level in college.
You say he went from 200 to 250?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's just one illustration. We've had a ton of guys gain anywhere from 30 to 50 pounds. It's really, we've worked really hard. We worked really, really hard in the weight room and feeding them.
Not the same team coaches see on film from last year, huh?
Not even close. It's not even similar. You know, that, like I say, the only thing that could be a negative for us right now is just the age. You know, but as far as what you see, it looks completely and entirely different. And the culture is just so different. I cannot even describe the culture.
How many of those sophomores, and you can include freshmen in that if you want to, but how many non-junior seniors do you think will be in your starting lineup?
Offensively, oh geez, freshmen and sophomores. Let's see, offensively it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, anywhere from 5 to 6 on offense, and anywhere from 3 to 4 on defense. Yeah, so it's a youth movement, but that's how you build it, is from the ground up, and that's what we're doing.
That's what happens when you have a young coach like yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've been saying, man. I got Arctic blonde hair.
You keep pointing out to me and Clark are real old, so I don't know about that.
Well, at least you get close to me.
All right, you want to get Moose up there?
Absolutely. Come on up, Moose.
Hey, Moose. Hey, talk about the transformation you've seen in the offseason from this team to...
Phenomenal. It's huge. Like, the difference between the team is like night and day. I looked at my friend John Carmona. He looks like me. He's not as pretty as me, but he'll get there one day. He used to be just, when he got to Alberta, he was strong, I'll give him that, but like, he's just progressed so much, and that goes with everybody. I mean, we got kids that you can't tell the difference like between days almost. Just the changes we're going through with the help of Coach Williams and our coaching staff and our weight program. Miss Martha feeding us every day. Just the love and the care they're giving us, just amazing.
Could you see last year when y'all played that you needed to be bigger, you needed to be stronger as a team?
Yeah, I kind of definitely like on playing defense and offense, seeing the competition, seeing other people, like how big they were, how strong they were. And I mean, I gave it my all every play, but towards the end of the game, playing both sides of the ball, like I would play 130 snaps, like on average every game. And towards the end of the game, I was like, I could feel myself being pushed back a little bit because I didn't weigh as much, or wasn't strong. I just wasn't strong enough to keep it going the whole game. And I feel like that extra strength, the extra size, is going to help out a lot this year.
How's the extra size and strength helped your skills?
I've gotten a lot faster, in my opinion. Like I love squat and deadlift. Those are my two favorite lifts because I just throw a lot of weight on the bar and just do it, like for a lot of reps, and just strengthening my legs, strengthening my hips and my core just allows me to move a lot better. Allows me to stay upright through contact. Allows me to get a lot faster, honestly. I think I ran a 4.840, which I didn't think I could do until this year. Got a lot faster. I was stronger.
Where's the nickname come from?
It's a pretty funny story. My dad was in the Marines, and
Hoorah!
Sir, and he was stationed in Hawaii. He was a mortarman, and my mom was on vacation in Hawaii, and they met at a bar called Moose McGillicuddy's in Hawaii. And when I was born, I was super fat, and all my fat was in my legs. And my mom thought of the bar and was like, "He had big legs," so they just started calling me Moose. Because my real name is Seamus, and so it kind of goes like Shamus. So I thought it was like a play on words almost.
Talk about the offense a little bit this year. You're the only senior, it sounds
Yeah.
like. So what?
I love it. I mean,
Coach didn't want to give any details, but
I'm probably not going to give anything crazy away either, but I love the effort. I mean, we get hit in the mouth, we mess up. I mean, I go up to somebody, I say, "You're good, dude, come on." And they take it with a grain of salt, and they go, "We'll go hit somebody in the mouth next play." I love the speed and just the way we attack our offense. Like last year, I mean, sometimes like if we messed up, we would kind of get in our feels a little bit and slow down. But this year, everybody's just balls to the wall, trying to protect their teammates, trying to help their teammates. It's just very close-knit, tight-knit group of people, and allows us to just exceed better.
So are you not playing any defense or much defense this year? Or reduced, or?
I don't think I will. Fingers crossed. I kind of want to play because I have an offer from Millsaps, and it's 4 linebacker. That's why I want to play. But I mean, I love quarterback. I've been playing quarterback since I was about that tall. I mean, quarterback's what I've always loved to play, and so I'm just happy to play it. And I'd really play anything to help the team out. Like I'm the punter as well. Cause, pretty fun. I mean, Coach Williams, if he told me to sell tickets, I'd go out and sell tickets in a heartbeat.
Well, y'all run a lot, or at least last year, you run a lot of crazy stuff off that punt formation, don't you?
Yeah.
Gives you a lot of leeway when your quarterback is your punter and he's also the holder on PAT. So, gives you a lot,
sneaky.
Gives you a lot of options.
All right.
Now, is it hard to take you down as quarterback? I know you say you work on your legs, so you probably got a lot of power in your legs.
This year, I feel like it's gonna be harder. I remember last year a couple times, like I would get contact at like the yard line of scrimmage, and I'd get about 3 or 4 more yards just watching film. I'm hoping I can get at least like 6 yards this year. Just add this extra 3 or 4 yards, and that'll be huge because you get 4 or 3 yard play, that's a first down. I mean, as long as we're getting positive increments in 2, 3, 4 yards, I mean, that's all I care about.
All right, good job, Lucian. Thank you. So 50 pounds is a lot to add in one season. How do you feel about that?
I feel a lot stronger, and even with the extra weight, I'm still moving faster, feel more agile even. But yeah, last season, kind of near the end, like, you go look at how it was. I look kind of scrawny, a little skinny. Now I've changed so much just in the off season with these 50 pounds, stronger. All of my my bench, my squat, deadlift, everything's gone up.
Did you know you needed to make that happen at the end of last year?
Absolutely. All season long, my main issue was everyone I was going against was just bigger, stronger than me, maybe a little bit faster every now and then. But like even trying to stand my ground, I'd still get thrown back just because I was like 200 pounds on I was 215 on like a good week. It was bad, but now like we had our OTAs and everything, I'm able to stand my ground against basically everyone I've gone against. And haven't really been beat too much recently. And it's helping a lot of practice as well. No one's really getting past me anymore.
So how different do you feel this team can be on the field than last year's team?
I feel like we can be a lot better this year just because with like the culture and us actually, I feel like with the younger people coming in, they care a lot more about the game than the seniors we had last year. And everyone's a lot stronger, faster, more motivated to practice. We're actually running around full speed, hitting each other full power. I feel like we can be really, really good this year.
Talk about leadership. Coach has mentioned at least a couple of times about the youth on the team, youthfulness on the team. Talk about leadership and how important that is for these young guys around you.
So the leadership is important because a lot of them, they just came off a lot of our younger freshmen, they came from the middle school team, they just went undefeated last season. So they got a little bit of cockiness in them. They think that it's going to be easy coming into high school. They need to be told and shown that it's not as easy as it is in middle school because they came from like playing smaller teams. They're not used to how it is in high school football. So they need us to lead the way and show them how it's really going to be in high school and what they need to be prepared for and what they're going to see whenever we get into the game.
What do you think about Coach Williams?
I like him a lot. He's a funny dude. He may be a little old, but he's still got the youthness in him, though.
That time somebody gave it back to him.
I was going to take him lunch.
No, he's funny though. He jokes around with us all the time. Like we'll walk in, there'll be like 7 in the morning, even during like schools. We'll walk in, he'll say some joke to us, and we'll have a fun time. We in the workout room, we're listening to music. He's got us like. Every day is a different genre. Like Mondays we'll listen to like hip hop stuff that we like to listen to. Other days we'll listen to like old like 70s, 80s rock, and then every now and then we'll have a little bit of the old like disco club music sometimes. And then Fridays we got country music for our squad days.
Everybody loves Motown Thursdays.
That's skating
Motown Thursdays.
What's your favorite, Coach?
Mine? I like a lot of music.
Yeah, obviously, you're playing everything different.
Yeah, I like a lot of different kinds of music. Depends on what we're lifting that day too. I'm still a lift guy, I mean, if it's a deadlift day, you gotta have heavy metal. Have a little Metallica, a little Oz, a little Alice in Chains.
Poison?
Poison, big cut.
No. All right, guys. Thank you. Good luck this year.
Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
It took you 3 days, but you got your poison.
It might not be done yet. I know. Good luck. Thank you. Hey, guys. How are you? What's your name?
Clark, good to see you. Nice to see you, Coach.
I'm taking the mug shots and get him some lunch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're all over. They are all over. Yes, sir.
What is my call?
Hey, buddy. How you doing, man? Doing great. How about yourself? Hey, Steve. What you doing?
So, Joe.
How you doing, brother?
Yeah,
How's your pop doing?
Great.
Tell him I said hello.
This how I look.
Good, man. I said we did spring, just like. That's what I did. Yeah. Good to see you, bro. Enjoy that. Good luck. Yeah, you can't look at it. You should go. You can see y'all. I'll take care.
Hey, Coach.
How we doing?
Tell us a little bit about who you brought with you, and then just a little bit about where you feel like the program is.
Absolutely. Senior Turner Tillman, linebacker, running back. Junior tight end, outside linebacker, Lee Steele. 2 leaders in our program. Obviously, Lee's a multi-sport guy. I think everybody in the room kind of knows, what potentially his future holds from a recruiting standpoint. Turner, I'd say probably the heartbeat of our team. Joined us last year. Mother got employed at Orange Beach City Schools a year ago, and Turner and his brother Campbell came down and made a huge impact. I felt like last year, even Turner as a junior, just his character, just the way he approaches things. I actually received votes for captain last year and only been here for, a couple weeks. Speaks a lot towards, what he's about, who he is. And, I think these 2 guys are going to do a good job representing us all year, on and off the field. And 2 guys that the rest of our team can look towards to almost emulate how they carry themselves, how they practice, how they work, how they act, get along with their teammates and their coaches. So,
where do you feel like you guys are as you kind of start?
Yeah, it's as you right over, you start reflecting back to a year ago. You think back even 2 years ago. Felt like we were close last year in a couple of games that could have, put us in the playoffs. And kind of the same stories the year before. Obviously playing in a really tough tough league a year ago. I tell you, this has been a great offseason. We were sitting here last year, and you guys were talking about the facilities and the different things that we had going on. And I know how excited the three young men that we had here last year, Logan and Blake and Matthew Hoover were, as far as to be a part of something new with the facilities and things like that. Those things did not really come to fruition for those guys last year, and I was telling Randy just a few minutes ago, it was really hard on our seniors a year ago. We did not get moved into our building until about game 9. It was almost like a circus that night, wasn't it? We got to play there, but got into the field house in game 9. So really we didn't get to take over that house until the end of the season. It has changed everything, just from an operational standpoint, a day-to-day standpoint, having a home. And I think these guys can speak to that as well. These guys can drive their car, pull up to the parking lot, and not move it again until they leave in the afternoon. And that was not the case, prior to that. Having the ability to lift weights, meet, dress, practice all at the same place has been great. I think just the meeting time itself has been so beneficial for us. Previous facility, you just didn't have a place to sit down and spread out and meet, and I think that's been really good for us this summer. But just in terms of the program, we've got 18 seniors in the program. This past off season, for me, for the first time being here, we had 14 of the 18 in the off-season program, all off-season. So that was from January through May. So we had a handful of guys that were multi-sport guys, but not as many as we'd had in the past. Just from a weight room standpoint and an off-season standpoint, and Turner could probably elaborate on this a little bit. It was just a different vibe because you had older guys in the weight room. You had guys that, and not saying sophomores and freshmen don't work with a purpose, but seniors do work with a purpose because they know it's their last shot, and they know that what their building's going to be their name. So I think that led to a very positive off season. It was just more consistent. The leadership was really good. Having that number of older guys in there, I thought the leadership was great throughout, January to May. Late March, basketball season ended, we picked up our basketball players, and for the first time in my tenure here, we actually went through spring football. Just in years past, with all of the multi-sport athletes, all the guys playing baseball, we just didn't feel like it benefited us to try to push that in the last couple of weeks of school. We had some coaching changes this year. We lost both of our coordinators, so we had to replace those. So I felt like it was really important for us to try to get the new coaches on the field with the guys that they were going to be coaching so that they could make, judgments and opinions about who these guys were going to be in pads and not who they were going to be in shorts, because there's a difference in a guy running around in shorts and helmets versus guys running around in shoulder pads blocking and tackling. And I thought for us, we did 9 days. I thought it went really well. We did not play a game outside the league. Banging his knee up on about the last 5 minutes of practice on the last day of practice. I thought we had a great spring. I know that derailed him a little bit through the month of June, for football and for basketball. Lee had a rough June, but for our program, I thought it went really well. Let's see, just looking back, coming into this year, I think we played and started 6 9th or 10th graders a year ago. I heard Coach Williams just talking about it. They're fixing to go through that this year. It's going to make us better. We had some guys playing last year on Friday nights that really needed to be playing on Monday nights, but we're having to learn to play against Jackson and St. Michael and W.S. Neal and Mobile Christian. So I think that's going to translate well for us moving into this season.
What do you think about the new region?
Yeah, I mean it's Region 1, so coming from a guy that's been in Region 3, Region 1, Region 3, it's the real deal. It doesn't matter what classification you're in. You're 6A, 5A, and it's going to take probably a little bit of time to get the whole 7A out of my vernacular. People say they're 6A. I was talking to a guy yesterday, and he's like, "You're 6A." I'm sitting there thinking of a whole different group of teams other than 7A, but it's Region 1. So if you are a contender in your region coming out of Region 1,
you're going to have the ability to make noise in the playoffs. That is a fact, and you can look at that every year just at the playoff scores. Different region, but with some familiarity. We played Satsuma a year ago. We played Citronella a year ago. So we have seen those teams. Obviously, the Mobile teams, Viger, Williamson, Rain, and LaFleur will be different for us. But travel-wise, it's going to be easier for us getting to and from. They're good programs. They've got good players. I've told our guys, it's not like we're moving up into something that you've never seen anything like it. Because I would say anybody that's played Jackson the last 2 years has seen as good a football program and team as you could see anywhere. A collection of players, talent, coaching, pride and belief. I'm not sure if it gets much better than that. St. Michael's last year, they proved semifinal team, can play with anybody. So, we've played good teams. The depth from our team is always going to be a concern moving up in class. And I say moving up in classification, we essentially moved up to the old Class 5A. You can call it 4A, but that's really where we ended up. Depth will be a key to our success this year. I think we've got a good group of guys, across our starting 22, if you want to say that, with a handful of guys that I think are ready to play on Friday nights that that are not in that 22. But certain position groups, we've got to stay healthy through the year to have success.
Coach, I see you guys playing a team out of Georgia.
Yes, sir.
How do you get those guys on the schedule?
Yeah, I tell you, it's hard. Scheduling was difficult. I think we went to Hopeful as well. Pacelli out of Columbus, Georgia is coming to us, and that is Smitty Grider, who's an old Alabama guy. Just kind of both of us in the same boat late in January, maybe early February, still looking for a game. And I think we tried to avoid, that 4-hour ride as much as we could, but there came a time where we had to get a game, and it worked out that we can do week 5, and we really needed to be at home, and it worked out that they could come to us. So, not a lot of familiarity there, just in terms of players and programs. So, thank goodness it's week 5, and we'll have some time to see them on film prior to playing them.
So what do you think might be the strength of this?
Yeah, I love our linebackers. I just think there's a lot of experience there with Turner. Luke Reed has been an unbelievable senior. Luke had a great year as a junior last year, came on the scene kind of out of, off the JV team as a 10th grader. Played really well with us, for us last year, probably our most consistent inside linebacker, across the board. John Gentry was a 10th grader that played a lot last year for us. And, with Turner, John, Luke, throw Lee in there at outside linebacker, Caden Cuccia in there. I just like our group. I think there's a lot of experience there. I think they all run really, really well. And they've got experience, Friday night experience under their belt, which is going to be very important, going into the league that we're going into and seeing the teams that we're going to see. Lee, moving from the outside at wide receiver to tight end, I think it's going to be big for us. I think he's moving more into his natural position. He's going to be able to utilize some of the physical skills that he's got to help us, offensively. Everybody thinks catching the ball, yes, but I think blocking as well. He creates that length on the edge. When you're facing the Vigers, the Williamsons, the guys that have the defensive ends that are going to play at the next level, they kind of look like him. He looks like them. So, holding up that edge should be important for us. The same as we flip over on defense, for him to play in that same type of position on the edge on our defense as well. I think we take a step forward at quarterback this year. We played with a freshman last year, Tucker Wade. Tucker's coming into his sophomore year. He's taking every rep this offseason. The 2 hours a week over the course of the 10 weeks throughout the spring was huge for our program. We utilized those the past 2 years, but we really didn't get to do a lot of scheme work the previous 2 years. Full coaching staff was not in place the previous 2 years. This year there was a lot more consistency, and Turner was a part of that. I thought we got to throw the ball, catch the ball, work on timing. I thought we got to utilize that time as well as we've utilized it since I've been here. Really reminded me of a time at Hoover and at James Clemens as we were using that time efficiently, wisely, to lead to improvements. I think it led to a positive summer for us with regards to 7-on-7 competition and just being farther along. We're no doubt we were farther along on the field, off the field, in the locker room, than we have been just since I have been here. Some major strides over the course of the last 6 or 7 months. It's tribute to these guys as well.
What do you want to see in the next couple of weeks before you?
Yeah, it's that time. I just hope our focus can stay where it's been. Talked to a couple of guys, Coach Scott Manziel, John Holliday. Those guys have been in this program for years before I got here. And to hear them talk about the focus that the kids have had, that they're seeing, they just said they've not seen a group as into what we're doing, as focused on what we're doing as the group we've got right now. I can speak for the last 2 years and would agree with that. I really can't speak to the years before that, but their intent in our meetings, their purpose in our practice has been really good. And if you're asking me what do I want to see over the next 2 weeks, I just don't want it to become about, T.R. Miller or Viger or Williamson. I hope, and this will fall on these guys and me and our leadership. I hope it can stay about that intent just to get better at what we're doing, and staying together. School's starting next week for everyone. Those distractions start to increase and multiply, and just staying on track and approaching everything one day at a time will be the focus over the next few weeks.
Talk about Lee a little bit. What is his? You've seen a lot of, obviously at the higher level, a lot of players of that caliber.
Yeah, I have, and I think what jumps off the charts is the God-given ability. I mean, there's just the young man's been blessed with physical skills and physical attributes that can definitely carry over as far as he wants them to athletically from a football standpoint. I think he could better tell you this. He was an 8th grader, and I was doing my very best to convince him of that back in the cafeteria way back when I got here. But and I said this to Randy earlier. Lee's the youngest of 4 boys. Mom and dad are strong, grandparents are strong, family is strong. You don't grow up being the youngest in a family and not be tough and not be strong. And for all the God-given abilities that he's got, that he's received, what mom and dad and family have put into him are very important. And that's, those are the things I see every day. In terms of his ability to play tight end, he is scratching the surface on where he is and where he needs to be and where he is going to be with regards to being an elite football player. He has all those tools. He has the mindset. He has the mentality. He has the willingness to learn and take coaching. And that, I think, that one probably goes is unseen or missed on as many players as any other thing. All those things are lined up for him. Now we've got to do a good job coaching him. We hired John Cooper, previously of Elba High School. John's going to be coaching our tight ends, and I think that's going to be great for Lee. I know just in the last 2 weeks that Coach has been around, the attention, the instruction has improved tremendously on that front. So I'm excited to see us get in pads and see that group grow. But I think the sky's the limit for him. He does a great job of staying humble. He's a 2-sport athlete for us, and big part of things that go on there at school. Love watching him play basketball, and just grateful that he's in our program.
Actually, you already spoke a little bit about Turner, but a little bit more about what he means to the team.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't know if there's a better guy, in our school, just in terms of leadership and character and what you want as a football coach as far as guys to be in your program. Extremely intelligent. He's an IACT guy. He's going to go to school pretty much wherever he wants to go. He's going to have the opportunity to play college football somewhere. Is a tremendous, what would you say, just a great teammate. Turner's never putting himself above anyone else. I've got a son that's in his position group, and I think he thinks the world of this guy, just how he interacts with the younger players, with the older players. He's very consistent. There's not a lot of highs and lows. And, just going back to jumping off of that, that's probably been the biggest difference in this team right now in comparison to where I think we've been. We have avoided the highs and the lows. Like, it's just been very consistent. And I would just challenge these guys to keep it that way, over the next couple of weeks.
Want to get turned around? Thanks, Coach. Hey, Turner, talk about the differences you've seen year over year in this program.
So this will be my second year in the program. My mom got a job here last summer. She's working at the elementary school still. And so I only got about half the summer here last year. And we had some good senior leadership last year. I feel like this year we've been so much more competitive. There's a lot of guys who are just way more into it this year. I know my friend Hayden Hines, he comes to practice every day. He's a D lineman and he gives the linemen some work. And that's just, we have that in every position group. The wide receivers and cornerbacks, linebackers and running backs, everybody, we just have so much competition, but it's a healthy competition and a loving competition where everybody just wants each other to get better. Same thing in the weight room. Everybody pushes each other. We have different racks, and you know, you're paired with a rack, you're paired with a guy who has similar strength to you, but you always just want to push each other to lift more, run faster, and just be better as a team.
Where'd you come in from?
I came from St. Luke's Episcopal School in Mobile.
Turner, how much weight you gonna put on this for this coming season?
I've put on about 10 to 15 pounds. And since coming to Orange Beach, my strength and speed has been the main thing. I've gained a decent bit of size as well, but I wasn't super small coming in. I've gained some size, but the strength and speed with our program has been amazing. Since I've come to Orange Beach, I've put over 100 pounds on my squat. I'd say probably 50 pounds on my bench. So just those lifts and my speed has increased tremendously, and just footwork and everything that we do in our program has been great for my development.
Because I was gonna say, you're not the typical height for a tight end, so you got other attributes that, you know, you can use to get open for the quarterback.
He's a linebacker. He's a linebacker.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He could, though. Yeah. I tell you this, he absolutely could. He does play some running back for us, so he's built
Playing linebacker, which side of the field do you like? Or you like being in the middle, or the coach moves you around?
I like to move around. I like to do a lot of stuff. It's fun to blitz, obviously, but yeah, I just like moving around because I feel like if I stay on one side the whole time, we do switch sides of the field, so I feel like if I stay on one side of the field the whole time, you know, they might try and scheme it a certain way, and so I just like moving around, being unpredictable.
Coach mentioned that you want to play college ball, right?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned, I think, a high ACT. That gives you a lot of options. Who are you hearing from?
So I received my first offer recently from Johns Hopkins University up in Baltimore, and then I recently got my second offer from Huntington College up in Montgomery recently.
What do you think y'all can be defensively this year?
I don't know the whole program history, but I feel like we can be one of the strongest defenses in program history. Our whole defense is older guys. I would say 95% juniors and seniors. All of our linebackers are either juniors or seniors. Our D-line starting pretty much is all seniors. So we have a very physical defense, and with our new defensive coordinator, we do a lot of stuff. But it's not super complicated. Everybody gets it. We've got all our installs in for the year pretty much. And I just feel like we do a lot of stuff that some of it we didn't do last year, and we just get everybody moving around, and we just want everybody to be near the ball at the end of the play. And I feel like that's one of our things is you judge a defensive player based on how close he is to the ball after every play. So you just want everybody to have that effort every single play, getting as close as you can to the ball and trying to get the guy down.
When you came from St. Luke's, how big a difference was there in the competition that y'all were playing and what you saw around?
It was a big difference in the competition that I knew we'd be playing in the games, but the main thing for me was the competition in practice. St. Luke's, it was when I was there, we were still together with the public schools, so it was a two-way school. I think now they're in the lower unit for private schools, but just the competition in practice that I had as soon as I got here, you know, I was working every day to try and get a spot on the field at Orange Beach, and that was just a big key difference for me. Was every practice I had somebody pushing me and knew somebody was coming for my spot if I didn't want to work that day.
What do you think about Coach saying that after a couple of weeks you got votes for captain? I mean, how does that make you feel?
Makes me feel really good. I feel like that's just our whole team is like that. There were so many guys that got votes for captain. Our whole team, we have a team full of leaders. It's just a great environment to be in. Everybody pushes each other, but I do try and come in and I try and give value to the team and try and do my best to lead others where I can and just learn from others as well, and just treat everybody with the same respect, you know, not treat the seniors differently from the freshmen, and just treat everybody with that respect and just help everybody learn something and learn something from everybody else.
All right, thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
Lee. Lee, how do you feel about moving different positions a little bit, moving in from wide receiver to tight end? How do you feel that fits you?
I played quarterback all through middle school, and then when Coach Baldwin got here, I was a 6'6" kid that was not good enough to start at quarterback, and so I guess I decided to find, I moved to tight end after that, or actually it was receiver, and then we ran heavy, and then I started playing tight end, and then I didn't play defense my 9th grade year. I played linebacker in my 7th and 8th grade year, and so we needed a linebacker, to run the defense that we run, and so he moved me to outside linebacker. But my freshman year I played safety. No, sophomore year I played safety. I started about the 5th week, started playing safety, and then that's when I started playing defense. Just being fast, tall, I cover ground a lot, and so I can play offense and defense. But that also comes with you playing both ways. It takes a mindset to play both ways. And so, yes, sir.
What do you like playing better, offense or defense?
Honestly, I like playing just the need for the team.
Don't lie. Don't you tell me.
It would probably be tight end, because I'm getting recruited for a tight end. And I've been so Baldwin with it because I've been having to learn a lot, lately, from Coach Cooper, from Coach Waldrop. And so, tight end has been great to me. It's something that like Coach said, I barely scratched the surface of. And there's so many things that you have to learn as a tight end. You have to be a quarterback on the field as well, because you have to learn how to run block, pass block, even arc block a lot of times that I don't think many people understand. And you have to block in space. You have to understand the route concepts as well, and how deep the linebackers are playing and stuff like that. And so playing tight end is definitely the one that I prefer a lot, but I feel like the defense this past year, I would say especially this spring, has been a huge success to me. I was playing outside linebacker. I came down from safety because we needed to fill that hole, but we don't have a hole at safety. We have Ant at safety right now, who is a great player, and he transferred in and stuff like that. And so when we got him, it was like, okay, we can move a kid down, all right. And then I started playing outside backer.
You sure you're not a senior, man?
I'm not.
You don't sound. You sound like you're a senior. You even sound like a coach. You know a lot of football. Any time where you two not on the same page and you got to tell them, or you're not on the same page with your quarterback, and you have to tell them, look, I'm going to be running this route, but if I'm covered here, I'm going to be here. Any instances of that happening?
That's a great question. I feel like that comes with a lot of trust, though, right? Just knowing Tucker the past 2 years, he transcended for Gulf Shores. I played him in middle school my 8th grade year, his 7th grade year. And so, just having that trust with him, and if a play goes dead and there's a scramble, action or something like that, just go upfield. We had an incident this past week, not this past week, I think it was 2 weeks ago, where it was a big play, and the play was almost dead, and then he kind of put it up a little bit, and he threw it deep, and I caught it. It's just small things like that that just show the chemistry that we have. But there's so many people that we can throw the ball to this year, and I would be lying if I said that there's one guy that can just go make a play. There's 3 or 4 of us this year, which is different from last year, to where we could have a kid catch a ball, right? And so there's those differences, right? And then him being a sophomore this year is the biggest key. Because there's a saying, right? If you have freshmen playing, and if you have 5 freshmen playing, you'll probably lose 5 games, right? And so this year we have more there's barely any sophomores starting, right, Coach?
Right now.
The starting quarterback is probably 1, right? And then you have Jace he plays corner and plays back. So it's just having an older group this year that's more experienced, that has more chemistry. Going along with your question.
So, would you rather play basketball or football in college?
That is something that only time can decide. I'm not mature enough to make that decision right now, obviously, because I'm a junior. I'll make it next year, though, as well.
You seem pretty mature.
Sir?
You seem pretty mature.
Yeah.
So what colleges are you hearing from?
Right now, LSU, Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Kentucky, Louisville, Florida.
All right, guys. Sounds good. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you on this.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, if you can, tell us a little bit about, just tell us about the guys you brought with you here.
Yeah, absolutely. First, thank y'all for having us and doing this. Just like every year, it's special for our kids and being able to come up here and officially start the season with Media Day. So thank y'all for doing this. I've got Sam Lauder, our senior defensive end, with me, and Jalen Thibodeau, our senior quarterback. Two seniors here. Great players for us, great leaders, coming to represent the program today.
All right, well, kind of tell us where the program is right now. How do you feel as we start camp here?
Well, I think we're right where we need to be. You know, obviously, I've got my list of things I want to see, and we're starting fall camp next week. And so, but we've had a tremendous off season since January, one of the best ones we've ever had, and not just the physical, but the mental. So I'm looking forward to that coming out this season with this group of young men. And then we've had a really good summer. You know, we've really been preparing and moving fast and installing, and so I'm excited about where we're going to be starting next Monday.
Coach, what do your numbers look like this season?
Roster-wise?
Yes, sir.
And we're right at 70 varsity, and I've got the biggest freshman class I've ever had, which is good, about 45 freshmen, which is huge for us. So we're right about where we've always been in terms of our classification school numbers. Our school numbers are down a little bit, but we've still got our guys coming out and playing, so we're about 75, and then 45 freshmen, which is exciting for such a young group.
Coach, obviously a rare year last year for Spanish Fork where you weren't a playoff factor. What did you see in that led to that, and what needs to change this year?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, you know, I mean, that's part of the game. That's part of what you work your butt off for. And I think, you know, a ball doesn't go this way or a game gets out of our hands and things like that. And now you're seeing that your goals weren't met, which is our goal always every year to make the playoffs. And, you know, on my end, I wanted to just make sure that we reinstalled and re-envisioned our culture and what our goals are, which is not to just have more points on the scoreboard at the end of the game, but how we're doing everything. And it all started last January. And just the offseason, the leadership, the character, which I know a lot of that, you know, everybody wants to have that, but how much are you putting into it? You know, are you charting? I think the biggest thing that I want to see this year is we're not just going through the motions, just thinking that things are just going to happen. We've got to go make those things happen. We've got to be the most prepared individual that ripple effects to our team. We've got to make sure that, I mean, everything, our bodies are healthy, our mind, body, and spirit ready to go. And I want these kids to have their best effort and their best foot forward. But I think it starts on what's important to you, and do you see that every day? Do you chart that every day? We chart everything. You know, and some things opened my eyes and some things that I wanted to change, and we've implemented those, and I'm looking forward to, you know, these kids responding to that.
Coach, you guys got Daphne right out the gate at home. Right? How do you guys done prepare for that? That's like a rival game between the two schools for God knows how long. Talk a little bit about that game and then talk about your schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at it, it's an opening game, home opener, Thursday night. It's going to be a great game, great rivalry, and that is great. That's important. But I prepare for every game the same. You know, now there's implications that, you know, this is an opener, this is a region game, this is this and that, and what rides on that. But we prepare every game just like they're all the same. You know, we want to be prepared. We want to be where our feet are. We want to be ready to go and start fast in the season. We're going to have a very young team. We have a very young team, which means we've got to push that experience. You can't fake experience, right? I promise you, 21 years I had to figure it out. If I did, I'd sell it in a bottle, and you know, we'd be having a different meeting. But you can't bottle and you can't buy experience. So that's my biggest goal, is to have a young, motivated team. We're going to make mistakes. Seniors make mistakes. But how can we prepare every day to have that opportunity, to have that belief, to have that experience through practice reps, right? Because that's the one thing you can control. I can't go play 20 games, right? If I could, we'd figure it out. But it's just to prepare and understand what the expectations are, and understand, to me, it's especially the first couple of games, it's the least amount of penalties, pre and post snap penalties, and then understanding that there's going to be a flow of the game, right? is can't get too high, can't get too low, especially in the beginning. So that's what we're preaching now to look for in the upcoming weeks to prepare.
So you talk about being young. How young? I mean, what's the breakdown between seniors, juniors?
I've got 5 seniors this year. This is the lowest we've ever had. 5 seniors, 5 good ones. 5 seniors, and got a pretty decent size junior class. I think we're at 35, and then big sophomore class. So we're going to have more sophomores than I have really ever had starting.
How many do you think?
About 9 or 10. Depending on, depth chart's not finished, obviously. We're just wide open, but possibility to have 8 to 10, which is, to me, I know it might sound cliche, it's exciting to me to see these kids, because they work their butts off, and to see the young kids develop, because what it's going to do is it forces you to develop and grow at an exponential rate. And I'm excited to see just in the amount of time how much they're pushing and preparing, and then they'll have that experience going forward. So excited about the mindset and the effort. I think we come, and I think there's a great atmosphere every day, and that's tough at times. It is. It's hot. You've got these boys could be doing anything all summer, and they're up at 7 o'clock in that field house, and they're there all morning, and sometimes it feels like, hey, it's Groundhog's Day. But that's what we are pushing, and that's what I want to eliminate any feeling of that.
What's the strength right now, and what do you see it being, after that third game when maybe some of those sophomores might not be sophomores?
I think that's just it. I think that you can't, again, it's what the younger coach in me wants to push and try to, have a different shortcut, and there's no shortcut in experience and game-like atmosphere. And I think that what I'm going to see is I'm going to see kids develop week after week after week, and we've got to be there to make sure we level them up, hold them up, and that they're not getting discouraged saying, oh, I may not be able to do this. Or, well, no, son, you're going against an 18-year-old, and your time's coming. Let's stay the course. And I think we have the right mindset that our young guys have. They've had a lot of success in the past through middle school and freshmen and JV and whatnot. I think their mindset's there, but that's a good question is, stay in that path and saying, I want to see progress. We don't talk, one of the things we talk about is progress, not perfection. We don't talk about perfection 24/7 in our culture, okay? Because that's not realistic. There's only one perfect person to walk the earth, right? And so, can we progress? And can we do it together? I want these kids to be able to come to a place of caring and feeling a part of something, and not just, hey, if you're a really good football player, then we care a lot about you. No, you're part of this group, and we're going to push you. We know what you can achieve. We're going to push you. And our kids love that. They don't get defensive. They don't get down. They love being coached, and they love being loved up. They love having a place to come where it's like, you are enough, and you are what we're looking for. Now let's go make you the perfect thing. Not perfect, but the progression is to push that relentless effort. And I think we've got that. I think we've got a group of kids and coaches that understand that, and we're doing that. And that's exciting to me.
Coach, we've heard from a lot of coaches that they've got a big sophomore class. Is that class just big across the board everywhere, or is it kids going to play for other schools, other sports? What is it about this sophomore class that, I've probably heard it from 7 or 8 different coaches.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I think and more specifically in Baldwin County area, around the area, I think you're right on that. As long as I've been doing this, you find waves, and I think maybe this is one of those waves, but I do think that if you peel back, there's a lot of kids that have, if they started and I'm not really feeling it anymore, it's not really what it used to be, I got to go work, these kids have a lot of things. These kids have more distractions and more opportunities than we ever dreamed of, right? Which is good, but it also presents that issue of, hey, we got to focus on what we're trying to do and set those goals, and if this is something that you want to set your goals. But I do think that I've seen some of that. There might be, that's a good question, is I couldn't tell you just this sophomore class, but I know that I've seen more sport specific, or go do this, go do that, because there's just so much more stuff out there, so that's what we're fighting too. But that's another reason why I want it to be a culture and something that they can be involved in and be excited about being included in.
What was your senior class last year? How many guys did you lose last year?
24. Like the average between 25 and 30. I'd be a big class, but I average 25. I think I've had 20 to 25 roughly.
So this is just a particularly smaller class.
Yep, comes in waves.
What now?
Comes in waves, it feels like.
How you feel about your schedule?
Good, it's good. I mean, it's, you know, we've got a new opponent in Foley on, again, Daphne, and then St. Paul's will be our non-region. And then Region 1-5A is, you know, the normal players, the normal guys. So not a whole lot of changes, but a really competitive, really fun schedule and region to be in. A lot of really good football, a lot of really good football teams, football coaches, players. It's at a very high level.
I got a question, Coach. What do you see as your strength? I think it's the D-line with Brandon and Sam, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the strength I see right now, you know, more defensively, we've got more returning starters on defense, and defensively in our defensive line, obviously, like you mentioned, Brandon Marino and Sam and Tom are returning starters and doing great for us. They are linebackers. Either Jace Trucks and Anderson Butterworth are returning starters there, and got more returning starters and experience on defense. Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about your quarterback.
Oh, JJ. So JJ is a coach's kid, and comes from a big family, a big loving family, and I can't say enough about getting to work with JJ in our leadership councils and lunches, and just, you know, in the field house, and getting to know these guys and know JJ. But he's a great leader, great athlete, great football player, but just a huge heart, you know, a really good person, really good. Well, we're blessed. I mean, we have really good kids, and it's a great profession to be in, and Jay is one that brings value to me, being his coach, and because of the young man he is. And he is a great temperament as a quarterback. Quarterback is a tremendously hard position, as you all know, and he takes it in stride. He's a great leader. He loves up his teammates, and that's what is special to me. And I think he's going to get everything coming to him, and what he's put in to himself and his teammates, his family, community. Can't say enough about him.
On the field, what does he bring?
Aside from his talent, which is always a good spark, he's very talented, not just with his arm, but very talented with his legs, his speed. Just like I said, I think there's different, and we talk about this in Leadership Council, right? So we all talk about qualities of leadership, right? I do the studies and we do all this and we want leaders, right? But we can't force, it's got to be organic, right? There's all different types of leaders. You can lead by example, by nonverbal. You can be a big yeller, you can be this. I want you to be who you are. And I've seen just his leadership quality on the field is he's steady Eddie, man. He's consistent. He never gets too high, he never gets too low. Now he might have some excitement, but he brings it back down. It's the next play, and the offense rallies behind that. You know, if you've got a quarterback that's a hothead, or he's an emotional train wreck, or he can't make good decisions, or he's thinking he's doing it all himself, it's not going to work. I mean, so, and that position has got to be a selfless position too, right? I mean, he's the leader of the offense and one of the leaders of the team, and so what he brings is a consistent path to what he's doing every single day. And I think that bodes well for him, because that is tough. If things aren't going well, it's easy for a quarterback to think it's all on him. And it looks like that, right? Oh, you got to get rid of the ball. You got to get, when we talk about the snap, or the guy wasn't open, or this and that and the other. So that again, he takes that and handles that with such grace. Just again, going back to his character as a young man. So, and everybody feels that for sure.
What about Sam?
Sam? Sometimes I don't even know he's out there. Isn't that right, Sam? And, Sam's your pit bull. Sam is the epitome of a defensive lineman. You know, Sam is that vocal wild man, and then Sam's going out there making plays that back that up. You know, whether it's a defensive end chasing down a jet sweep or the effort. He is an effort guy, and I think that position bodes well for that. I think he's destructive. He's very physical. He's very, very, very smart player, and then his effort is just consistent. And he's a problem. He's a problem going against him every day. I'm glad he's on our team. But yeah, Sam has grown tremendously in that aspect from the day we closed the doors last season. And you know, on a personal note, getting to know Sam this past couple of years has been he is just who he is has been incredible for me. And the young man he has become, to see it. So we have this gift, and sometimes you forget it at times, but we see these boys from their 8th grade year, 9th grade year, 10th, and to see them grow as a young man to now a young man that his heart is to serve his country in the Navy. You know, that's the type of person he is. And that's just tremendous to have a young man grow in front of my eyes, and a gift that I'm very appreciative of.
All right, let's get him up there.
Yeah, come on, Sam.
Thank y'all for having me up here today. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what do you expect from the team this year?
Consistent. We're to be consistent all year. That's the main thing that we've preached from the very beginning of the off season this year. Is we're to do the small things very, very well. The things that we can control, we're to control. We're to be in full control of all those things. Our effort, how physical we are, being on time, the small things, and we're to do that at a very, very good level. You know, we have 5 seniors. We don't have all the talent in the world. We don't have all the experience in the world, but I don't think that necessarily wins you games. We've had very talented groups. Last year, we had an extremely talented group, but inside the locker room, it was it's nowhere near this year. And so I think doing the small things really, really well is what is going to separate us this year. And I expect, you know, we've talked about it, but the effort, we're to be super close this year. We already are super close. As a team, we bonded very, very well. The young guys have stepped up tremendously. I cannot say enough. TJ, what's his last name? TJ Causey and Duke AG. I mean, they're upcoming sophomores and have took on a huge role outside linebacker and are doing a phenomenal job. There's plenty more to name off, but those are 2 that just come off the top of my mind. So really, to get back to your question to what to expect this year, is just to be a very, very physically violent team. And I mean, that's how it's going to be. I'll stand with that. I mean, that'll be it. So.
You feel like that was missing last year? I mean, it was such a rare down.
Yeah, I mean, it was rare, that's for sure, and we know that. We know what Spanish 4 has always been, and we got back to that this year. Last year, you know, there was no leadership. We were not as bonded as we were this year, and you know, I know y'all can't see that from the outside, but being on the inside, you know, I think the biggest thing was the care factor. You know, we want kids to come out here to our team who want to be here, who want to go out there and play, who are not selfish, and will honestly lay down for this team. And that's what was missing last year, was the care factor. And I think back to your question about, you know, why is the sophomore class so big, or maybe why is the senior class so small? We were talking about this on the way here. But the kids have gotten away from coming out here and being a part of something more than yourself, being a part of a high school football team, stories that you can tell for a lifetime. You know, there a lot of these kids who have quit or you know, have gone on. You know, it's not necessarily, you know, going to college to play football is a lot of our dreams, me and JJ's dream. But that doesn't have to be your dream necessarily. You know, I think you come out there, and whether you want to go play college football or not, come out there and be a part of something special, be a part of a team, mentally grow, physically grow. You know, there's so many things that football does for you besides getting you to college for some kids.
Well, it sounds like, so first of all, college opportunities, who you hearing from? It sounds like maybe Annapolis might be your ultimate choice, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's kind of, you know, South Alabama. I've got a really good relationship with them. Coach Acuff over there. He's a great guy. Great defensive line coach. He really knows the game well. But yes, I'm committed to Navy right now, and so we went up there about a month ago. Me and my family really fell in love with the people up there, the people and the coaching staff. I think one thing that's college football is all these coaches I'm talking to or at all these schools, their first year at this school. At Navy, these guys have been there 10 plus years. They love their job there. They want to stay there. And I really got that feeling from them. And Coach Hall, the defensive line coach at Navy, is a great guy. Played at NC State and really knows the defensive line well. There's a guy who got drafted there last year, Landon Robinson, and he just to speak about the development there. He was a linebacker when he got there, and within 4 years he was drafted to the NFL. So I think that speaks a lot of measures about Coach Hall and the defensive line over there. And then I've just been talking to Iowa State. So, yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coach mentioned your attitude on the field. How would you describe your attitude?
I'm just not gonna lose. That's really the main thing. I'm just you might get me one play at this, but you're gonna have to deal with it for 4 quarters. And like I said, I'm not gonna lose. I'm gonna keep going. My effort's always gonna be there. Mentally, I'm always gonna be into the game, and nothing's gonna stop that. And I credit that to Coach Smith this year. The mental side of this team is something that I have not seen. He's pushed our mentality very, very well, and so just never giving up. That's to be, I don't really talk too much. I don't like to talk too much, but I go out there and get after it.
Seems like you talk fine to me.
Yeah.
All right, great job, Sam. Appreciate it, man.
Thank y'all.
Jalen, same thing for you. What have you seen different in this team that's going to maybe make a change from last year?
Well, I've been a part of 3 teams. I've transferred all around the place. The biggest thing is both these guys talked about is it's a brotherhood. It really is. We're all very close with each other. I mean, like everyone's saying, we're young, so we're not the strongest, we're not the fastest, we're not the talented, but we care, and I think that goes farther than talent, strength, and speed.
How do you feel like your game as quarterback has improved or grown?
Honestly, just being the leader that I am today, it goes farther than how far you can throw a ball or how fast you can run. I've definitely got to know the game a lot more with experience, being able to move around the place. I got to know a bunch of different coaches, and I mean, yeah, leadership, it goes back to getting to know your guys and just knowing that I'll have their back no matter what it takes on the field and off the field, and that they'll have mine. I think that's bigger than all of it.
With such a small senior class and being the quarterback, how much, talk about leadership, I mean, that seems to be a lot on you. How are you going to handle that?
I mean, no matter how big the senior class is, I mean, ball is ball. So we're gonna go out there, we're gonna play our hardest every snap, every down, and like Sam said, we have a bunch of young guys that have stepped up, like tremendously. Just to name a little, Bo Farmers playing both sides of the ball. Transfer coming in, Yalen Lee. He's been a dog on the field, especially this offseason. Expecting a big year out of him. And then Ford Turner stepping up as running back. So, I mean, just being able to get to know those guys and being able to be in the same field as them, it's an honor.
You excited for that Akron game?
That one means something special. knowing Coach King and Coach Sullivan all those years, I still talk to them if I run into them at the store or something, or all that. But yeah, that one means something special.
How would you describe your style as a quarterback? You more of a runner, a passer, a combo?
I'm a playmaker. I'm a get the first down, just move the sticks. We're gonna keep the ball in our hands. Honestly, and like Sam said, I'm a competitor, so I hate losing. I'm gonna win at all costs, whatever it takes. If you need me to run the ball, I'm gonna run it. You need me to throw 100 yards, I'm gonna try my best to do it. I mean, whatever it takes.
So with so many losing, I guess, so many seniors last year, you got some new guys stepping up into some key spots this year. How do you feel about the guys on offense around you?
We're young, 100%. We're definitely young, but there's once that first game goes by, I think once some of these new kids get the jitters out, I think they're gonna be we're gonna be one hell of a football team. It just takes that first one. Definitely for me, that's what it took. Is I just had to get hit, and then I feel like it all popped right into place. But just being out on that field and just experiencing Friday Night Lights with your brothers, I think it's gonna definitely do it.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing y'all this year. Thank you. Coach, do we know what game the prestigious California Dreaming Bowl is going to be? Oh, it is? You took any of that? I asked him the other day, he said, no, it's not that. I'm like, oh, okay.
Pick them up, bring them back.
Just you being here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, that'd be. It's 6 to 7:30 next week. All right. Okay. All right. That's good. That's good. I'm just letting you know. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you. See you. See you that first game.
Thank you.
See you that first game.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Sorry about that. Come on, Coach D.
See what they throw at me.
Oh, we got some tough ones coming up for you.
As long as Coach Cleveland's not in here sandbagging me again.
All right. He's not here today.
Hey, there we go. Good to see you.
Coach, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you.
What's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you.
Larry's here. He got here late.
How you doing? Good to see you. Doing good.
Take the mic, Coach.
All right.
Thanks. Coach Davis, introduce you guys for us.
Yes, sir. Today we have senior starting safety Noah Bowers and senior offensive tackle Dylan Dennis. Both returning starters from last year. Both have played since they were sophomores. Sparingly as sophomores, both on special teams as sophomores, and now are the leaders of our team.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about how do you, as we get started, how do you feel about your team this year?
Yes, sir. So feel really good about our team, where we are. We have around, the number's high, so I get it mixed up. I believe we're around 16 to 17 returning starters from last year. We started, I think at one time we looked out there last year and we had 10 sophomores on the field. A smart man once said, I think his name was Steve Savarese, every sophomore you start, you lose a game. We didn't lose all 10, but the youth that we had last year is now experienced going into this year. So we're still young, we're a heavy junior team, but it's juniors with experience. And then we have, a strong senior class that's been in the program now 3 years. These guys were freshmen when I got the job. So they're first they're my first group that's been in the weight room with me for 3 off seasons. I think, you know, you can tell that they've been with me for the past 3 years, and they've worked their tails off. So super excited about our kids in that way. We've expanded our coaching staff. The past 2 years, we've had 7 total coaches. That includes me, which, as we know, when you line up against some of the other teams in the county, not that I'll never say we've been outmatched schematically, but just the hands to help do everything and to have more eyes on kids. It's been amazing this year. We're up to, made a hire yesterday, I can't say it, but we're up to about 12. So that's been incredible.
Can't say it.
Well, I don't know if the board approved it then.
You're 12, so you're up to 12 full-time coaches then, or 12?
Well, you got my dad who's part-time, but he's been with us the past 3 years. Then a player that played for me in Alberta is going to help us with freshmen, but everybody else is full-time teacher, which is unheard of up there. So it's been great.
So what do you feel like the strength of this team might be, if you know that?
We're going to be athletic, but I truly think the strength is going to come from consistency on the front lines. We returned 4 starters on the offensive line, 3 seniors, so Dylan at left tackle, B.W. Slade at right tackle, and Keithion Palmer at right guard. And then we returned a junior who started every game last year at center, John Burke. And then on the defensive side of the ball, we returned a junior who started defensive end, Cam Tipton, and then 2 seniors, Traylon Washam and Braden Hood. So experience in the trenches, as we know, in this region, really in this state, is huge. And I believe that opens up what we can do with our skill guys, this is the first year I've been, you know, at Baldwin County, honestly, we had some depth. We had a few injuries in the spring with our spring ball, and because of that, people had to step up, and they have in a big way, and that's given us a lot of flexibility with our skill positions.
What do you want to see in the next couple of weeks before you all get out there for real from the team? What questions do you have?
We talked about it today. One thing that any coach wants to see, who's going to be the sophomore that pushes for playing time this year on the field so we can keep building that depth. Who's the junior that's a 2 that we can count on to rotate into the game? And then our biggest thing is, are we going to, we talk about it pretty much every day, are we going to make the choice to let the pass be the pass and go out with a clear mind and realize that we're as good as anybody will play? And once we make that choice, I think people better look out. But again, that's a choice that these guys have to make. I've already made it, that's why I'm here. I know they can do it.
How's that happen? How do you?
If you know, please let me know.
I was about to say, you're not going to know, but.
I think it comes from a bunch of things. I think culturally, your program's got to be in a good spot. I think we're in a great spot with that. I think you have to have kids that have bought into the off season. We have that. I think you have to have great coach-player relationships. We have that. In a time when people are jumping ship, going here, there, and yonder, we've kept the core of our kids for 3 years. And I think that's a testament to the relationships that we have, that we've built between player and coach, and the consistency that we show every day. We have some players who are going to be a big part of our team that we kicked off when we first got there because they didn't meet the standard, and they came back to us, and now they're leaders on our team. And I think that's the difference in year 3 that you didn't have in year 1. Last year, those seniors, they did everything they were supposed to. They laid the foundation for hopefully what will be a fruitful year this year. But to answer your question, there's no way to know until we strap it on August 21st if they're going to believe in themselves or not.
Coach, I just make sure, what year?
This will be my 3rd year.
Your 3rd year. So between now and your first year that you've got there, what are some of the changes you've seen in your program?
When we're just talking football, strength, we did a lift-a-thon the other day where you know, we do bench press, but, you know, and I wouldn't say bench press really matters as much as some people would say, well, power clean, things like that. I want to say we have over 40 kids from 10 to 12 that are benching 225. When I got there, that number was in the teens. We're close to 30 kids that are power cleaning over 225. If you have a weight room, I mean, that's pretty good in weight room for a high school football team. We've gotten to the point where now we're going to have a freshman-only team. Freshmen won't dress with us on Friday nights, and we'll still have around 65 kids. They're going to dress with us every night from 10 to 12. You know, it's not just straight numbers, it's numbers that are actually participating in what we're doing. You know, I know coaches that fret over what's it going to look like when we have these numbers, those numbers. You know, I think as you get into it more, you realize that quantity isn't quality. You know, is the kid invested in the program? Are they a part of the team, whether it's, you know, a scout team member or a Friday night starter? Those are the kids you want on the team because they're bringing something every day. And I think our football IQ is, from where it was, is through the roof. You know, our offense coordinator the past 2 years, Mason Dunn, he's gone and taken an administrative job at Bayside, and we hired a new offense coordinator, Justin Nard, from Hillcrest Evergreen. He's also been at Foley and Spanish Fort. And Coach Nard, in his second week of off-season workouts, I think we had the whole offense installed. And unfortunately for Coach Dunn, it took him almost 2 years to get it all installed. But the kids have been in the system for 3 years now, so even when terminology changes, they know the fundamentals of the game because it's been consistency. That's what we tried to preach. Our defense coordinator, Greg Smith's going in his 3rd year. He does a great job. Noah can tell you, if you know all the terms in our defense, you're a pretty smart dude. You often hear older Coach Davis in the background griping because we have a new term for something, but that's just how he does it. But they know what we do. Now, the next step to that is truly learning situational football, which is what we practice. So every day we don't just like go run plays, we're running situational plays. Even in our special teams, we're teaching situational stuff. So when we get to those moments where in the past maybe we didn't know what to do, therefore our athleticism didn't shine, now we're going to know what to do, and our body can take over and get it done.
What does your quarterback situation look like?
We have 2 junior quarterbacks. Right now our starter is Ray Johnson, and our backup quarterback's Griffin Johnson. So great kids, both of them. Ray is they're both dual sport athletes. Ray got a lot of playing time last year, came back from a small injury. I believe threw a touchdown against McGill in big time. That we cut that to a 1-score game, I think, with 3 minutes ago last year. I've been really impressed with Ray as a leader. He's also a basketball player, so he's come straight from basketball in the mornings to us every day. Hasn't missed a beat. Did really well in 7-on-7, but I think his best game is when he's able to ad-lib here and there. So he can throw it wherever you want him to, but he'll be better when he's moving, and he's using his legs a little bit. He's strong as an ox. I think we finished with deadlifts today. I think he did 560 on deadlift for 1 today. So I'm really excited to see him let it loose, and we got a couple of young freshman quarterbacks I'm really excited about too. Really, the whole quarterback room has grown, and again, that just comes with time in a system. You know, Griffin's also taken major strides. We trust him if something happens. So really, really happy with where we are with that.
How what's the change in offense from Coach Dunn to Coach Nard?
We're going to be exactly the same. I'm just kidding. We were, I would say, really terminology, if that makes, terminology, tempo, but really not a ton of difference. That's why it's been so seamless, the way in which Coach Dunn's offense translated into Coach Nard's offense. I mean, it's really unbelievable how quick kids picked it up and how much he's been able to install because we were so far ahead.
Yeah. I had a question, Coach. I talked to you 3 years ago when you took over this program, and it just seems like you have changed the culture there. Go into detail about how that's been the process for all that.
Yeah, I think, every place you go, no matter who you come in before or after, you have to make things your own. And you have to set a standard for what you want your team to be, and that's what we've done. So first year, we haven't had a returner in summer school. Our school gets a bad rep for what happens on a day-to-day basis. It's the exact opposite. And I think when your athletes are the leaders in the school, you have a good thing going. And that's really what our guys have become. If there's an issue in the classroom, our guys are there to be the student leaders of what's going on. Now, does that mean the kids aren't going to be kids when we have issues? No, we have issues, and we handle them swiftly, and we don't put up with stuff. But at the same time, my family and my coaching philosophy that's been ingrained in me since I was born, and through playing for Coach Sad and Coach Vicker, people like, kids need structure, kids crave structure. Kids want you to be hard on them, because at the end of the day, that's why we coach football. If we're not preparing our kids for the stuff that life's going to throw at you, then we're failing in our jobs. So that's the thing that we talk about all the time. You're going to wake up one morning and you may lose your job, your family member may die, divorce happens, all sorts of things happen, but you're only given one life. You have to make the best opportunities out of it that you can. So no matter what happens to us, we talk about it all the time, don't be a victim to your circumstance. Put your shoes on, get up, go to work, and make something of yourself. It's the word we said today, they probably won't remember, is choice. You have a choice of who you're going to be every single day. So that's what we preach. That's what we've preached for the past 3 years. And the biggest thing is that I've found is you have to have top-down alignment. Our principal is the dude. He's just the best. He's given me things I've asked for. He's fought for me. He has never put pressure on me to win a game. I told him last year, you should just fire me. He's like, no, you're not. But it's not about me. It's not about him. It's about our kids. And if you put the kids first, then hopefully good things will happen. And if they don't, you did your best and you move on.
All right, Coach, you want to get Noah up there?
I'd love to.
How's it going, Noah? How's it going? Good to see you, man. Tell us a little bit about this team. What do you think y'all can be this year?
I think we can be just a better team overall. Like the past 3 years Coach Davis has been here, I've really seen the culture change, and he's preached on culture many times, and I can just see the change this year, especially. I really feel like we're going to have a breakout season this year.
How do you get to that point, like he was talking about, where you believe you're as good as the next team that you play?
Really just believing in God. Also, like God is all good, and I was praying about it before, and last year, like God can do anything, and he's really preached on this. Like we just have to trust him and trust the culture and trust everything about it, and we'll be all right.
What's the biggest difference in the defense this year, you feel?
Everybody knowing their alignment and assignment. Coach Smith, our defense coordinator, really preaches on alignment and assignment and knowing your job. And I feel like having all these returning starters, it really helps everybody knowing everything and what to do.
How's all season been for you?
All season been good. Weightlifting, staying hydrated, staying healthy, putting muscle on. Workouts have not been easy, but we've really seen improvement in the way how we've gotten faster, bigger, stronger, and it's all thanks to Coach Davis.
How about with you personally in that regard, and as you Yeah. Now, a senior, has the game kind of slowed down for you, as they say?
I wouldn't say slowed down. I mean, I try to better myself in every way. I try to be the best version of myself. Like, when I'm on the field, I'm thinking it's me versus me out there, and I can always just do better.
Feel like a better grasp of things?
It does get a little easier, like, just, like, playing since sophomore year, like, it's gotten easier. I've learned football a lot more, like just learning the game and learning how it works and everything.
Tell us about your teammate Dylan. What type of guy and player is he?
Hey, it's a great player right there. Really, really a great team leader. That's what my best friend. With him, like if you see me out, you'll see me with him most of the time. Like I feel like me and him, our bond is just so strong, especially being the team leaders on him on the offensive side and me on the defensive side. It's really changed a lot, and the way he presents himself to people, and he's really a good guy, and he's a great football player.
Football only or multiple sports?
Me, I play basketball and I play golf too.
Y'all got a pretty fun event next week with the basketball program, right?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Talking about the swim thing?
The hometown heroes thing with the police department?
Oh yeah, we were talking about that, and I really couldn't tell you much details about it.
What do you like? What's Coach Davis meant to you?
He's really meant the world to me. Like he has changed this culture in ways nobody I thought could. Because my freshman year, we had a great coaching staff, and it sucked to see them leave. And so I didn't like them at first, but because I like the old coaching staff. And he also coached my brother when he was in high school too, and that got me warm up to him. I heard some great things about him, and just the way he's changed his culture. And like we didn't believe him at first, but I really truly believe him now, and he's just a great overall coach and a great guy to just be around.
His brother played for us at Dayton, so he's a baseball player for Owen, and then was on Coach King's first team as a strong safety.
All right, thanks, Noah. Dylan?
Y'all better give this one a time limit.
All right, Dylan, tell us about this team this year.
I feel like we're really going to make a splash, especially week 1, week 2, week 3. You know, we had a bunch of tough games early on, like Spanish Fort, Theodore, but I think we can beat all of them.
Coach is closing his eyes over there.
No, I'm good. You got low lights and you're done.
What, like we talked about, what Coach talked about, you just got to have a team that believes you can compete with those other teams. Obviously, it's not a problem with you, but what about your teammates? How do you get to that point?
I mean, yeah, I'm basically played with these guys since, you know, I played varsity and JV my sophomore year, and we've always competed with the best. Like, just every game was close JV. And I think that really built our culture, like, really helped out the most. And I think that's leading on to varsity as we head into the season.
Dylan, like you said, you guys got tough cousins. All three of those, the three of those games on the road, and one you guys got Sarah Lane at home, correct?
Yes, sir.
What do you think you guys are going to have to do to make sure you come out with a win at each one of those games?
I think we're just going to have to stay focused, keep the main thing, you know, be ourselves, you know, stay working in the weight room, just, you know, be focused in film, you know, can't get distracted on the bus right over there. You just got to keep the main thing.
So what's going to be the difference in this team versus last year's team, you think?
Really, I don't think there's really much difference except just the guys and their mentality this year. Like, I don't want to knock the other guys, but we really like try and tap our water in at the beginning of the game. We wouldn't really come out smashing. But this year, I think we have that confidence built up that we are.
How bad do you think you're going to beat Sarah Lane?
As bad as we want to be.
I just want to ask that, see what Coach's reaction on it.
He's going to answer you, man. That's
We talked about this in the truck. You might as well ask Evan.
Talk about how you've grown as a player from, say, you mentioned playing, I guess, JV, freshman ball, and middle school and all that, I guess. Have you grown physically and also maturity-wise as a
I would say I've grown tremendously, especially like size. I used to be a 170 as a freshman, but as soon as Coach Davis came in, I think I gained 30 pounds because he was sneaking me snacks in the film room. And mentally, I think being around Coach Davis, having a guy like Coach Dunn who really knew the game early on, he really taught me a lot about the terminology and how deep football really was and like the scheme of things.
What's Coach Davis meant to you?
He's probably my biggest role model since he came in, his first ever speech. I remember our first day in the weight room, I really thought that things were going to stay the same. I didn't really think, I thought it was like the coach was going to take stuff, whatever, let the little things slide, but he really didn't. I remember he kicked out all of us first day of the weight room. We all went to the track. And that's whenever I started believing.
It wasn't a good day in the weight room that day, correct?
It could have been. You got to keep them guessing. I swear Coach Sapp was crazy. You didn't know what was going to set him off.
All right, Coach, guys. Look forward to seeing y'all this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Coach.
They want to know if they can keep their cards.
I think they can, yeah.
I heard about it. It's crazy.
I'll take that.
What's up? Oh, man.
Good to see you. Yes, sir. Always. Good to see you guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Y'all feel free to cut what Dylan said.
Good to see you.
Hey, I hadn't seen you face to face since the silver about to beat St. Paul's. You remember that?
I do remember that.
How's it going to go? And we came out.
I saw you last year against McGill.
Did you?
That was McGill last year.
Very good job.
Yep, we got what we got now.
Really.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we still got hope up. We've advertised and stuff. We need to get them on and.
That's fine.
What the deal is, you need to say, have to say, maybe.
All of these are in order.
Extremely intelligent secondary, so that's what you're saying, he's our top-down guy. We're going to use him along with the other side of the ball, he'd probably be our second best receiver.
You would think they would have to vote on
But no, his leadership and his mentality, he's not the most vocal person ever, but it's just nose down and work. And it shows, he flashes. They'll probably even do some special duties team stuff for us, special teams. But just, irreplaceable as a leader. And then what he can do. Yeah, so he's been a starter. He started on basketball team last year. He's a golfer. Actually, both of them are golfers. We have our golf coaches and our second coaches and our special team here. So he recruits as many good kids as he can. But like I said, the bond that those kids have and the bond that our other seniors have.
You're doing good, man.
And how close they are to juniors. I think we had incredible seniors this year who overcame so much. Got us where we are now. And I think these kids are going to make it.
All right, appreciate it. I've been checking the.
Yes, sir. Good to see you. I'll let him see you something. Hopefully we'll see you. Yes, again, good morning to you. Thank you all.
Good luck. Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
All right, well,
Yes, sir.
I ain't been out there since I got here before.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't, this is like it's golf, it's in golf. Too much.
It could get down to about 115. I just realized there's Tom Brady on the wall.
Well, that was an awful game.
Huh?
That was an awful game.
28-3?
Is there,
That was the Super Bowl.
That,
Atlanta was leading 28-3.
Did they have some people just hurt? Was that Michael Vick time?
And
I know that.
Atlanta led 28-3, and New England came back and won it.
that was when
Oh, 'cause
Julio.
that's at the third quarter. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, third quarter, yeah, you're
That
right.
was unbelievable, I thought.
Tom Brady.
And it wasn't by any fault of Julio's. I guarantee you he played a very good.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't his fault at all.
No, man, just what a meltdown.
No, Matt Ryan. Was Matt Ryan quarterback?
Falcons, yeah.
Yeah,
Falcons found a way to melt down.
Okay, okay.
God, that was one of the worst Super Bowl meltdowns I had ever.
Yeah.
Super Bowl meltdown.
I felt so bad for Julio.
Did anybody get fired after that season? After that game?
Probably.
Checking the surroundings out.
Probably.
What's up, 28-3, why don't you like it? I like that part of it, I don't like what happened after that.
We got y'all, I forget which week. It's a big game.
All right, guys.
Start up there.
You didn't bring no loss.
Quite a few of those guys that we're gonna miss it.
I think he's been a veteran. We all good over there, Ron?
Yes, sir.
All right, Coach, introduce you guys for us.
Yeah, good to be back here with you guys. Today we got Cam Kerbel, number 0, our inside linebacker. She's his 4th year. We had a 4th year starting for us. Played a lot of football games the last 3 years, so kind of leading the show over there on defense. And then Gunnar Rivers, number 17, quarterback. Same deal offensively, been starting since he was a freshman and played a lot of football games too. So we got a handful of guys like these two that have played a lot of football games the last few years. And then we have quite a few that have not played very many football games in the last few years. And so I don't know that we're such a young team, but we definitely don't have as much experience as we've had in years past.
But you think the door's shut on playing in the NFL?
Yeah, I think so. I really.
I'm done asking you that.
No, me too, man. It had been shut in my mind. But no, it was a fun 4 weeks. But yeah, I think it's shut pretty tight this time.
Talk about your starters returning.
Yeah, well, we lost. We had 18 seniors last year, so and that's a big senior class, as big as we've had. And sometimes you have 18 seniors, and you have some journeymen that are seniors that hadn't played a whole lot, that have been great teammates and been a part of the program. But in our case, we had a lot of guys that played a lot, and a lot of seniors that contributed quite a bit. Defensively, we lost 2 guys in the secondary. We lost one, our inside linebacker captain, Nick Russo. Lost a couple defensive linemen. Offensively, we lost 4 guys up front, four offensive senior linemen up front, and then a lot of the skill players. Top 3 pass catchers from last year, and Brody Jones and Tucker Thompson and Braden Smith are gone. Our lead rusher and Noah Moss is gone, and so quite a few big key departures in last year's class. But it's been an exciting offseason for us. I think in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of expectations on the outside for our team, and this year maybe not as much. Everybody's kind of like, let's see what they're going to do when they lose all these guys. And I don't know if the expectation is as high on the outside, but it's still just as high on the inside. I mean, our guys feel like there's been a standard set and an expectation that we're going to find a way to win every Friday night. And, it's been a fun 2-year run for sure. It's been a fun 5-year run, but the last 2 years, we've only lost to one football team, and over 1,000 days, we've only lost to one opponent.
It's the same one, 3 different times, but it's and won the other 25. So it's been a good run. This year presents this whole new self of challenges from our own roster in terms of the inexperience I speak about. We have some junior linemen that'll be starting for the first time, so they're not young. They've developed themselves. They just haven't started a lot of football games. So, and then from a scheduling standpoint, from top to bottom and from week 0 through 10, it's a lot tougher of a schedule than we've had probably the last 2 years collectively. So it's exciting. The guys are fired up. It's new, it's fresh and it's new for us in this with this new region set up, and then excited to see our young guys work, and they've worked well. And the one thing about our guys, I'm trying to remind them, is that we're going to be a better team in week 8 than we are going to be in week 0. And hopefully we don't have any bumps along the road, but we may. We may have some early, but that's not going to discourage us. We're just going to keep working and hang in there and hang with it, because I think it's going to be a group. The more experience we get, the better off we'll be down in October, November.
The quarterback looks bigger. Can you just talk about Gunner's development and where he is this year, even compared to this time last year?
Yeah, no, he's probably, I don't want to short you, Gunner, but he's probably put on 20 pounds from last year when he walked off the field in that Jackson semifinal game to now. I think he was 228 the other day when he got on the scale. So he's physically strong and had a great offseason and really worked at it. Even to the point where we're talking about we're going to have to tweak his shoulder pad and get a different pair. I mean, when you get this custom shoulder pad fitted for a quarterback, you don't expect him to be 228. I expected him to be that one day, but not while he was still in our locker room.
Coach, Glenwood, where is that at?
Far away. Central Phoenix City-ish is all I know. It'll be my first trip there, that's for sure.
But no, talk a little bit more about your schedule. I know I see a lot of private schools on here. Of course, you got Foley on here for your last name. Talk a little bit about that and about the transition that the state has made.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's new for everybody. Obviously, it's not just affected the private schools, but it affects the public schools as well, right? Because it's harder now for them to schedule games, harder for us to schedule games in terms of non-region. It's tweaked their region play, in terms of classification and where they all fell. So it's been kind of interesting. I think everybody's kind of navigating it. We start with the tough challenge with Battleground Academy at home. Saturday in the middle of the day is about as hot as it can get. Against they were the state champs in the small private league in Tennessee last year, and they got 8 to 12. I don't want to short them either. College football players on that roster, and so Coach Bobby Bentley does a heck of a job. That's going to be a heck of a challenge for us. But that's one. I mean, how do you pass that up? A national TV game right over here at a stadium that didn't exist 2 years ago, and our guys are excited about it. But our season doesn't hinge on that game. We have a bye week after that, so we'll be able to kind of reset everything and get ourselves ready for region play. And we jump right in with UMS, McGill, and St. Paul's back to back to back. I mean, and those are 3 formidable, traditional, well coached. I mean, it's going to be those games are exciting. Our guys are fired up for them. I mean, I'm sure those that starting off your region like that, there's no time to warm up. You better be ready to go, or you'll be fighting an uphill battle after that. Then we play Bayside non-region, which has been a fun game. Every game we played them, and then we got Faith Academy, which we have never played, which will be fun at our place. Houston Academy, and then we go to Glenwood, as you mentioned, and then we host Montgomery Catholic, who in the last I saw some the other day, in the last 10 years they've won more football games than anybody in the state or something like that or something. So I mean, they've won a lot of football games and won some state championships at high classifications and when we were all together. So that'll be a challenge, but getting them at home is a plus. And then finish with Foley, who's traditionally been a 7-8 school and close, and obviously the coaching change and things they're trying to do over there. So that'll be a fun finish for us. So it's a challenging schedule, one that hopefully will equip us for the postseason. We still don't know what the postseason exactly is going to look like, but depending on how it looks, whether there's 4 teams that get in, or whether there's all of us get in, or whether there's 6. If there's 4, it's going to be a stinking fight, scratch and claw to get in. And because you start naming some of these teams I just named, and one of us is going to be out, and that have traditionally been in the postseason for years and years and years. So it's a fun schedule, and we go to McGill and St. Paul's on the road, and Bayside. Those are 3 in a row on the road. That'll be fun and challenging. So it's a we're excited about it. We're excited about it. I know that our guys know a lot of the guys on those teams. Our families know a lot of the families on those teams, whether they grew up in Mobile or they, St. Michael didn't exist, but for 10 years. So some of our parents and families went to these schools. They went to St. Paul's, they went to McGill, they went to UMS. And so that makes it fun for the communities to get out there and compete on Friday night.
You talk about all the guys you lost. Who are some guys that we don't know that maybe we may know before week 5?
Yeah, well, I think you probably know Braden Walton. He had some huge catches. He was kind of the X factor in the Jackson game last year at Jackson. We beat them, caught 2 touchdowns, and kind of was the difference in that game because of what they were trying to do with Brody and Tucker. So Braden will kind of be leading the way there with the wide receiver group. Then Nigel Mitchell, who again he played a lot of snaps for us last year. He just didn't get a lot of carries because we were giving him number 4, know him all. So Nigel wears number 9, and Nigel's a good runner, and he's a tough runner, and he's about 195 pounds, and he's got really good vision, and he likes to kind of pound it. He likes to be, he's kind of the old school, I'm trying to think like a Natron Means, a real throwback of a Charger guy. He's down to that kind of style. So look forward to having him involved. Declan Reedy is kind of stepping up in our tight end spot. He came to us last year and was ineligible, so he'll be with us this year as kind of that tight end body. And defensively, you probably know these guys, but I mean we know them and we see them now every day. Our linebacker group and our front 7 is probably going to be as salty of a group as we've ever had, and we've had some good ones. I'm talking collectively. It's going to be good, led by Cam Kerbel. Then we have a guy that will be a senior for us by the name of Evan Parton that you guys will have not seen. That's going to be big in the middle there with Cam, and then Jack Kurth and Abram Rogers on the outside, the linebackers that will kind of lead the way. And we got some young guys up front, maybe some 10th graders, even for a freshman, Ethan Flowers, a freshman that's gonna have some impact for us this year. Big old 6'3", 230-pound freshman that's gonna have some impact for us at defensive end. And then our secondary is where we're young and kind of new for the most part. Hudson Ward returns, who played for us last year, son of safety. Hux Moralia played a lot of corner for us. But so it's a group, and then there's guys that there's guys up front. Charlie Callahan, kind of the leader of the bunch. He's a junior tackle, and then we have a lot of guys again that just haven't played a lot of football. But we're going to be pretty big up front. We just have to play a lot of snaps, and I don't care whether it's when you talk about it, the quarterback position, reps is the best way to get better, but it's everywhere. How do you get really good at playing an offensive guard? We got to play. And you only get so much done on the practice field. And so I look forward to seeing these guys continue. And one thing I'll say about this team is they're into it. They're really into it. And that's a start. That they're engaged and into it. We're watching practice tape and we're making corrections. It's not just, when is the horn going to sound? They're into it and they want to do it right. And so that's we have a lot of that with this group. And looking forward to seeing how it kind of plays itself out when we get out there in the real going.
You got a jamboree against Allen Bryan again. How big is that considering the youth?
Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, that jamboree's been good for us. Coach Sessions and I kind of have the same philosophy, and I know many coaches do, but have the same philosophy in that jamboree. We want to get out there healthy and want to get some live snaps and kind of get. There's some. Whether it be Gunnar will be nervous in that jamboree. Cam will have some butterflies in that jamboree. Just because you're back out there, it's good to kind of get those flushed a little bit in a game that at the end will still be 0-0. So it's good. We get a lot of guys in the game in the second half. We want to get guys reps, get looks with guys, and go get somebody different. That's the one thing different than summer now than when I played 25 years ago is we practice. You practice all summer. We didn't practice. We ran and we threw the ball around and we went home and we worked and cut grass and we didn't practice ever. And so now these guys are tired of going against each other. I'm so tired of having a helmet on and going against our guys going against the same guys. Gunnar makes a check and Cam knows where it's going. Cam says something and we know what they're doing. And it's like, all right, we need to see somebody else. And so that's the other part of that having that Alden Bryant game there, it'll get here in a hurry. We're talking 2 weeks from Friday, so that'll be good for us.
What's the biggest difference in Gunnar right now from just a year ago?
I think it just the natural progression of maturity, his comfortableness from a leadership standpoint. He's always been directing in terms of telling guys what to do, but now it's just even more. Now it's, you're talking about 35 plus high school football games you've been in. That's a lot of games, and so. They break in the huddle, and we got young guys inexperienced, and it's almost like they're all looking back, and he's like, you got this, you got this, you got this, you got that. He knows where everybody's supposed to be, and that's part of it, playing the position. I think this year he's kind of taking the next step of knowing who guys are going to in the run game, and knowing where the issues are in the pass pro, and all those things of kind of that next step, understanding. Rather than us having to talk about all these different checks, he sees it and makes those checks, knowing that knowing what the experience and stuff we've gained over the last 3 seasons, and then just physically. Most games are going to be the biggest guy on the field, and so I've told him that we don't want to run him a ton, but I don't know many guys who want to tackle 6'4", 230 coming right at their face. So he better get ready to run some.
What was your recruiting process with him like for you on the father side instead of?
It was a lot of fun. As a coach and just as a guy that loves ball, it's fun when other coaches, these schools are coming by. You get to meet all these guys. You get to hear, the crazy recruiting stories. You get to hear how their spring's been. You get to hear, kind of what's going on, meet new people, and hear how they talk ball and all those things. So I enjoyed that part of it. And then navigating as a dad, the thing I try to keep reminding myself is it doesn't matter who I like to talk ball with. It matters who he meshes with and who he feels like he's connected with and all those things. So I try my best to stay out of it. And that sounds like you didn't stay out of it. I didn't stay out of it, but stay out of it in terms of steering it, Well, we went to Texas, we went to Georgia, we went to Auburn, we went to Alabama, we went to NC State, we went to these places. We talked a bunch to Kentucky. I could go on and on. But it was like, hey, we got close to spring ball, and I said, hey, Gunner, these spring trips that we're about to go on, they don't just happen like, you can't just tell me tomorrow you want to go drive to Kentucky. We got to give these guys a heads up. We got to know what we're doing. And I left it alone, and about a week later, he came to me and he said, hey, Dad, I want to go to NC State. And I said, good. If you're good, I'm good. He kind of been through that process. So him coming to it on his own and me allowing him to do that, obviously I was fired up that he chose NC State, but by all means, I wasn't pushing it that way. I have a good relationship with Kurt Roper, the OC, and Dave Dorn, the coach and head coach. And so certainly I was happy about that, but I was glad that he got to come to that on his own because, unless there was a real red flag, I didn't tell him. I didn't really love that OC. They came by. I wanted him to figure out if he liked the OC because I'm not going to be in those meetings and talking ball with him. He's going to be navigating that. So it was it was a fun process and one that he handled well and kind of kept it all steady and kept his feet on the ground and didn't get too caught up in all of it.
Coach, you're the only coach here locally and maybe in the entire country that played NFL snaps last season. Was there anything you learned in that short stint that you're bringing back to St. Michael this year?
I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me was just getting that feeling of being a teammate again and realizing how much you really love it. That was my favorite part of playing is being a teammate, and then that to be true, and then you get to go be one again after 5 years out, and had already been at peace with never being a teammate again. I wasn't hanging on to the hopes of doing that again. And so being in a locker room, being on a team again, being in a huddle again, sitting in a Saturday night meeting again, standing in a cold tub with 2 offensive linemen and a DB and just kind of, cutting up and sitting in the dining hall and the weight room and all those things that come with it, the meeting rooms, the studying. I think more than anything, it was just like, man, this is awesome. And so, yes, that is at the highest level, but that's the biggest thing I try to tell these guys until they probably get tired of telling them is don't miss this. Like, don't miss this. And then it's like this right now, today. We're about to meet and lift and go practice football for an hour and a half. Like, don't miss it because you're thinking about what you're going to do next because you're going to love it. You're going to look back and go, man, this is pretty awesome. And it's like, so I think that's the biggest thing because football ends for all of us at some point. And thankfully enough, I got a taste of it at 44, but it's going to end for all of us at some point. For most of these high school football players, anywhere in the world, it's going to end when they're done playing high school. And so it goes fast, and it's hard to realize that when you're 16, 17, 18. But I try to remind them of that because you're sitting in a room with 55 buddies and you're practicing football, and it's like, man, it's pretty good. throw your laundry in a loop. See you later. See you in the morning. You know, it's like you have your laundry back in your locker and ready to go out again. It's like, man, what else do you need? What else do you need? You know, whenever you're that age, you stop at Wawa on the way home. It's like, man, this is great.
Last year you were up here talking about how fast your NFL career went, and then you were back in it.
Yeah, definitely unexpected. Definitely unexpected. It was a little bonus ball that was a lot of fun. I wish we'd won a game or two, and I'd have thrown 1 or 2 less interceptions, but it was fun to be back out there with him.
Tell us a little bit about Cam, what he means to you.
You know, Cam again, he's played a lot of football for us the last 3 years now, going on 4, and really has kind of assumed kind of that leadership role in general as a senior, but particularly on the defensive side. Cam has a lot of fun. Cam brings some life to the field. He doesn't take he's serious and works at it hard, but he doesn't take it too serious in terms of he keeps it light out there. You know, and it's like, yeah, we're on the grass playing a game. It needs to be a lot of fun. And you know, Cam's one of the leaders on the baseball team. Heck of a baseball player as well, and so it's been great to have Cam. And I think again that experience, that there's just no substitute for it. You know, Cam's seen a lot of things, seen a lot of different zone reads, a lot of guards pulling, and a lot of things thrown at him over these last 3 or 4 years. And there's really no substitute for that experience. And it's been great having him.
Phil, have you thought about Fairhope now feels like quarterback central with you and Gunner, one of the top quarterbacks in the country? Fairhope's got a great quarterback. The start from Jack Stace from Fairhope, Riley Leonard, a bunch of guys I think come to your house and work out. It just feels like now, like Fairhope is kind of quarterback central.
Yeah, shoot, I think in general, I mean, I think down this way, you know, Mobile, Baldwin County, you know, I see, you know, Barron back there. They got a guy that can flick it over there at Bayside. You know, Seeger at Daphne can throw the heck out of it. You know, so yes, I said to answer your question, yes. I don't know if it's just Fairhope, but just down here this way, there's a lot of guys that can throw the football and that have thrown it a heck of a lot more. It's just so different now. And it's just a different training and development process than it was a long time ago. And, you know, I'm somewhere in the middle on it all, I think, because now there's just so many 7-on-7s or something, and I think it is good. But I think it can be overdone. You know, the more you're running plays that you don't run, the more unless you're able to keep your footwork and your timing and all that stuff, and it's real football. I mean, so there's such a balance to it, you know, and obviously you'd love to play as much as you can with your guys, as opposed to, you know, all the different, you know, club teams that go all over the place. And I get it, and we have guys that do it, and I know those guys that do it. And to me, if they have a blast doing it and it works for their schedule and they can still be, you know, part of, you know, committed to the team aspect of it and the whole thing, then they go for it by all means. It's just, that's been one thing for me. I thought we've never gone down that road. Gunner hadn't gone down that road in terms of that. Just you get so much 7-on-7 in the summer with our guys, and so much routes on air, you know, in that 10-week spring period that I've never felt it that beneficial. Let me go back even further though. The flag football is a whole other animal. You know, that to me for Gunner was, you know, he was 6 years old. He was in a flag game trying to read a slant in the flat, you know, and throw it off this backer if he's not, you know what I mean? It's like, well, we didn't do that. We were kids. We got a little Auburn or Alabama rubber football that we could throw a mile, and we just play touch and tackle, and you know what I mean? So it's just the actual concepts and timing and reading stuff, that all starts to happen a lot earlier now with the flag football progression. And I'm actually a big supporter of the flag football thing. I think it's great for them at that age, especially if you have some, for one, the quarterback is, but if you have some that maybe aren't as physically developed yet, that you don't even want them out there trying to tackle this big, you know, kid that's a 4th grader that's already developed more than your 4th grader. And it's like, well, shoot, learn angles and how to keep the cup and how to do all those things without having to have the contact. I think it could be done very well, you know, if it's done right from a flag standpoint. I know for Gunner and Pete, you know, my 9th grader, that was big for them, those early years in San Diego in the spring. And I know, you know, Bo White and these guys, Coley and Bo and these guys do a great job with the Daphne 7-on-7. I mean, the numbers out there, there's kids everywhere on a Saturday, everywhere. And I think it's great because you want to make the game fun. The game, I tell these guys all the time, if it's not fun and we ain't enjoying it, let's just go home. I don't, you know, I mean, shoot, it can be serious and all those things. If we're having fun, then we're out of whack, you know, among some other things. You know, fun can be one of them, and then if you're not gaining something besides football, this needs to help you be a better man one day in some capacity. Maybe it'll hit you when you're 28, 25, maybe it's when you're 19, but if all they leave is learn how to block and tackle and run a post and you know, straight, you know, and fill the C gap, then we're missing it. It's got to be more than that, and I hope we try to do that. And I know there's many good coaches that try to do those things, and yes, we also want to win on Friday night. So they both go together, but we can make sure we can't miss that in high school football because it's got to be bigger than just the actual schematics and the game between the lines.
Coach, you're not the only one to be asked this question today, but you probably bring the most unique and experienced perspective to it, and that's NIL. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, you know, I've seen a few clips in the last couple of days riding up, and I said to myself, I'm going to say, I think y'all got enough sound bites on it now. And then I said, but I know I'll probably ramble. But I don't really even, I hope it doesn't come to high school, and I know it has in other states. I hope it doesn't come here. I mean, I think there's enough, you know, we got enough going on with the whole public-private split and all these different things, and there's so many things going on now that have kind of taken away a little bit of just the purity of just the, you know, high school football as we used to know it. And you know, I just think it's going to be a whole other animal to try to navigate. But it is what it is now, college football, and they're kind of figuring it out and they're trying to make some progress in the right direction. I don't even follow it closely enough, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, I'm going to son that's going to benefit from this, you know, in terms of how they operate now in college. Yeah, I was just trying to get to the next rent check and hope I had another meal on my campus card. You know what I mean? I mean, so it's just different. It's just different now. And so I don't know that I'm in a position that I'm educated enough on all the ins and outs of it. You know, my one strong opinion is it just went too far. I do think that these guys should have been getting something to where they're not looking up, you know, with 2 days left to go in the month, and they actually can't swipe their card again, you know, or they actually may not be able to pay their partner rent. Like, that was out of control with the money that was being brought into these universities. But that could have been done with $5,000 a month instead of, you know, these multi-million-dollar deals. You know what I mean? So, but it's gone too fast, and I don't know that it'll get back to that. But hopefully they get it tightened up enough to where at least it's, you know, you want to be fair, and I think that's the biggest thing they're trying to get fixed.
Coach, do you think if you didn't have to play those two dominant Jackson teams that come around probably every 10 to 15 years, that St. Michael's would have two back-to-back state championships?
Yeah, I think you're being conservative, Larry, and saying 10 or 15 years. I don't know if there's going to be a Jackson team or a 4A football team like those guys. I don't know if there's ever been one. And I don't really know a humble way to answer that, Larry, but yeah. I mean, I don't think we would have, you know, we would have won them at the same score.
Yes, sir.
It would have been 60-10 like they were for those two guys. So, yes, but they were. Jackson was the team in those last 2 years, and we couldn't quite get it done. So those are all what ifs. But yeah, it is kind of crazy to think about because we had two good runs and just couldn't, you know, we got over the hump against them in that week 5 game or 6 game, but just they're just a little too much. But our guys, that film comes up every now and then, you know, when you're watching stuff, and it came up the other day, we were watching punts. We punted twice against, maybe 3 times against Jackson at their place. And you know, that game comes on and you know, they're feeling that atmosphere, and I paused it yesterday. This was yesterday in the meeting, and I said, hey, y'all remember this game? We won this game. You know what I mean? It's like, we won that game happen, guys. Like, it was unbelievable, you know? And so, and we're watching the 2 punts that almost got blocked that ended up being unbelievable punts, like 50-yard, you know, punts and then we ended up getting stops in those, you know, because when you played them the last few years, if you punt, and me and Gunnar talked about it, I mean, if we punt a couple times, we lose. You feel that way, and Cam's on defense, and he doesn't take offense to that. He knew how brutal it was to stop him, you know. But we did punt a few times in that game, and we still found a way to get a couple stops. And so, anyway, no, it was. But I'm thankful for those games because I mean, hey, what an opportunity! They got to tell stories about those games. You know, I know we didn't go our way, but we just got to tell stories about those games for a long time because I think there's going to be a handful of them that may be playing a long time. You know, so we'll be watching some of those guys that were on that field with them that they competed against, but yes, it just so happened it didn't match up right for us, Larry.
Hey Phil, one more question before we get your guys up there. What in your short brief return to the NFL, what did you learn about Riley Leonard that may make him a great player or player in the NFL for a long time?
Well, Riley, I think first thing about Riley is what unbelievable humility he has. Y'all know Riley, and I've gotten to know him, but just, to be the star that he was, obviously here as a basketball player and a football player, and then the career he had at Duke was awesome. And then to go to Notre Dame that year and make a run at the national championship, but he's unbelievable humility and wants to learn, and so the way I see, getting to know him first, even before I was on his team, but just the way he works and the way he wants to take from everybody. Like there's nothing about Riley that comes across as I got this figured out, and so and unbelievable, really good athlete, and a guy that's just going to work at it. And so I know he's enjoying that quarterback room he has there, with those guys in Indy. Getting to learn from Daniel Jones is awesome. And then he's with some really good offensive guys, and Shane Steichen and Jim Bob and those guys. And so I think he's got a long career ahead of him. And you just never know. You never know. You never know. When he may get a shot at some point to be one of those guys that's one of the 32, or whether he's in the backup role for a long time, navigate it. But you think about some of these guys that play 10, 15 years in mostly a backup role, and I'm not limiting Riley to that backup role, but all I'm saying is I think Riley's going to be there for a long time, and how that all plays out kind of remains to be seen, but it won't be because of Riley's lack of working at it.
Thanks, Coach. You want to get Gunner up? So Gunner, so tell me, obviously a lot of different playmakers around you this year. Talk about how that's going to work out for you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a whole lot different. I mean, we lost, as you said, 8 of our 11 starters on offense, almost all of our skill guys except 2 of them. But yeah, it's going to be a little different. Probably not going to be maybe not as explosive this year, maybe not as many. I mean, we threw a bunch of deep balls last year, maybe a little more dink and dunk down the field, but I mean, we still got guys, and they're going to step up, and we're going to make a whole bunch of big plays. I mean, Brandon Wall and Nigel Mitchell, I mean, those are the 2 main guys, and they're going to make a bunch of plays for us.
Was it always going to be NC State, or how did that?
I mean, they were always at the top of the list, I'd say, but for a minute, it actually wasn't. I would say the summer before my junior year, I was kind of in between a couple schools. And then after that year finished up, I went to NC State, North Carolina game, and then just the environment there, just something about it just felt like home. And then I ended up deciding about mid-February, and then, yeah.
Who else might have been in the league at any point?
I mean, early, Alabama was actually one of the top ones early. That summer, I talked to Coach Sheridan a lot. He's at Michigan State now, but I was talking to him a lot. I really connected with him well. And then Kentucky tried to get in late. Coach Stein, he came from Oregon. I really liked him a lot, but then just ended up in NC State.
What about your physical progression? I mean, when we first knew who you were, we were like, man, that guy grows up, he's going to be pretty good. And now, how much you've changed even since last year?
Yes, sir. I mean, I've gained 20 pounds about every year since I played. Freshman year, I was 170 to 190, 210, then I'm up to about 230 this year. So I've kind of stayed a pretty steady progression, which has kind of been good for me, just to not jump 20 pounds and then stay the same for a year. I just kind of keep progressing gradually. So yeah.
Are you done? I think 230 is the target.
I don't think I can go too much bigger than that. I might be one of the biggest quarterbacks ever if I do that. I don't think that'll work well. Still got to move a little bit.
Like your dad, right?
Yeah.
He talked about you running. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to run a little bit this year. We've already worked on it a little bit in practice this year. But, I mean, definitely last year, I think I had about 200 yards rushing, which was the most I've ever had. And it wasn't off any QB design runs. It was all just scrambling. But I'm definitely going to probably have a little bit more this year.
At Daphne 7-on-7, they had you playing a little bit of safety. Did you like doing that?
Yeah, I do. I like doing that. I played at South too. I actually had a couple picks there at the South 7-on, so it was really fun. Hopefully I'll get the opportunity to do that a little bit this year too.
What do you like most about being a quarterback?
Well, like most, I'd say just being with all my guys, being the leader of all the guys. I mean, it's such a privilege to be the leader of the team that a lot of the quarterbacks take for granted, that they don't really even think about it. Like the fact that all these people really look up to you, that you don't understand, especially all the young players. I mean, I didn't even really notice it until probably this year that like all the young players like really look up to you and everything you do matters. So like, I mean, you just got to keep that in mind and don't, you know, if you like slack off or whatever, like, oh, the quarterback does that, so maybe it's okay. But you always got to, you know, keep your head high, keep working hard.
Gunner, in practice, which defender you think sometimes has your number?
I don't know. I don't know if any of them do, really.
Well, let's just say they can possibly sometimes maybe know where you're gonna. I know they're gonna probably know where you throw the ball because they know the play.
Yeah.
But who would you name that could probably pick you off or know where you're gonna do with the ball?
I don't know about pick me off. I don't really throw picks in practice, but Cam's probably one of the top guys on the defense that he knows where most of it's going. And I mean, we kind of talk a little about practice. We kind of get after it with each other.
What do you want to see improve in your game this year, other than running over?
I mean, I feel like just as I keep playing, I'm just going to keep getting better and better at pretty much everything I do. But I feel like this year even more the mental part of, you know, helping the O-line in the run game. I mean, they're all young. I mean, pointing the guys out, like when we motion, someone bumps over, like they have the point, and I have to reset the point, or pass protection. I know someone's blitzing, I got to change the pass protection, or it's going to be on me.
Gunner, we talked about practice a lot. Your dad's known for not cussing. What's the funniest thing he says at practice?
Funniest thing he says? Probably says stinking a lot. That's probably one of the main ones I'd say.
Gunner, what was it like for you with him going back to the NFL? I mean, I'm sure you're the first one that knows the information because he's family, but when your friends are texting you and your teammates and oh my gosh, and then the Bills job stuff, how do you navigate that as being on a team where I'm sure they're blowing your phone up, and then also being his son?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I didn't believe it at first. I mean, Daniel Jones got hurt and he was like, I think Shane might call me. And I was like, what? I like didn't believe him. Then a week later, or not a week later, a couple days later, he was like, I'm gonna go throw outside, and I didn't believe him. I stayed inside. I was like, no, you're not. This isn't real. And then it ended up happening. And then, I mean, I was at school, and he texted me. And he was like, I'm on a flight. I'm like, what? Like this can't be real. And then, I mean, it ended up happening. It was awesome. First game, I went to Seattle with my uncle, and it was probably more nerve-wracking than me playing. I mean, it was just kind of crazy to see it all come together. And then, I mean, the Bills job too. I mean, that was cool just to see all these things and see how much, I mean, like how much more stuff he could be doing than coaching high school football. I mean, he really could be, I mean, a head coach or just any coach in the NFL or college. But the fact that he wants to, be here with the high school guys and just take what we can learn from that.
Did you have any tips for him after that Seattle game? Did you coach him up?
I did not have any tips. No, I did not.
Gunner, you mentioned he could be a college coach. If he was a college coach, would that open your recruitment back up?
I mean, I would definitely have to reconsider it, but yeah, probably.
All right, thanks, Gunner. Appreciate it, man. Okay. Hey, Cam.
Hey, y'all.
So, Coach thinks maybe the defense front seven may be a strength for y'all. Talk about that a little bit.
Yes, sir. We've always had a strong DB core. Last year and the year before, because we had Barjay over there holding it down at corner. Probably, I think, the best man coverage corner in 4A. But we've always been hard flying to the ball, stopping the run. But this year, I think we got a little more size and like aggression, like mixed with speed than we usually do. And I mean, we have Abram over there pass rushing, and I haven't seen anybody that can stop him yet that we've played. I mean, he's gone against some of the best linemen as a junior, as a sophomore, like on Jackson, all those big guys, and he just lights them up. And I mean, we're returning him, and Jack Kurth goes and puts on 20 pounds, mentioned 315 now. And I mean, like you said, I've played a lot of football games. I may not be the biggest one on the field, but I mean, I know what I'm there to do. I'm gonna fly to the football, and I'm not gonna stop until we make the tackle. So that's what I think.
And you got heart. That's the word you're looking for, man. You gotta have that heart, man. What do you guys expect to, type of legacy to lead there at St. Martin?
Obviously, you've seen in the past 3 years what we've done. I think, like Coach said, we set a standard, and I want them to know we gave everything we got on the field. So like that's what I want everyone coming after me to do, like just improve better and better. I mean, the culture is just like great there. It's God-based. I mean, Coach, we pray before everything we do. It's like, I mean, he has specific prayers for us. We're watching videos on being a better man. We had a talk last night from our just recently moved team chaplain, the priest from Christ the King Catholic. And I mean, it's just, I think God's obviously the center of everything, but football teaches you how to be a better man, how to be a better person, like everything in general. And I mean, as long as that's how it's going, then we should be good.
How, I know y'all are one game at a time and all that stuff, but how excited are you for that, to be on national TV for that first game? And that's going to be 120 degrees.
Oh yeah, I mean Saturday at 1. It's gonna be tough, but I mean they're coming down to see us. They're not used to this weather, so I mean we're out there at 11 o'clock practicing every morning in pads. We're doing everything right. So I mean we're gonna give them a run. We're not gonna stop until that last one blows. So
that's big for the school, though, right?
Yes, sir. A lot of TVs and stuff. Everybody's watching. I mean, we definitely deserve to be in that game. We've showed what we can do in the past few years. I mean, we've established ourselves as one of the top teams in the county. There's teams that don't want to play us because, I mean, who wants to get beat by that little 4A team that can do some damage, you know?
Good job, Cam. Appreciate it, guys. Look forward to seeing y'all, sweating with y'all. Well, very,
Yeah, this is Ladd Powers, senior tight end, and Davis Barnett, junior quarterback.
Obviously, last year, all the way to the championship game. Talk about that a little bit. Maybe you can go this year, or what you show program is.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great season. Obviously, best in school history. Hey, we didn't finish it any better than we did, but man, I'm super proud of that team and those guys. The work they put in, they watched it pay off as the season continued and just continue to get better, continue to play together for each other, and obviously that shows up over time, and it showed up last season for those guys to make the run that they had.
How many guys you got coming back?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I know all our seniors left though.
How many were there?
I think 12 seniors, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, almost all of them were starters or significant players on the team. So we gotta have guys step up and fill in those roles. And so far, I've been really, really proud of our guys, their development this off season, and working towards that same goal.
You're kind of a private school guy that played at Briarwood. What do you think about the new alignment?
I don't think it's the best thing for Alabama high school football, personally. I think, when you can spread out those groupings of teams into different alignments, I know you look at some of the private school programs who are playing in that upper division and some that are on the lower end of our lower division. I think there's kind of a disparity there that doesn't exist so much in the public system. But I'll tell you what else is not right is to having, we go to the state championship one year and then we go to, the third round the year before, and we would have been playing in 4A as realistically a 2A school in the numbers wise. So I certainly don't agree with that aspect at all, that somehow private schools are being punished for having success. And the multiplier is what it is. You could say that you could overcome that, but I don't think that anything about that is fair for those schools that are working hard and kids are, doing what you're asking them, coaching them to do, and then now they got to just move up just because they had success, just because you were a successful school or a successful program, and maybe you had a really, really great team for 2 years, and there's a huge fall off. Well, now those guys are having to play up multiple levels. That's really not the point of the whole thing. So.
Coach, and piggybacking off of what you just said there, each year, this is your 4th year, so each year you've been there, your record has gotten better each season. How do you expect to keep that going, into this season?
Well, I think it's a mentality and a mindset that you're building a culture and a program rather than just a team for each year. So, when we first got here, we were teaching the old guys how to practice, how to do things, how to run the offense, how to run the defense. We're certainly still coaching those guys daily. But at the same time now, these guys have been in the system for multiple years. It's less about teaching them what to do and more about the fundamentals of how to do it. And then as those freshmen come in, and even the middle schoolers that we get to coach as well, it's like those guys are built now where even those middle schoolers have been with us for 2 years. When they're freshmen, they don't come out to practice the first day and not know anything that we're doing. Or if you are coming out to play football for the first time and you're a freshman, you've been with us for 2 years now. When we first got here, 3 years, you know what you're doing. And it's kind of just attrition over time. Those guys are picking up and continuing to, hone in on what we're teaching, how we're teaching, why we're teaching. And there's a process and a methodology behind that of how we're teaching and why we're teaching and when we install things on certain days and how all those pieces fit together from a organizational standpoint and a system standpoint that just help build that foundation. So am I saying we're going to go to the state championship every single year? Absolutely not. But at the same time, we talk about it all the time. Each day of practice is an opportunity. Each meeting is an opportunity. Each lift is an opportunity for us to work towards success. Just because you work hard doesn't mean you're going to have success. Just because you know the playbook doesn't mean you're going to have success, but it gives you an opportunity to be successful as you move forward. So these guys are working hard every day to have an opportunity for success.
What questions do you want to see answered before you get to that first game?
What's that?
What questions do you want to see answered before you get to that first game?
Oh man, a lot. You never quite know what that first game is going to look like. But at the end of the day, we're going to prepare our best. We're going to have our guys as prepared as we can, and then we'll let the chips fall where they may. At the end of the day, the first game doesn't determine anything. It's a process throughout the season, and we're ultimately building for that. We didn't win every game we played last year. St. Michael's they put a heck of a game week 1, and that kind of got us, wake up a little bit and got our guys realizing what they needed to do, what we need to do to get better. So each week, as long as we continue to get better, I think we're going to have a great season.
Can you tell what the strengths of the team might be yet, this group?
Yeah, absolutely. I think these two guys right here are two big ones, both offensively, obviously for Davis, but Ladd, offense and defense. Davis has continued to improve every single day of practice. Most of the time, as soon as I'm about to make the correction, usually Davis is already telling me, hey, Coach, I know I should have done X, Y, Z, whatever that is. So for him, it's just he's been able to take a lot of reps. He knows what we're asking him to do. And when he does mess it up, he usually knows his fault, and he's willing to correct it and make it better. And, Ladd had, we've had two really, really good tight ends. We had Miles Uter go to SMU. We had Monroe Pardon go to Wake Forest. As a linebacker, but I'm convinced he's probably a better tight end ultimately, just because he's that good as an athlete. And Ladd had, this summer, I know he's had a better summer of 7-on-7 in practice than those two guys. ever had. And I think part of that is we got a great quarterback who's willing to put the ball in tight windows, but also glad just being able to go up and make plays in one-on-one situations. I mean, we had 2 big 7-on-7 days over at St. Paul's and in the Daphne 7-on-7. I don't think he dropped 1 pass, and I don't know how many catches he had and touchdowns he had, but I know it was a whole lot. I know our team's counting on him both in the run game and the pass game. I mean, he's a veteran guy now. He sets the standard for those tight ends, but also for our offense. And then also, I can tell you this year we're going to have him playing defense as well. So it's going to be, all hands on deck for these guys playing multiple positions. And that's what teams our size have to do, and our coaches prepare them to be able to do that. Like I was talking about, how we teach, why we teach, the way we teach things, how we install, how we watch film, all those things kind of go into effect when you're talking about maximizing the time you have, maximizing the reps you have for these kids and the guys on our team.
How difficult is it to replace 12 guys who play significant roles if not starters?
Yeah, I mean, every single year you're sitting there just wishing you had one more year, with that group. I don't think there's ever been a high school coach who wouldn't say that. But at the same time, these guys who are filling those positions, maybe not all of them have been starters, but man, they're guys that we have a lot of faith in right now to be able to do exactly what we're asking them to do. So it'll be really, really hard to replace them, but at the same time, I have no doubt that these guys filling those roles will step up, and some of them, if not all of them, will exceed in the positions that we put them in.
All right, want to get the guys up there, Coach?
Yep.
Glad. That's pretty high praise from Coach. What have you learned this summer that's going to help this year?
I've learned a lot. I'm going to be a big-time playmaker. I've learned to be more explosive, gain some weight, ready to take on whatever comes at me.
You like offense or defense better?
I like both.
Talk about your quarterback a little bit.
Yeah, so me and Davis have been getting a good connection over the off season. He throws the ball where only I can get it. He knows what kind of position to put me in order to get the ball, and he's a great quarterback.
How much did y'all learn last year getting all the way to the championship game that can carry over this year?
Yeah, so it was a great experience going to the state championship game, but it just proves that we can go back. We're ready for it, even though we lost some guys. I like this team better. We got some younger guys stepping up, and they're ready to fill that role. They've been training, our entire team's been training in the off season to be ready for another championship and win this time.
Larry, you guys got Jackson right out the gate. You guys know from past seasons they normally have a pretty good team. What do you think it's going to take for you and your guys to come home with victory?
Yeah, so I feel really confident in our guys and our receiving corps. I think they won't really be expecting what we have for them, and that is going to carry us victory.
You get back to that championship game, it's just going to be across the bay there. That excites you, maybe?
It's very exciting. Yeah, have some more friends and family come out and watch us win.
What about playing in a few different opponents in this private school league? You like that challenge?
Yeah, so even though we aren't in the same league with the split and everything, I think it's great to have some more competition because it just shows that we can play anybody and we're ready for them. I'm really excited for it.
What does Coach Trotter mean to you?
Coach Trotter means a lot. I mean, with Davis throwing the ball and Coach Trotter calling the plays, I think we can accomplish anything, including state. He's a great coach. He knows what we need to do in order to succeed, even through tough times. He knows how to pick the team up and guide us.
All right, thanks, Baldwin.
Thank you.
Hey, Davis.
What's up?
Hey, talk about last year, the success y'all had and the success you had. What allowed you to have that?
Last year, it was a very great year, very great experience to go to the state championship. Not many people get to say they can do that, it was a great experience. And then, I couldn't have done what I did without my teammates, my coaches. And so I just thank them every day.
Howie, what do you want to improve in your game this year?
This year I improved, just my leadership. Last year our senior class was pretty big. We had tremendously good leaders. But this year I feel like I got to step up, being one of the older guys and just being more vocal and picking everybody up.
What's it like playing for a former quarterback? Have you ever gone back and watched some Auburn highlights of his career?
I have a little bit. It's really good to play for a former quarterback. He really knows what he's talking about. He's coached at the highest level, and it's just like he teaches me a lot of stuff. Before I got here, I thought I knew football, but he really taught me more to football and more about life.
Talk about your playmakers. Talk about Ladd and the playmakers you're going to be trying to get the ball to this year.
I feel like this year our receiver core, we're really good. I feel like we got a lot of playmakers. I feel like whoever I throw the ball to, they can go make a play, and I just trust in all of them.
Davis, what do you think is your best throw?
I don't know. I feel like I can make every throw, but I feel like I throw the deep ball the best.
What was it like to play in that championship game?
It was very good. We didn't come out with the result we wanted, but it was a great experience, just to get to that game. And, this year I thought we could come out and get there again and win.
Practicing so close to the water, does that make practice harder to focus, or does it make it easier when it's a good visual setting?
We actually don't practice at the school. We go to the sportsplex, so it's not really around water, but playing around is pretty cool.
Guys, Coach, appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you all this year.
To me, what it is to be a Gulf Shores Dolphin, by the way they play on and by the way they do things off the field. So excited for those guys.
Kind of, how was your summer?
You know, it was a good summer. For the fact that we got a lot of quality work in. And we had a great spring training too, so we really take spring football really seriously. So we had a great spring ball, rolled into summer, and the only thing that set us back just a little bit, and I shouldn't say set us back, you know, we moved into our new facility, and I tell you, I cannot wait to have you guys come by and visit. We're still about 2 weeks away from being totally complete.
I know, I thought we were gonna be down there for.
Yeah. The plan was for everything to be finished by the middle of July, so we're still about 2 weeks away. Our weight equipment is being delivered next week. Our graphic packages in about 2 weeks, and so once everything's in place, we're gonna have all the media, social media people, everybody coming in for a big tour and just showcase. It's an amazing facility, by far the best in the state of Alabama, and I would say it would challenge most places in the southeast United States. And so it's been a really a great tool for our kids. Our kids have really enjoyed it. You know, but we had to bust to the old high school for our weight workouts this summer, even though we practiced in the covered practice facility, which makes a big difference, getting out of the sun a little bit. But the rest of the facility is state of the art. The school itself is state of the art. Gulf Shores has really got a feather in the cap right now with what the city has done for the children and kids of Gulf Shores. You have to see it to believe it, and y'all eventually will see it, so I'm just really proud to be a part of it.
What, just talk about this team in general. What do you foresee? What might be the strengths of the team?
Well, I think, you know, defensively has got to be one of the strengths because we return 8 starters. And so Coach Van Gorder has really put together one of the top defenses in the state of Alabama each year. And with 8 starters back, Elijah Malone locking down one of those corner and also playing nickel. And he's got a lot of really good teammates. And we've created some depth there this summer, which has been a big plus. And then you look on the offense side of the ball, one of the strengths is our wide receiver core. You got Carter Davis, the fastest man in the state of Alabama, leading the wide receiver core. And even though we have a couple of new starters, Braden Lawson and Benton Barrington, very talented young receivers that are tall, long, athletic. I like our receiving core on the offensive side of the ball. So we've developed depth all around, got some spots we got to fill with kicker and punter, which is a big concern for me because I do special teams. And so we're still competing for some of those spots as we go into fall camp.
Coach, talk a little bit about your schedule you guys coming up. I see you got a game out of town in Mississippi.
Yeah, the defending 4A state champions in the state of Mississippi, Parkland Academy, will be coming to our place week 1 on the 21st, and very good football team. And as a matter of fact, their offensive coordinator and I go way back. He was my offensive coordinator at a school called Winston Academy back in 1996 and 1997. We won a state championship together and been best friends really throughout all of our lives. And now he's coming back. We're going to play against each other. So it's crazy how life sometimes goes full circle. So it'll be a highly competitive up till the game's over. Then we'll definitely get back to being friends again.
That was your first job, wasn't it? Was that your first
That was my first full-time job. Yeah, I was 26 years old as the head football coach. And so, you know, a lot to learn. I learned on the job, basically.
Now, you're going to have to change up some of your tendencies that he may know, right?
That's right. That's right.
What about, talk about your quarterback a little bit.
You know, Judd Harris returns for his senior season. And, you know, Judd was injured last year, week 8. And so coming off a leg injury, Judd missed all of spring football and wasn't able to practice in the spring, also due to he plays baseball. And then this summer also, but he returns. And then obviously the quarterback that stepped in and filled his shoes at the end of the season last year for the last 2.5 games is Major Hudspeth. And then he was the quarterback for the spring game when we played McGill, and then obviously is taking all the reps when Judd wasn't able to be there this summer. So I expect both quarterbacks to play. It'll be interesting to sort of see how it all shakes down, though. But like I said, Judd's had a really good career, won a state championship for us as a freshman. And then obviously his second year, the injury bug got him that year, but came back at the end of the season. That's when Colin Wilson came in and played Wildcat quarterback, if you remember that. So I anticipate us playing two quarterbacks.
How do you utilize Carter's speed?
As many times as we can. And, you know, for us, you know, Carter plays X, he plays running back, he plays kick returner. And so, you know, we're going to try to definitely get the ball in his hands. And Elijah also plays offense too. And so both of these guys are two of the few guys. We don't have very many that play both ways. And for us, we really you only play one way, and you play half the time on the other side of the ball. So you're really not a full-time two-way player. But they also help out on both sides of the football. But Carter, you can utilize him in a lot of different ways, and I know we definitely will be doing that this fall.
Is that kind of the Ronnie Royal plan, or?
Yep, he is Ronnie Royal 2.0.
I got a question, Coach. Your son Major, he came in the playoff game, Coach, and y'all almost won. Y'all lost the last play of the game, correct?
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken. He played very, very well, so you guys have a good problem on your hand, I feel like.
Yeah, anytime you've got depth at a position, you know, that's a good thing. Because, you know, we didn't have depth 2 years ago, and then when Judd got injured, you know, we were forced to go to Wildcat. And so, you know, and Judd played as a freshman, and now Major will have his opportunity to play some as a freshman. And so it's just, you know, competition every year at every position. It's not just a quarterback position. We got guys competing at multiple positions, and so you got to earn your check every single day. And it's a lot of times the quarterback position gets all the spotlight if there's a little bit of, you know, more than one player getting to play or rotating. But really, it'll be a lot of players all on both sides of the ball competing for playing time, and then obviously who's producing at each position and making the most plays.
Who are some of the guys who've stepped up since graduation and you haven't coached you out? Guys you're counting on this year?
Yeah, I tell you, and Carter will probably echo this. One of the guys that's really stepped up has been Benton Brereton at the H position. He's a big, long wide receiver, physical, strong, and he really made a lot of plays in the spring and developed nicely. Braden Lawson is another young receiver that's really coming on fast. Both of those guys will be college kids that will sign college scholarships at some point. But those two guys really developed quickly. On the defensive side of the ball, you know, we lost Landon Everett, who was really the bell cow of that defense that we was built around. He signed with the Army. And we was, you know, the whole key was who was going to step in and take his spot. And Carter Williams has really done a nice job. And it stepped in at the Mike linebacker position, and with some big shoes to fill. But he's a big man, and I think he's going to do well. And he's just going to be a junior. So we've got a lot of guys that those three come to mind, but they're more than that. But those three have really stepped up in a big way since last season.
You've coached a lot of kids, obviously, but I assume this is the first time you've coached one of your kids at a high school.
At the high school level, yes. I coached my oldest son, Gunner, in college at Louisiana Lafayette. Now he's an assistant coach at Florida. And then I've coached all my other kids in rec ball, and I'll still be coaching them in rec ball this year. I'm coaching my 12-year-old in rec ball. And then I've got a 9-year-old playing rec ball. And so my schedule is pretty crazy throughout the week. So we have my major plays on Friday night. On Saturday, Captain and Rocky both play rec. Then we sprint home from the rec game to try to find the Gators on TV to watch my oldest son's games. And so it's 4 games a week in our household. So it's a lot of football.
What's it like to have Major out there, and what's that dynamic like?
Well, you know, he's been around the game a long time, and coaching sons, they grow up in the locker room. And I used to hear that mantra when I was a real young coach before I had kids, the coaches' sons were a little bit different. And they are, and because they just grew up around the game. And I had two quarterbacks at the University of North Alabama that were both coaches' sons. And they were just like Major. They just understood the game. There was always just a second earlier than most in decision-making skills and just being around the game. That was A.J. Milwee. You're probably familiar with him now. He's offensive coordinator at Texas. And then Will Hall was my other quarterback, and he's the head coach at Tulane. And both of those guys were coaches' sons, and outstanding quarterbacks, as Will Hall won the Division II Heisman Trophy. So coaches' sons, and Judd's a coach's son. He gets it also. So we've got some kids that have grown up around the game. That definitely helps you.
What do you think about the new alignment in the HSAA?
Everybody asks, questions about the new alignment and NIL. And you know what? It is what it is. And you just got to accept it whether you like it or you don't. I liked it the way it was personally. I thought it was highly competitive, the way we had it. McGill and St. Paul, both in our region, made our region stronger. That was one. Now our region still is strong. Don't get me wrong, but it was one tough region, and even though we're still playing St. Paul this year, but obviously that game won't count. But I liked it when they was all playing together. So who knows what will happen in the future, but I liked it when we were all together.
Was it better competition than when you were at Wilcox Academy or Winston
Academy? Winston Academy, we was class 1A. We had 22 players. And so I drove the bus, wrapped the ankles, cut the field, lined the field. That was the best learning experience that you can have as a young coach. Because now when I ask these young coaches that I hire, and these GAs that I bring in here to do some of that work, there's not one job that I can ever ask a coach to do that I haven't done myself. But the sad thing about it today in high school football, even in college, but in high school especially, nobody knows how to paint a field anymore. That's a lost art. Everybody's got either turf or they got the robots that paint the field. Stringing the field, lining the field, moving the string down 5 yards, repopping it, getting that paint machine. That's a lost art. And I used to make my graduate assistant coaches at Louisiana Lafayette every spring paint the field for the first time. I even had a kid paint the numbers upside down. And we had to go back and repaint them all green and start over again. But I was training them, hopefully to be good coaches one day. But now you don't have to worry about painting the field. But I used to love painting the field. That was something that's a lost art.
Might need to train them to count.
Yeah, for sure.
From Winston Academy to now, you're at Gulf Shores with premier facilities. Through that journey, starting somewhere and then getting to this point, what's one lesson that you've really taken away throughout this time?
Ooh, that's a hard question because I've learned so many lessons. I've learned some good lessons, and I've learned some lessons the hard way. And I would say one is just treat kids the right way. And we've had a lot of competitions at our place, whether it be quarterback competitions, running back comps, whatever. And we're going to play the kids at the end of the day that earn the job, and we're going to be fair. And that's been one lesson I've learned. And I've learned so many lessons from every stop that I've been at, from every head coach that I've coached for, and those. A lot of those lessons I use today, and there's been some places where you learn also that, I don't necessarily like that. So you learn some areas that you think you can do it differently and maybe better. But work hard. There's still a lot to be said for just hard-nosed, be tough, hold kids accountable. You don't have to give in to be too modern. I still believe in a little bit of old school, being tough, being accountable, working hard, being on time, foot behind the line, all those type of things. And so that's a little bit of what our program's about.
Coach, at one time, I know and maybe this has already happened, has the home side moved across the field at Gulf Shores?
It has. now we're on the opposite side. So now we're not looking to the sun. It was a big disadvantage, home team, and the sun, as you know, in our state is brutal until about midway through the second quarter. And so luckily now we're on the other side.
It didn't take you long to figure that out.
I wanted to change that fast. And the press box hadn't moved. It's still on the visitor side. I said, hey, great. You know, because we'll eventually going to build a stadium on campus. And so hopefully that will happen in the future.
Are you saying you weren't worried about the press being in the sun? Is that what you're
Y'all got shades. Y'all can have it.
Coach, do you see yourself having well, like you've been here, of course, but do you see yourself having any kind of opportunities at the college level or another high school or anything?
You know, it used to be, and I heard this saying a lot, you know, college coaches, once they went to high school, if they had any thought of getting back into college, they needed to dip down and dip back up. You stay too long, you get out of the game. And I've been out of the game probably long enough where getting back into the game as a head coach would not be an option. It just wouldn't be, because no college AD is going to stand up and announce, well, our new head coach from Gulf Shores, you know, from a high school. And at this point in my career, I'm not willing to go back and be an assistant coach. And so that sort of answers it for itself, you know. But with our facilities and our quality of life that we have right now in Gulf Shores, the way our family dynamic is, the way the college game has sort of evolved, it's right now it'd be hard to pull me back. It's just being in high school football right now is a good time.
Do you think it's still the purest level of the game? Or?
I do, and you know, I don't know. The only other level left to call pure would now be rec ball. If you don't, you know, if you think, you know, in college ball and college football, don't get me wrong, I love college football. And college football right now is probably as popular as ever. Whether you like it or you don't, you better adapt, because the dinosaurs, you're gonna be like the dinosaurs if you don't adapt. And so it is what it is. You better accept it and move on, because it ain't going back. It's working in a lot of areas. Some areas they hadn't quite figured it out. But the only other pure form of football, I guess, if you wanted to say it's pure, would be rec football. I love coaching rec ball. I love coaching my 10U rec kids, because not like these guys, they ain't got girlfriends, and they ain't got cars, and they not going hanging out, you know, at the beach. You know, they just love being out there playing football. And only the biggest thing I have to worry about with my 10U kids is when they have to go to the bathroom halfway through practice, or have to tie their shoe. You know, other than that, they just happy to be there. And so I love coaching them, and I love coaching the high school kids too. Don't get me wrong, because these kids aren't worried about the NIL. They love playing the game. And these two guys right here, Elijah and Carter, love playing the game. And I love coaching football. I've been doing it for 35 years, and excited about this season as much as ever.
Your schedule's always tough, but the Park Lane team you talked about, this St. Paul's, and then at Saraland, that's a pretty tough stretch.
Pretty tough stretch. And you know, last year our first three were brutal too. We had Chuck Tahatchee first game and lost that in the final seconds. Then we lost on the last play of the game, week 2 at St. Paul. And then we lost to a very talented Saraland team. So we started out 0-3 last year and had to battle our way out of the woods, and then battled back and made the playoffs. And schedule's not much easier this year. And so obviously it's still going to be a huge challenge, very similar to last year's schedule. So hopefully we can fare better than we did last year, but it'll be a huge challenge.
I needed you to win that playoff game. I picked you to pick, and I think Randy had it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna comment too much on that game. I felt like we should have won it, but we didn't. But I would like to have that one over for sure.
All right, thanks, Coach. We'll get Carter in.
Yeah, Carter, come on.
Carter, you're just sitting over there laughing at me. What, how about this, how excited are you for your senior year?
I'm very excited, man. Playing with Eli, playing with some of my guys for the last time. You know, it's very big. You know, we want to take each game by game, see where it goes.
So every time somebody says your name, they say fastest man in the state. So how fast are you?
I'm very fast. I beat Coach Hudd in the race, but he got me in the bench.
What's your best accomplishment in terms of your speed?
My best accomplishment. Just taking it day by day, you know.
What about on the track?
Track. I love track, you know. Track is actually like a second option for me, so I do football and track. So,
You won the indoor what, 100?
No, 60. All right, 60. Yes, sir.
So, what position you like to play? It sounds like you're gonna be all over the place to get a factor.
In college, I'm gonna be a slot, but you know, you can put me anywhere, and I have no ball.
Just give me the ball.
Yeah, I make anything happen.
Can this guy cover you?
Yes.
You can?
Yes.
Most guys say no.
So listen, we battle at practice. This is probably by far the best, like, DB I've ever went up against. Ever. He's the best.
So, I mean, do you get some of him, he gets some of you a little bit? I mean,
Yes, sir. We battle at practice.
back and forth.
Yes, sir. Iron sharpens iron.
Talk a little bit about West Virginia, where you're committed. What made that the right?
What made West Virginia home for me is they were very consistent. So I'm big on consistency. And, you know, it felt like home. You know, Coach Rod, he made me feel welcome, and Coach Bradley and Coach Trickett, they made me feel like I was where I was supposed to be.
Carter, you played the position that I played. I run track and field too. I almost made it to the Olympic team one year when I was in the Marine Corps. I ran 100 and 200 meters. What's your fastest time in the 100?
10.53.
Okay, all right. I ran 10.5. I think I probably would have got you when I was younger now. But seriously, what do you guys expect to accomplish this season?
Just going in every game 1-1, 1-0, man. Just keep building from there and go to the playoffs.
How do you feel this team might improve on last year's team?
The chemistry, you know, the team bonding, you know. We have team bonding like crazy this year. It wasn't as close as it was last year, but it's better now.
What about you? How do you improve?
Work. You know, I just work hard, go compete with guys like Eli. He sharpens me, I sharpen him.
West Virginia's done a good job of recruiting this area. They got a commitment from Lyman at Baldwin. I think Pat White's one of their all-time legends. Have you met Pat White during this whole recruitment process?
Yes, sir. I have. Pat is actually, like, grew up with my dad. So my dad and Pat played on the same team. And, you know, when I got there, he was like a mentor to me. Like, he showed me around. And, you know, it was very big for him and me and my parents to meet up with each other. It was like a family reunion.
He was the fastest man in the state.
He's a dog. He is a dog. He is a dog.
He was.
Nah, he still got it.
What do you think about your quarter? It sounds like you got a couple of good quarterback choices. Are you happy with how those guys?
Yes, sir. You know, they compete, we compete, so we're going to see what happens game one.
You think they can both get you the ball okay?
Yes, sir.
What's your favorite route?
Ooh. You know, my favorite route may be the post, because I get it a lot, but I like running digs. I love running digs.
You don't like running that post corner? Now, you'll get open as fast as you is. I know you'll be open.
I get open on any route.
You gonna graduate in December, or
Yes, sir.
no more track?
No more track.
Are you thinking about doing it in college? Did they talk to you about that?
Yes, sir. I actually asked my mom, should I do it in college? And she was like, you should. So I am.
She's fast?
Yeah, she's fast.
You act like that was a trick question, you didn't know.
Now my dad, her dad had some speed. He had some speed. He blew out his knees.
Mark, just glad to meet you.
I am very glad. I'm actually over excited. Very excited to be here. This is a blessing.
All right, man, good job. Let's get Elijah up there.
How y'all doing?
Hey, Elijah. So y'all compete well in practice now?
Every day. Yes, sir.
What's it like trying to defend that guy?
Gotta have speed to guard him. So, yeah, you gotta get physical. You just gotta compete against him.
You just start 10 yards back of him, or how do you
You gotta press him.
got to press?
Yes, sir. You press, play off, play catch. Gotta have a plan when you guard him.
Now, you going to Jackson State, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Talk a little bit about that decision.
That decision, it was really like a quick decision. Like Coach Kelly, he really made it home for me. He took care of me. You know, Coach Rohan games, Coach Woods, they took me in like family, and that's the reason why I committed.
So you think you play DB there, or what do you think you play?
They had me like versatile, so I could play like safety, corner, nickel, so I'd be versatile with it at JSU.
What are your goals this year?
My goals, just focus on being a leader and just working every day to like come back a year and be like one of the best to come out of here.
You sounds like you're gonna have an opportunity to play some offense and do some different things. You excited about that?
Yes, sir, I'm excited. They had me playing running back, receiver. I also be a punt returner too. Hopefully return some of this year.
How might this year's team be improved over last year?
Like Carter said, more of chemistry. We were like becoming like a team, and it's like I think coming as a team is gonna make us become like unstoppable this year.
Elijah, you on your own island out there on the field?
Yes, sir. He gave me the green light this year.
Like Darrell Reeves used to be when he played. What do you like about playing defensive back?
Just stopping the receiver. You just like ruining the receiver's day. Just competing. I want to win my role. I'm not letting no man beat me.
You like man, or you like playing off the receiver?
I like playing man. My favorite coach.
Gun attack.
Sure.
Does the near miss in last year's playoff game, does that inspire y'all?
You say the near miss?
Yeah, I mean, the whole,
Last playoff game.
that game coach said you should have won it.
Yes, sir. We should have won it. We just weren't focusing though. But this year we more focused on like just winning games, just taking every game by game, like you said, 1-0.
What about, have y'all gotten a look at the new facilities yet? I mean,
Yes, sir.
y'all in there?
Yes, sir. We've been practicing with the new facilities.
So the weights just aren't over there
Yes,
yet?
sir.
and all that?
That's what we're waiting on. The weights. Yes, sir.
So how nice is it?
It's nice. Y'all gotta come see it.
Nicer than what you had?
It's nicer than the colleges. Like some colleges.
Oh wow.
You might not want to leave.
I know.
All right, guys, thanks. Look forward to seeing y'all this year.
For sure, yeah, I'd love to.
Your escorts coming out here to police.
That's it, baby. Let me come to get you. So,
All right, Coach.
testing.
There you go.
We're good,
I
we're
hope it's
good.
on, because you're like the 10th coach.
Hey, I was gonna tell Coach Hudd, at Robertsdale, we still pull that string, baby, just for you.
Pull that what?
We pull that string and
Yeah.
paint them lines, so anytime you get down there and you get that itch, just holler, baby, come on up. And hey, we'll let you come push that paint machine, baby. Good to see you, Coach.
Good luck.
Yes, sir, y'all too.
All right, introduce your guys, Coach.
All right, I've got Josh Harris Jr., with us today, senior wide receiver, plays a little defensive back as well, and then Cub Jones, senior quarterback for the Golden Bears. So, AKA comes home with me sometimes. We go by dad, son, that type of stuff. You know, it's pretty good most of the time. And then behind, look, we got Josh Harris Sr. behind us right there. So he didn't want to be recognized, but too late now. So.
He only comes home if he has a good practice, or?
No, Mama's gonna let him in the door regardless of what happens at football practice, I promise you. So I guess the better question is sometimes is she gonna let me come home, right? That's the better question.
Well, kind of just tell us, second year, how do you
Yes,
feel
sir.
compared to last year?
Oh, well, we're excited about where we are. In 26, we've, again, just last year, you know, I didn't get there till middle of April, end of April. And then as far as coaching staff, we didn't really have all the pieces in place until probably around this time in July. I mean, really close to the season. So to be able to be where we are now, fully staffed, we went in last year knowing we were going to be understaffed on the defensive side of the ball. So this year being fully staffed, having everything rocking and rolling, getting a full spring with our kids, you know, that's always huge rolling into the summer. So we're excited about where we are. Had a really good summer. Have had some, you know, did the 7-on-7 circuit type deal with the different colleges, and then had some OTAs that we were able to host and got to go finish with up at Prattville, which was familiar to us, you know, from being there. So we got to do that, you know, the last day that we could have competition. So excited about where we are. It's that time of year, man. You know, guys are ready to put them pads back on. You can tell, man, they starting to get that itch. You know, tired of running routes against each other, practicing against each other. It's time to, you know, strap on them pads next week and let's get ready to, you know, play somebody else for. And let's see if that scoreboard can be in our favor.
So how many you got coming back?
As far as you talking about youngins or starters? Offensively, I think there's 3 offensive linemen, of course, Cub at quarterback, and then our tight end H receiver kids coming back as well, Colton Boudreaux. So defensively, 1 defensive lineman, 1 linebacker, and 2 kids in the secondary. So kind of at each level, we've got some returning starters.
What do you feel like the strength might be of this group?
I mean, honestly, you know, with the changes in coaching, we've had some new faces. I feel like, you know, the strength can be, it's really hard to tell right now, to be honest with you. Now, going into the summer's a summer, now you ain't got pads on, so man, we're able to throw it. Let's be honest, not a whole lot of pressure in the summer, so you're able to throw and catch a lot, so you feel like, hey man, we might be able to throw and catch a football a little bit, but then you're like, well, pads are gonna come on here in about a week and a half, so you know, like that's gonna determine a lot of things. But I feel like where we are with our leadership, as far as on our team as a whole, is a lot, you know, at a different stage than maybe we were last year. Just our overall comfortableness with each other as far as coaches and players and just administration and community, all that things, all those in a positive way, I think play into us having some success this year.
Talk about your roster numbers from the time that you arrived last year to now.
When I walked on campus, there was 42 kids, and now we're at, you know, we're over 100 freshmen. We'll be closer to anywhere about 120, 125. So, yes, we've had to spend money on equipment. Yeah, we've done that in the past 12 months. I promise you.
So what do you want to see in the next couple of weeks before you get that first game?
Well, I think, look, what does everybody want to see in fall camp is you want to make sure you're physical, number one. You know, you're not going to win football. I don't care what level you're at. You're not going to win football games unless you're physical up front on both sides of the football. And then for us, understanding how we want to play the game. You know, we always want to control the atmosphere. That's what we preach in our program. And that's how physical, how fast. It doesn't mean we always try to play with tempo. It's just kind of controlling how the game is played, and then how emotional, which means how excited you want to be, how excited you are to play football. And we always want to have the most excited sideline. We want to be the most excited 11 on the field, and we want to be the most excited coaching staff and be proud of what our kids are doing, how they play. And you know, us, if we're bringing the energy, it's easy to flow into the young men that we coach every day. So I think all those things kind of play into what we want to see the next couple of weeks as we get ready for the floor on the 21st of August.
Was it announced recently that Robertson High School is in line for a new stadium?
Yes, sir. That passed a couple weeks ago. The County Board of Education passed first, and then our city followed by passing what will be a new on-campus stadium, some other facility upgrades as far as field house and some other things that are coming. So, again, you know, I had the radio pigskin Pete asked me, like, what does that mean? Well, I think what that means is our community is excited about the direction our program's going. That means their support is going to be there. And I think where we're sitting in Central Baldwin is a great place to be. I think it's kind of one of them uh-ohs. Like, you know, you don't need Central Baldwin to be real good, because we've got all the things in place to have really good football is already there. As far as, you know, community support, people that are starving for really good football. You've got a great administration that is excited about, you know, what we're doing athletically, not just football, but athletics as a whole. And that's one of the things that, you know, you best be on alert when those things kind of fall in place, because just my journey, I've been a part of some of those in the past, and it's exciting to watch.
Coach, looking at your schedule, you got some heavy hitters that you're going to be going up against. How do you go from last season to this season and make sure your guys are in that mind frame of ready to battle?
Well, I think last year we were learning what it looks like to win. How does that actually feel? What does it take to get to that? And I think the first thing you have to learn, let's be honest, you got to learn to hate to lose first. Look, I mean, that's just being transparent. So we kind of went through some of those growing pains last year. And so anytime you get into that phase where you're learning how to win, now the next phase is, okay, let's go play the competition and kind of raise the standard of what we want and what we want to see on Friday nights. No different than what you want to see every day on the practice field. If you preach raising a standard and raising, you know, the level of play, how you practice, how you meet, how you eat together, how you meetings together, if all that has to be raised, well, then you got to raise the level of competition that you play. So I think that's just kind of the next step for us, is having those opportunities to compete against, you know, not just some of the best in Mobile and Baldwin County, but kind of reaching out there across the state with some other programs, and really coaches that I respect really highly. And that's kind of how we got some of our non-region games, was other places I've been, we played each other. Their head coaches, we played each other before, so very mutually respected programs, and so I'm excited about those opportunities. I think our kids are as well.
Coach, you're the third coach of the day. Talk about your quarterback son. What's that dynamic like as a parent, as a coach?
I mean, I don't really coach Cub, so I'm just the head coach. We have a quarterbacks coach. I have an offensive coordinator, and so you know, I just, you know, try to enjoy the moments. I know there's times he probably doesn't necessarily agree with all that I'm saying about that, but you know, actually some of the coaches that we're actually playing, Coach Taylor was one that I asked way before, when Cub was, you know, both of my boys were in elementary school, and he was coaching his son that played quarterback for him at Strawn. You know, I went ahead and asked him, I said, Coach, how does that work, just having your sons, you know, because his sons grew up just like Cub and Caleb did. They practice every day, snapping to the quarterbacks, ball boy, water boys on Friday night. So, and his sons grew up the same way. So one of the biggest things he pressed on to me early was, do your best to enjoy it, because it's, you know, you go through your whole coaching career, and it's like they're there every day, and then you watch them grow, and then you watch them grow, and it's like, now it's, hey, they're in your program instead of just being a part of your program. And so try to enjoy those days, try to enjoy those Friday nights. And I think that's what we're going to try to do this year, is just try to, you know, win, lose, or draw, try to remember this is part of the growth process. And you know, we won't get these back. We tell kids all the time, The whole saying, you got your whole life to work, you got such a short time to play this game of high school football, and we're going to try to do our best to try to enjoy him.
What are his best assets at that position?
He's got some physical gifts, no doubt, but I think the biggest thing I think Cub brings is the intangibles. Just football IQ. He's a coach's kid, so he understands. He's heard the same Q words as far as what this looks like and what that looks like and what the name of this play is and who I should be watching on this. He's heard those things for 12 years, and so now it's just him being able to actually live it out. And I think all those things play into the intangibles that he has. Leadership skills. Both of these men sitting here have two different type of leadership attributes. Josh is more of the quiet, you can watch him, like he leads by example. There's never an off moment with him. He's always full speed in what he's doing, so other kids can watch what he's doing. Cub's a little more vocal in what he does as far as pushing his teammates, expecting a lot out of his teammates, and I think both of those can be positive for our program this fall.
What do you think about the new 6A playoff situation?
I'm for it. I think we all sat up there and I think it was right before Super 6. I think it was kind of everybody all the chips to the table type deal. It was all in or nobody's in type deal. And so I think anytime you give an opportunity for kids to play more and get to be a part of something that maybe they weren't able to be a part of before, I'm all for that. Whether you're the 1 or you're the 6, you're still in, and you're giving your kids and your community something to be proud of. So I'm a fan of it.
Talk about the different ways you might use Josh.
Well, Josh is going to catch the football. I can tell you that right now. But then Josh also is going to he'll play special teams for us. He'll touch it in special teams. He'll play some defensive situational football for us when we'll use him in those situations. Josh is just a good football player. He's got a high football IQ, plays with a high motor, plays with lots of energy and passion. And so you got kids like that, you're going to find ways to get him on the field. Watching him last year and how he did it at McIntosh was pretty amazing. If you're not just an all-state football player, but you're an all-state basketball player, that means you're pretty special, because those don't come around very often. So we're honored to have him in the maroon, the black, the gold, whatever we're going to wear that Friday night. We're honored to have him in a Golden Bear uniform. Man, it's getting too easy now. Come on. Larry, you ain't got nothing. You're sitting over there texting. Come on now. Come on now.
All right, I got a question for you. How did you go about changing the culture? Because it's been a downward program, and now you're there. So how did you go about?
I would never say that we've arrived or anything like that. Yeah. I think the biggest thing is the same thing I told everybody last year. I think it's just my journey. I think it's not. I don't think there's one thing that you can say, okay, on this moment, at this time, on this day, you get boom, there, it happened. I think it's just based on the journey that we've had in this football life, this coaching journey that we've had, God has put us in places where, we've been able to kind of take those type of programs, whether it's been a few years or it's been a couple seasons or it's been a decade, and they haven't had a lot of success, and just try to manipulate those things and get it going. And what other better place than being at Robertsdale at the highest level to have the opportunity to do the same thing. And that's always our plan. That's always our goal, is to make sure, again, every Friday night when people show up, pay hard-earned money, all right, that they're proud of the product that they see on Friday nights, that your community is proud of it, it's respectful, it's respected by your peers, by the other schools that you play. And again, I think once you get to that point, you're where you're supposed to be.
I can't think of any tough questions for you.
That's good. That's good. I started watching that yesterday. Y'all was talking about all this NIL. Listen, I was ready for that, and here's my response. And I told Pigskin Pete a minute ago, I said, that is way above my pay grade. So like, I really have no response, because I have no skin in the game. I have no decision to be made. You know, ultimate goal is to be here and talk about these two young men and what we're doing at Robertsdale football program. So that's the response I gave him. So I appreciate you not even bringing it up. So.
I'm glad we made you think about it at least before you.
Yeah, hey, well, look, you saw it yesterday now. Y'all was hot and heavy on there. The reel you had was, back there was all about it. So, yeah, because Cub asked me coming over, he's like, Dad, what question they gonna ask? I said, hey, buddy, I'm anxious to see what they ask me, much less you. So.
I mean, I would have been interested to know like what the players think about it, because we got a lot of coaches' opinions.
They ain't got a clue. They just happy to get up, have breakfast, come to practice. So the Cub gets NIL. He don't pay for rent. He gets fed at home every day. You know, Mama cooks great meals. I mean, what else do you need out of NIL, right, Cub? So there you go. So,
Like, say yes, sir.
right, that's it. So I would, you know, Coach Harris back there could probably speak the same for Josh Jr. So he probably gets some good home meals and stuff like that at his house too. So.
Since you brought Coach up, how has it been to have Coach Harris on your staff?
You talking about awesome. I asked the questions I wanted right there. You talking about having, I would use this, I'd probably never use this word. This is my 5th head coaching job. And I've got to work with some amazing people. I really have. Amazing men that are godly, they're better men at times than they ever were coaches. Okay? But the staff that we have at Robertsdale currently is probably, as far as the type and quality of men they are, and the quality of coach that they are, is like close to it, by far the best. And even using the word like elite staff, that I've never, just being transparent, I've never really been able to say, you know, from top to bottom where we are right now. So like having Coach Harris, having his brother Gerald with us, Mal Caldwell, the list goes on and on. Like Dusty Coleman is a man, just salt of the earth people. You know, you got Coach Lassiter, our defensive coordinator, coming back. Blaine Clausel's coming in to coach our offensive line. You know, Blaine played at Mississippi State. He was Dak Prescott's, you know, left tackle, played some years in the league. And, you know, and here's what's crazy is, if you meet Blaine Clausel, that's not the stuff he talks about. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest, man, dude's got a rap sheet for a resume. You know what I mean? Like, just as O-line. But all he does, he wants to come up and make our kids at Robertsdale better. So, like, having those type of men, and then they're also those type of high-quality coaches, man, you can't beat it. You know, I get to show up every day, and let's be honest, I just turn them loose, man. Hey, man, this is what we got planned for today. Let's roll, baby. They do a great job. So, and like having people like Josh Harris Sr. on your staff, you know what you're going to get as a quality human being and a great mentor for young men. But now, he's a ball coach too now. Don't let him fool you on that. Now, he's a ball coach too. So like having another head coach's voice in your locker room that's firing out the same things that you're firing out, to me, that's man, you can't put a price on that right there. So I'm honored and privileged and, you know, humbled to have those men on our staff right now.
All right, let's get Cub up there.
All right.
So what do you think about NIL? Tell us how this team might be different than last year's team.
Oh, yes, sir. You know, this year, you know, we're under like the new coaches and stuff. We got another year under our belt, and we got a lot of like leaders that are like helping the team, pushing everybody every day. So, you know, this team is definitely more prepared this year than we were last year. Nothing against the team last year, you know, but definitely more prepared. Got a lot of leaders and stuff. So, yeah, so ready for week 1.
What's it like playing for your dad?
Well, that's all I know. So, but you know, I love it. So he he's pretty hard on me sometimes, but I wouldn't want it any other way.
Then NIL just went up right there.
Coach, any offers, any interest from college coaches?
I do have an offer from North Alabama, so.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So for young kids that are coming up behind you, what would you tell those guys, that wants to play in college? What would you tell them they need to do, to get onto the varsity football team there at Robertsdale?
Yeah, well, first of all, you gotta know football. You gotta have that IQ. You gotta watch film. You gotta know all the plays and everything. Then, that extra time, extra work you're putting in to just get better. And getting chemistry with receivers and stuff, staying after practice, getting those extra reps to build that chemistry.
When you first got to Robertsdale, what'd you think of the community, and has that changed?
It was definitely different than where we were before, but everybody just took me in. So it was awesome when I first got here. All the players, it was like I've been here my whole life. They just took me in. It was such an easy change, but I love it here now. I love the guys, love the team.
Love the beach.
Love the beach.
How do you feel like your game has improved from last year to this year?
Just in that IQ standpoint, I feel like I've improved from last year, from the head up part of the game. So, just being able to study more, the OC we got now, he helps me a ton with just reading the defense and coverages and all that. So, yeah, I feel like I've improved from the neck up.
So, are you more of a pocket pass or a door threat?
I would like to say I'm a pocket passer, but when I gotta run, I run.
I like it. You put on some more size to you, did you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Been in the weight room. Got a new strength coach, which he's really good. So he's been pushing us a lot in the weight room.
Anybody in particular you looking forward to playing this season?
Rat poison. Rat poison. Rat poison, cuz.
I'm looking forward to playing everybody.
Good answer. Good.
One game at a time and all that.
Tell the truth, man. Tell the truth. I'll be honest, we're looking forward. Coach Taylor and Andalusia. We've talked about that one.
My sophomore year at Beauregard, we played them and we lost 28-27.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's been brewing.
Ready to play
Okay.
them again.
Talk about Josh coming in. What have you seen from him?
Hey, that's my guy right there. So, he's awesome. He's a leader, like he said, but also on the field, man. I'll put the ball perfect every time and he'll go and make a play for me, make me look good.
So, how would it feel to possibly be in the playoffs your last year?
That'd be awesome because Robertsdale, they ain't gonna play playoffs and who knows. So be that us being left as a first team to do that, that'd be awesome.
Sure.
Okay, I'm curious, how did the name Cub, how did you get the name Cub?
So what I've been told is my dad wanted to name me Cub, but then my mom was like, I don't know if he'll like that. So my actual name is Jacob, but it's spelled Jacub. Everybody just calls me Cub.
Good compromise, Coach.
Isn't that what marriage is all about? Right?
I wanted to name my son Cameron Brett after Cam Newton and Brett Michaels. You know what the compromise was? His name's Jaden. No compromise.
Gotcha.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, welcome, man. Talk about what you've seen since you got to Robertsdale and how you fit in.
I love it at Robertsdale. I love having Cub as a quarterback, and the guys they're fun to be around. Yeah, so I'm really enjoying it, Jay.
What are your goals this year?
My goals for this year, I want to really be an asset for the team, and I want to be first team all state again, like last year, and make the playoffs. I really want to make the playoffs.
What were some of your stats last year on your way to earning all-state honors?
I had 1,074 yards, 14 touchdowns, I think 3 picks, and 54 catches.
You got that bookmark, so.
If he didn't know, don't worry. I know.
Can you better those this year?
Oh yeah, that's dead.
Cubs are going to have to throw you the ball.
Yeah.
So what do you like about him at Cubs game, and how's that going to fit your game?
I like the way he throws the ball. Like I like how no matter what, every ball ain't gonna be perfect. He's a great passer, but like just know I'm gonna come down with it, and I just love being around him.
Josh, how tough is it to play on both sides of the ball?
It's tough. It's kind of exhausting at times. Like last year at McIntosh, I'm getting banged up every play, but like I just had the mentality to just keep going and just tell myself there's no pain.
So what have you done in all season to make sure your body can withstand playing on both sides?
Weights, a lot of weights, eating right, and gaining weight.
What's your size of your weight compared to last year?
Last year I was 175, now I'm 185, 190, and I was 5'11" last year, now I'm 6'1".
Wow.
So basketball or football?
Football. I like basketball, but I prefer football.
What do you think about Coach coming in? He's kind of crazy.
Coach Jones, yeah, I love being around him. When I tell you him and Cub are like the same person, like they just know how to put a smile on their face. I know. I remember one day I was just walking in the locker room, Coach Jones was just doing a goofy dance. I couldn't do nothing but laugh. Yeah, he's a great coach and a great person to be around.
You show some of them dance moves?
Hey, now, easy now, easy. Find us on a good win on Friday. You never know.
Now, what is it like for you, Josh, to have your dad on the coaching staff?
Oh, well, I'm used to it. You know, I've been on his team quite a few times throughout the years, and I just enjoy having him as a coach. You know, he keeps inspiring me, and just I really look up to my dad.
What's your speed? What's your time?
4.53.
You think obviously playing at a lower level at McIntosh, now you're playing at the highest level in the state. How do you think that's going to help your game?
Well, I think it's going to help me a lot, but I went to Fort McIntosh, I went to Mary G, so I'm really familiar with 6A ball. You know, freshman, sophomore year, I was in Mary G, sharpening my skills. Really enjoyed it there. Then went to McIntosh, you know, dominated, and now I'm being here at Robertsdale.
Is it hard moving from school to school, like for you as a player? Because I mean, you have to build chemistry with a new quarterback every year. I'm just wondering what it's been like for you.
Well, yeah, it's, you know, going from school to school can be, you gotta adjust really fast, especially with football, learning the playbooks, and really taking all the information. But honestly, I enjoy the process because I get to learn new people, you know, make connections, and that's something I really enjoy doing.
All right, yeah.
Some really good answers.
Well, you trained them well.
I did good.
Make mama proud. That's the goal, right?
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good
Yes,
luck this
sir.
year.
How you doing? All right. Good to see you.
Oh, yeah.
Drive down here today.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Stayed in Paris last night, but they, we have a career thing. Just happened to be.
Yeah. All right.
And keep it all my favorites, right?
All of our schedules this morning.
The R&B.
Yes, sir.
Call.
Yes, sir.
Run around.
Oh, dude, that, it still stays on my face. I couldn't believe how many people had to sit there. Who is this guy?
No, like, by the way, I never met him before, but when I heard you talking, I was like, that's it.
So they still like it?
Appreciate what you're doing.
Oh, that's y'all,
Getting sick. What were you getting?
Morning, Coach.
Don't start yet.
Hey,
Hey, don't start yet, please.
Don't start yet, all right.
I really got to get this one.
You actually got to do some work.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, roll it.
All right, Coach, tell us a little bit about who you got with you today.
Yeah, so two really good ones. Adrian Pickens, AP, for us, rising senior, linebacker, edge, really, one of the only returning starters defensively, a guy that can play a lot of positions, can be a multiple piece for us defensively. We can package in and let him rush the passer, but also cover people. So he's done an incredible job, not only as a player, but also leading our team in a time that we need a lot of leadership. So really proud of him. And then Dominic Marshall, Dom, really one of the only kids, even for me, over all the years that probably play both ways for us, mostly in our secondary. He was our leading returning running back from a year ago, but we need him so badly on the back end defensively. He can play nickel, he can play safety, and then, as I said, he can take carries for us. And truthfully, he's so sharp that our running back situation, he won't have to take a lot of reps in practice. He can ball handling stuff and that sort of thing, but knowing what to do, he'll do that and have no problem. But he's back there to help with a very young secondary. A lot of inexperience, and so both the kids have done a great job, and again, we're like unanimous decisions to be here today for our coaches.
Coach, talk about this journey that brought you from Opelika and playing for the state championship last year to Foley High School and coaching Foley Lions now.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't on my radar. In December the 4th or whenever we played in that game, that was a lifetime, career position for me, and God had other plans. So that's, my family's here, and been extremely impressed, and truthfully, we have a lot to do, and I think we all understand that. We understand the situation the program's in. We understand the past 10 years or so, but we also understand the history of Foley and the tradition that's here, and people like you, Clark, that it matters so much to. And my good friend Jason back there being from here, and sort of all the things about the city, the growth of the city, but also again the pride that our community has in Foley, and so that was a draw for us. So my wife and I are really happy. Our three boys are extremely happy to be here. We literally moved into a house on Friday, and so we're getting there. We would like to have done that a little bit earlier, but again, it's been a great journey so far. Been able to bring some guys in to mesh with some coaches that are there currently that have done a great job, and so I appreciate our administration, our principal Jessica Webb, our AD Meta Christensen, and really all the board members and everybody involved, our superintendent for Baldwin County. Appreciate everybody for getting us here. So again, a lot to do, but it's been a whirlwind of 7 months. We're excited to get started.
Coach, what's your coaching philosophy?
First it's about championships and championship people. I think, and those things are not exclusive. I think good people do good things on the football field, and so for us, character is really, really important, and it's something that I learned from Spence McCracken and Brian Blackman and the mentors in my life, my father, and I just think that our kids are embracing that, the culture piece of doing things, hard things the right way. But I think that breeds winning, and it has for us in the past many years. And, again, we have great kids here. We just need consistency. We need to sort of explore the boredom of doing the same thing every day the right way. And our kids are starting to embrace that. We're in a time, you all understand this, a lot of guys my age or so in this room, this day and time is different because kids are so, everything's so flashy and fast, and football's not. And our process to get this program where it needs to be is not flashy and fast. I mean, it's do it the right way every day, lift hard, practice hard, work out in the summer hard, go through fall camp hard. I mean, all those things we have to do. And so the philosophy is to create good people that win football games. And it's a great product and something your city can be proud of when you do.
Where's the program from the day you got here until now?
I think we're light years ahead where we were. I mean, I would like to think that's going to show up from a production standpoint. Truthfully, I'm in one of the only jobs, along with the other 20 or so coaches that have been through here, that we're measured every Friday. You know, I mean, unfortunately, you're not measured in some other professions, but everybody sees our product. You know, it's there in front of them, and everybody's got an opinion on that. But I think that our product's going to be better. I know our kids look better. I know that our strength and conditioning, program has been really good this off season. This summer, it's going to continue to get better. But I think the program has taken, strides forward. Hopefully that will show up in wins. I mean, obviously that's what everybody again will look back on the 2026 year and measure by. And hopefully that'll happen. I do feel like, the games that we played through the summer, the OTAs, even the spring game with Theodore, I mean, were steps in the right direction for us. They were competitive. We did things the right way. We didn't embarrass our fans or our school by the way we act. And so I think we've taken huge strides in that way. We've taken huge strides in the classroom. I mean, I got to Foley and there was a lot of ineligible players. I mean, there were kids that were academically had no chance, in January and February based on their first semester's grades. And we hired an academic advisor, and she went to work, and our coaches did too, and they're responsible for our kids. And so we're all eligible, every single one of them. And a few of them went through summer school and handled their business there. We did not allow them to come to football until they were done with summer school because we felt like it was a priority. Hopefully what that does is kind of like taking something from your child. Hopefully next summer we don't have that problem. That we go through the academic year, we handle our business in the classroom, and everybody's ready to go. So I think we've taken strides in every way. Again, I'm eager to see what it looks like on August 21st.
So numbers were 40-something, I think, when you came in. What are we looking at now?
We're over 100. So 45, 47 played in the final game. It was a very bare sideline. And I think that our first job was to recruit our halls. And our coaches did a really good job of that. I mean, kids were coming down daily. I mean, I think there was a natural energy of new and fresh. So kids were coming through our building. And then they started to see the growth and transformation in our building, with what Ms. Webb did, with our facilities, our principal, and all those things. They started to see the growth, and they started to see the weight room, and they started to see a full nutrition bar, and they started to, see the extra things that we're doing off the field. And so we started to grow the numbers. Now, those numbers, I think at one point got to 125, 130. That's not the case. The summer's still hard. It's still, you don't sit around and rub each other on the back. I mean, it's 100 degrees, and it's some hard things, some hard running, hard lifting that took place. So everybody's not able, to cut out for that. And so we've seen them drop down to about 110. But I'm really happy with that. We can practice and operate the way that we want to, because it's not just about putting, 40 or so guys on the field and rotate and have 8 D linemen and all this depth. It's just equally as much about practice. And if you want to operate and practice on two ends of the field, and you want to have multiple things going on at one time, you have to have bodies. You want to operate your scout team versus your ones the way that we want to. We got to have people, and then you got to project your depth, right? Like I'm meeting on JV and ninth grade. I'm meeting with my staff. I met with them 2 days ago on JV and ninth grade. What do the depth charts look like? Because we need to play full JV and ninth grade schedules. We need to play a full 7th and 8th grade schedule. Those things weren't always happening. And what you miss is reps and developmental areas, and then our youth program that we've gotten involved with. That all brings your numbers up to where it needs to be. But if you want to operate on 7A, whatever we are, 6A now level, you're going to have 100 plus, 30 to 40 per class to be able to do it. What I saw on December 4th, to be able to compete at that level is what you got to have.
Can you tell yet what the strength of this team might be?
I can't. I think, there's some position groups that I think are really good. Like, I like our receiver group. I like our edges, AP being one of them. Javion Stowe is another that I really like. An edge is just a defensive end, and I really like, he's 6'2" and weighs, 200 plus pounds and can run and long, and we can do things with him. So I like our defensive ends. I like our receivers. I like our O-line group. They returned, I think, 4 guys that started last year. That I really like. One was all county, and so I like that group as well. But we're developing in every aspect. I mean, I'm eager to see us again. Everything changes when the lights come on, and hopefully guys rise to the occasion. But I'm eager to see those position groups and how they come along.
Coach, your previous couple of stops, you've taken over a program that's had limited success in the previous years or not much success at all, and you've turned them around pretty quickly. What's a couple things you've seen already or looking forward here when fall practice started? This is what we got to rely on to do that here at Foley.
I just think, it's continuing to build, like I keep telling everybody, we got to have something good happen early. All those years that I took programs over, we had something happen early in the season that was really good for us. Because it's one thing, these guys, we rode over here together and, we got to talk a little bit and all that. And I do think there's some trust being built and some belief, but until you put it out there against somebody else, until you finally win, it stays tough. I think for them, as they sit here right now, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but, I think they've got to see it to believe it still, and luckily, at Opelika, at Hartselle, Jasper, and at Eufaula, those places we won early and we were able to create some momentum. And then it propelled us in games that maybe we shouldn't win, or we were, at best equal talent-wise to an opponent, or even a rival that we hadn't beaten in the past. Because I hear some of that too. I don't want to call names of the rival, but we just don't usually win that game. I'm like, well, I don't really care. Okay, we don't normally beat them. Like, all right, that's fine. But this is the 2016. That's nothing in the past has to do in any way with these kids who are sitting here right now in their senior year. So for us, there's going to be confidence, but again, Jason, to answer your question, belief early and something positive happening to create a little momentum for us would be massive.
These two guys, obviously leaders last year as juniors, and have played a lot in their time at Foley High School. Who are some of the other guys that you're counting on from a leadership standpoint?
Yeah, I think there were, Cam Page being a big one, our receiver. I think Cam probably through the spring and off season has taken as big a strides as anybody we have. He was another one that I, would like to have brought. He's a kid that probably has earned the right to be here. I think Zayden Glass is another kid, played DB last year, is just an outstanding human being and a leader for us, and another one we could have brought up here. So I like Mekhi Holmes too, our quarterback, Judith Spencer as well, both competing for that job. I think both of those kids have taken on leadership roles, and it's been really, it's been cool for me to try and put aside any bias about a kid or about a player from previous times, because Mekhi had a tough year last year, but he's been unbelievable. He's been really, really great for us, and I'm really proud of him and the steps he's taken to grow up. Naturally that happens because he was a sophomore starting quarterback, which is at this level, that's really tough to do. But I think he's taken some huge strides. Both the Garcias are doing a really good job. Really like both of them in multiple roles, really versatile players. So again, a lot of kids have stepped up, and excited about some of the leaders. Small senior class, 16 of us. But some really high-level leaders with that group.
Well, you talk a little bit about, you don't have to name all of them at the same time, but a little bit about putting your staff together. You retain some from previous coaching staff, like from Opelika, and also some of your new ones coming in with head coaching experience. How big is that?
Yeah, huge. We were blessed to have, it was carved out. Ms. Webb had carved out some positions that could be effective immediately when I was hired. And so that was sort of a deal, because as you get my age and you've done it a while and everything, you start to say, man, I don't want to do this by myself again. And I've done that before, taking jobs, and it's just like, my gosh, trying to not only teach the kids but also the coaches what the expectation is. Having J.D. Atkins with me is massive. Jackson Billings, both from Opelika. Will Johnson had been at Opelika with me for a short time, but was with me at Hartselle as well. So that was massive. Others, I got former players like Sheldrick Cherry that played for me at Jasper. That is like a fourth son of mine. He's just done a great job, and he knows what the expectation. He knows what it needs to look like. Carson Hunter coming in as defense coordinator, been a college head coach. That's really big for us. Kendall Gibson been there. Joyner Stewart had been there at Foley, and both are really, really good coaches, and both had coaching material themselves. So, there's a lot of guys, and again, I'm going to leave some guys out, but we've been able to really bring in some guys, but also, retain some folks that were already there that were doing a great job. They just needed help. Truthfully, small staff at Foley in the past. Therefore, at this level, you have people wearing multiple hats, and you've got the O-line coach OC, special teams coordinator, like equipment manager. You got one guy carrying all this weight. It's hard to get really great at anything when you're doing all those jobs. And so for us to be able to bring some guys in, I thought was huge. The staff has meshed really well. Been able to hire some former Foley lines as well, like Xander Bonifay and some of the guys that play there. I think there's a great mix of that with our staff. And so I'm encouraged. A lot of learning still, though. You know, what does a Friday look like? What's communication on the headset look like for all of us? And so I think it's going to be a really good staff. Really, really appreciative of our administration helping me get those guys in place.
And the schedule's going to be a pretty good test. Talk about that.
You know, it's funny. I thought, you know, leaving Opelika, because I was in the scheduling mode there after we finished up, and it was really hard to find people to play. And I thought, man, you know, maybe it'd be a little bit easier at Foley, but it was not at all. You know, coming down and playing McGill, you know, playing St. Michael, playing Spanish Fort, out of region. I mean, those are tough tests. I do like that they're local, though. And I think that matters. Like right now, it's not only about wins and losses, it's about money. It's about resources and gate money. And, you know, those people are going to travel and come to Foley and play. And so that's huge too, to be local and not have to travel 4 hours to find a football game. And so that was really big. Of course, our region opponents, I mean, you know, naturally, you know, Daphne and Fairhope and all those guys, Robertsdale and all those guys, you know, it'll be a challenge, obviously. You know, Coach Jones and I are friends, and he's doing a really good job at Robertsdale, what he's doing right now. So, you know, the region, I'll tell you this, I went to the region meeting right when I got here, freezing cold, like late January, and I walked in that room and said, man, there's some good coaches down here. I mean, you know, this is Caleb Ross coming in. You know, I think there's some guys with state championship experience, and, you know, it's Baldwin County's trying, you know, in Mobile, trying to raise their level, you know, to compete with the Opelikas, Auburns, and Centrals. I mean, and that's what's going on. So excited to be in that region. I know it'll be a challenge each week.
Having been in the championship game last year at that level, do you like the new expanded playoff team and playoff stuff in 6A?
I do. I mean, I think for, you know, Dothan and Enterprise last year, I mean, both those teams were good enough to, I mean, Enterprise beat us. We played for a state championship, so, and they didn't make the playoffs. So that's, I think it makes more sense. I mean, it only allows kids to have more of an experience. I mean, what are we here to do? You know, it allows more teams to get in the playoffs. I like the bye, you know, at the beginning. I like the fact that 3 and 4 can host. I mean, I think that's really cool for people. And I think that, again, regions like Birmingham and Central Alabama, I mean, I think that's really good for those. It's going to put more really, really good teams in the playoffs. I think it's a great thing.
Why do those two regions have so much more success than 1 and 4, you think?
Just the investment in football. I mean, you know, go look at their places. Go to Trustful, see that place. See, you know, Hoover, what they have. See Thompson, what they have. Central, Opelika, Auburn. I mean, right through there. I mean, it's just like the SEC versus the Group of 5. I mean, it's like, I mean, you pouring money into it. You got really good players, like homegrown. I mean, baseline talent mixed with, you know, tradition and resources. You get products like they're putting out there. Again, back to the walking in the region meeting and seeing, you know, everything rises and falls on leadership. I mean, plain and simple. So you go out and hire good coaches, you pay them what they're worth, pour into the resources, and naturally your program gets better. And so that's what I think this area is trying to do, at least what I see, what I know Foley is doing, or I would not be here. So that's really encouraging, and I think you're going to see a balance of the regions.
So you think realistically, Region 1, we can catch up with what they're doing up there at Central Phoenix City, Thompson, Hoover?
I would say they're like 10 years ahead. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not trying to, you know, say anything to anybody or about anybody. I have seen it and lived it. I was there as an assistant and as a head coach. And I'll tell you this now, if there's one person, it's our principal who wants to catch up really fast. And so she is doing literally everything in her power to get us caught up. I'm not sure what Fairhope and Daphne are doing, but I know for Foley High School, we're doing everything we can to catch up. Because again, it's not about us, it's about them. That's who benefits. It's more players going to college, more exposure from people like you guys. Next year, we win more, this room is full. That's what we want. Like we're trying to brand and push Foley, you know, out there. And I think that we're going to, I don't mean that it's going to take us 10 years to catch up. I just mean that they were doing some of the things that we're doing now long before us. And I think that luckily I can help expedite that because of my experience and what I've seen within my power. And so I'm encouraged by, you know, what I heard and the long-term vision of this place. Or again, I wouldn't be here. So I believe in it wholeheartedly, or I wouldn't have moved my family here.
All right, you want to get you guys up, Coach?
Yes, sir. All right.
Adrian, I guess?
AP, you're first. You ready? No. Look, he looks great, doesn't he? Look at this guy. Looks awesome. All right.
Adrian, talk about what's changed maybe since Coach Moore came in.
Oh, what's changed? It was about the energy and stuff, the weight room energy, and a lot. Because when we used to like work out in the weight room, everybody was sluggish. There's no energy. But now the coaches are on one, talking about like finish the rep, finish the workouts and stuff like that.
Like you talk about coming in this senior season, your role this year on defense.
My role, I really play like a little bit of everything. But my main position is edge. I like to rush the quarterback. But when they need me, I go to linebacker and drop in the coverage.
What's the biggest difference that you're noticing with Coach Moore and the energy with this team versus last year, let's say?
Coach Moore, he's really more about like accountability. Say if you mess up, you don't like harp on the other teammate about it. Just take accountability for it.
What would you like to see the identity of the defense?
Defense, I just look very physical. Yeah, that's about it. Just be physical.
Spring game, it looked like you guys were really swarming to the ball. Has that been something that's been emphasized a little bit?
Yes, sir. Coach Hunter, swarm attack. That's all he's about, is punching the balls out.
What are some of your individual goals you have for yourself, and then some goals you have for the team as a whole?
I don't really have goals for myself. Well, just like playing college, and then for the team, I just hope like the defense just gets better and everybody gets more exposure than we have in the past.
Adrian, what can you tell us what it takes to play the defensive end position?
Just be fast and physical. That's about it. Very explosive.
What's your wingspan? You know his wingspan, Coach?
He's about 6'4", so aren't you?
Probably, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your senior year, I know it means a lot to you. You had your dad played for the Foley Lions, was a great player himself. Talk about what that means to your family to be a legacy player.
They don't really speak much about it because I don't know. It's really hard to explain. Yeah, it's just hard to explain, for real.
What was Coach Moore's first team meeting like?
About brotherhood. It's about brotherhood. Like the first couple weeks was about brotherhood and showing up for everybody, and having teammates back and keeping them out of trouble.
Can you feel the difference in this team versus last year?
Different, way different. Cause last year team, everybody wanted to fight each other, and this year it's just like everybody's just connected. Coach Moore said connection.
got an imitation there.
That was good. That was good.
All right, good job, AP. Tom?
Good job.
Hey, Tom. What do you like about this team so far?
Everything. I like everything about it. Like, I like how everybody's coming together and like actually starting to want to play football.
You're starting to want to play?
So I've been wanting to play. It's other people that just finally hopping on board.
Oh, okay.
Interest in the process.
So how many positions you gonna play this year?
Thinking like about 3 right now.
Which one you like best?
I like. I think I like star the best. I like playing nickel the best.
You're gonna run the ball a little bit too, though, aren't you?
All right. We run the ball a lot.
You gonna kick? Are you gonna kick some?
Not going to kick.
Good.
What have you learned from Coach Moore so far?
It's all about team connection. Like, you can't have a football team if nobody's connected together. Like, if everybody's going for their own goal, their own path, nothing's going to get accomplished ever.
Connection, is that right, AP? What is it?
Connection.
Connection.
The act of connecting.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
connection.
Okay,
That's it.
act of connection. I like it.
You excited? Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what can a fan expect to see on the field from the Bowler Lions this year?
Swarm attack. Could be people who expect to see people running towards the ball and expect to see people being physical.
Clark?
What sort of things have y'all been doing as a team? I know you've had some activities, that kind of thing, some team bonding experiences. Talk about that a little bit.
We've had a few. We've had like a cookout. I think we had a cookout a few times. And then we've went out to eat a few times. And then we also had the swimming pool, which was the biggest one with everybody there.
NCAA tournament.
Oh, and the NCAA tournament.
You didn't win that though.
Is there excitement in the locker room about this upcoming season?
There's a lot. I think people think we're going to be great.
What about, think about some of the guys that, you know, Coach mentioned, getting some of the kids back out or out for football. What are you seeing there out of some of these guys that maybe weren't your teammates last year?
Oh, it's like, it's showing a big difference about how much talent's actually at Foley. Like, they just weren't playing football for some reason.
Now, your brother played, graduated what, a couple of years ago?
I think 2 years ago.
Y'all are similar kind of players, I would say.
Someone say that.
What do you like most about the defense, this defense?
I like how everybody runs towards the ball. It's like they put in that extra effort just because they were told to, and they just do it.
You hear from some colleges? You hear some college folks?
As of right now.
Does that matter to you right now? You just want to play ball?
I kind of just want to go to state. That's my goal.
All right, guys, Coach, appreciate